to recognize these verses in chapter 6 of Genesis as the preamble
Howdy.
to the story of the deluge, the great flood in which Noah, huddled in an ark, was saved to repopulate the earth. The reader familiar with my writings will also recognize these verses as the reason why many decades ago a schoolboy was prompted to ask his teacher,
We are live.
why is giants on the subject of these verses when the word in the original Hebrew Bible text is Nephilim, which stemming from the Hebrew
Killen's heating up
Nephal,
slowly.
means to fall down.
I'm fixing to go pop in the
gas
real quick.
Pertains to giants. The schoolboy was I, instead of being congratulated on my linguistics acumen, I was harshly reprimanded. Sit down. The teacher hissed with repressed anger. You don't question the Bible. I was deeply hurt that day, for I was not questioning the Bible. On the contrary, I was pointing out the need to understand it accurately. And that was what changed my life's direction to pursue the Nephilim. Who were they, and who were their mighty men descendants? The search for answers started with linguistics questions. The Hebrew text does not speak of men who began to multiply, but of Ha-Adam, the Adam, a generic term, a human species. It does not speak of the sons of God, but uses the term Ha-Elohim, the sons, the plural, of the Elohim, a plural term taken to mean God. Multiple gods, but literally meaning the lofty ones. The daughters of the Adam were not fair, but Tavah, good, compatible. And unavoidably, we find ourselves confronting with issues of origins. How did mankind happen to be on this earth?
Looky there.
And
Lit. It's been a few days, goddammit. We're listening to There Were Giants in Them Days, by the way, because they won't let us have good music. I'm pretty sure I've got volume somewhere. I told the tale of the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, spaced. Oops, shit. Unraveling their tangled relationships, describing their tasks, loves, ambitions, and wars. And how y'all doing? What's up, bro? Hi, Polly. Hi. I've been asked times where my interests would have taken me were the teacher to compliment me and reprimand me, and sometimes ask myself another question. What indeed there were giants upon the place, and thereafter too. The cultural, scientific, and religious applications are awesome. They lead to the next unavoidable questions. Why did the compilers of the Hebrew Bible, which is totally devoted to monotheism, include the bombshell verses in the prehistoric record, and what were their sources? I believe that I have found the answer, deciphering the enigma of the demigods, the famed Gilgamesh among them. I conclude in this book, my crowning au revoir, that compelling physical evidence for the past alien presence on Earth has been buried in an ancient tomb. It is a tale that has immense implications for our genetic origins, a key to unlocking the secrets of health, longevity, life, and death. It is a mystery whose unraveling will take the reader on a unique adventure, and finally reveal the start back from Adam in the Garden of Eden. That's the end of the introduction there. Chapter 1, Alexander's Quest for Immortality. In the spring of 334 BC, Alexander of Macedon led a massive Greek army across the Hellespont, a narrow straits of water separating Europe from Asia, Wet now.
and launched the first known armed invasion of Asia from Europe. His military forces, with some 15,000 elite foot soldiers and cavalry, represented an alliance of Greek states formed in response to repeated invasions of Greece by the Asiatic Persians. First, in 490 BC, when the invasion was repulsed at Marathon, and in 480 and 479 BC, when the Persians humiliated the Greeks by occupying and sacking Athens. The two sides have been warring since then over Asia Minor, where Greek settlements, of which Troy had been the most storied, were proliferating and clashed over the most lucrative sea lanes in the eastern Mediterranean.
First point.
While the Persians were organized in a mighty empire ruled by a succession of king of kings, the Greeks were fragmented into quarreling city-states. The devastating and humiliating Persian invasions, coupled with the continuing clashes on land and sea, finally served as an impetus to form a league under the leadership of Macedonia, and the task of leading the counterattack was entrusted to Alexander. He chose to cross from Europe to Asia at Hellespont, the same narrows that the Persians had crossed for their invasions westward. In times past, the narrows were dominated on the Asian side by the fortified city of Troy, the epicenter of the Trojan War that had raged there, according to Homer Philiad, many centuries before. Carrying a copy of the epic tales given to him by his tutor, Aristotle, Alexander made it a point and stopped at the ruins of Troy to offer sacrifices to the goddess Athena and pay homage to the tomb of Achilles, whose courage and heroism Alexander admired. The crossing by the army of thousands was uneventful. The Persians, rather than ward off the invaders at the beach, saw a chance to annihilate the Greek force by luring it inland. A Persian army led by one of their best generals was waiting for Alexander and his army along the river, forming a battle line somewhat inland. But though the Persians had the advantage of positions and numbers, the Greeks broke through. Falling back, the Persians assembled another army and even planned a counter-invasion of Greece. But in the meantime, their retreat enabled the Greeks to advance freely in Asia Minor, all the way up to what is now the Turkish-Syrian border. In the fall of 333 BC, the Persian Shah-in-Shah, the king of kings himself, Darius III, and Darius was definitely connected to the Anunnaki bloodline, there's no question. Darius III led a cavalry charge against Alexander's advancing troops. The battle, known as the Battle of Issus,
So how are we doing today?
ended with the capture of Darius's royal tent, but not of Darius himself.
Everybody.
The Persian king, beaten but not defeated, retreated to Babylon, the western headquarters of an empire that stretched from Asia Minor all the way to India. Incomprehensibly, Alexander gave up the opportunity to crush the Persian enemy once and for all. Instead of pursuing the Persian remnants and their humbled king, he let Darius retreat eastward to Babylon and rouse the empire to continue the war. Giving up the chance for a decisive victory, Alexander instead set his course southward. The defeat of the Persians to avenge their previous attacks on Greece, the reason for the Greek state's alliance under Alexander, was deferred to a later time. It was Egypt, not Persia, the astounded Greek generals discovered, that was the real pressing destination for Alexander. What was on Alexander's mind, it was later revealed, was his own, rather than Greece's, destiny. For he was driven by persistent rumors in the Macedonian court.
No, anybody wants to buy a motorcycle, we can get somebody to buy a motorcycle.
But a mysterious Egyptian. As related in various accounts, the court of King Philip was once visited by an Egyptian pharaoh whom the Greeks called
Polly says she wants hot water.
Nectabus.
Can't get that without a generator.
He was a master magician, a diviner, and he secretly seduced Queen Olympias, who was Philip's wife. Thus, though it was assumed when she gave birth to Alexander that it was King Philip who was the father, Alexander's true father was an Egyptian visitor. These persistent rumors, which soured the relations between King Philip and the Queen, gained credibility when Philip, some said in order to clear his way to marry a young daughter of a Macedonian nobleman, publicly accused Alypius of adultery, a step that cast doubt on Alexander's status as crown prince. It was perhaps then, but certainly not later, that when the king's new wife was with child, that the story took another twist. The mysterious visitor who had presumably fathered Alexander was not a mere Egyptian. He was a god in disguise. The Egyptian god Ammon. Wow, this is amazing. Amun-Ra, the monotheistic sun god of the 13th dynasty of Egypt, was actually the secret. He knocked up Queen Alypius. Oh, that's fucking righteous. So here you go. I mean, we just now started chapter 1 already. Some pouring's going on, baby. These motherfuckers can't keep it in their pants. And I think that right there is a perfect microcosm for the divine right to rule, the origins of the divine right to rule, and how bloodline supremacy and bloodline power structures and bloodline rule really took place. Because people have always asked me, well, okay, well, what makes these bloodlines so special? Why is it that these people interbreed and they keep their bloodlines pure through time? Why is it so important that they do that? Aha, that question just got answered right there. Because, as in the case of Alexander, and probably in more cases than that, I'm sure,
having a hell of a cramp.
You had some person who entered into the royal bloodline and the ascendancy to the throne, and did so by interjecting these gods, such as Ammon and their bloodline, into those royal bloodlines. That's why you see the symbology used by the royals to this day that go back to ancient Sumeria, ancient Babylon, ancient Egypt. That's pretty rad. Straight out of the gates. I actually didn't know that. The mysterious visitor who had presumably fathered Alexander was not a mere Egyptian. He was a god in disguise. The Egyptian god Ammon, also spelled Amen or Amen, according to this version, Alexander was more than a royal prince. He was a demigod. The issue of royal succession in Macedonia was settled when King Philip, revealing in the birth of a son by his new wife, was assassinated, and Alexander, at age 20, ascended to the throne. Well, did you hear that? Yeah, who do you think assassinated? Probably the same people in the power structure that have done every other assassination. By assassinating him, he ensured that this demigod, King Philip, would ascend to the crown. Or Alexander, rather, would ascend to the crown. This is unbelievable. This is already good, straight out of the gates. The issue of royal succession, I just read that. But the issue of his true parentage continued to engage Alexander. For if true, he was entitled to something more important than inheriting a royal throne. He was entitled to inherit the immortality of the gods. With his accession to Macedonia's throne, Alexander replaced Philip as commander of the alliance of Greek states in their invasion project. But before embarking on the march to Asia, he made his way to Delphi, a distant sacred site all the way in southern Greece. It was the location of ancient Greece's most famed oracle, to which kings and heroes went to consult about their future. There in the temple to the god Apollo,
good to see you, man.
a legendary priestess, the Sibyl, would go into a trance and speaking to the god would answer the visitor's question. Was he a demigod? Will he gain immortality? Alexander wanted to know. The Sibyl's response, as always, was laconic, a riddle subject to interpretation. What was clear, though, was the indication that Alexander would find the answer in Egypt, at that country's most famous oracle site, the oasis of Siwa. The suggestion was not as odd as it may seem. The two oracle sites were linked by legend and history. The one at Delphi, a name that meant womb in Greek, was said to have been chosen by Zeus, head of the Greek pantheon, after two birds he had sent from two opposite places on Earth met there, declaring a site to be a navel of the
How
earth.
you doing?
Zeus placed there an oval stone called the Omphalos, Greek for navel. It was a whispering stone by which the gods communicated. And according to ancient traditions, it was the most sacred object in Apollo's temple. And the Delphic Sibyl sat on it when she pronounced her oracular responses. That original Omphalos stone was replaced in Roman times by a replica. The oracle site of Siwa, an oasis in the western desert some 300 miles west of the Nile Delta, was likewise chosen after a flight by two black birds, believed to have been priestesses of the god Ammon in disguise. The main temple there was dedicated to the Egyptian god Ammon, whom the Greeks considered to be the Egyptian Zeus. It too had a whispering stone, an Egyptian Omphalos, and it assumed a sacred place in the Greek myth come history because the god Dionysus, once lost in the western desert, was saved by being miraculously guided to the oasis. Dionysus was a half-brother of Apollo and used to fill in for him in Delphi when Apollo was away. Moreover, especially from Alexander's viewpoint, Dionysus attained the status of a god, although he was in reality a demigod. The son of Zeus, who disguised as a man, had seduced a princess named Selene. It was, in essence, an earlier occurrence akin to Alexander's, a god in disguise fathering a son by a royal human female. And if Dionysus could be deified and become one of the immortals, why not Alexander? Previous seekers of Siwa's oracular pronouncements included two famous generals, Cimon of Athens and Lysander of Sparta. Even more significant for Alexander was the demigod Perseus, another love child of Zeus, who managed to slay the monstrous Medusa without turning into stone. The legendary hero Hercules, famed for his challenging 12 labors, was also said to have consulted the Siwa oracle. Not surprisingly, he too was a demigod, son of Zeus, who had impregnated the wives of beautiful Alcmena, having disguised himself as her husband,
Not good.
the king of an island.
Holy fuck.
The precedents clearly fitted Alexander's own quest. And so it was that instead of pursuing the Persian king and the disarrayed army,
Good to see you.
Alexander set his course southward, leaving behind some troops to garrison conquered territory. He marched along the Mediterranean Sea's coastal region. Except for the
Change your socks to drive on. It sounds like what we do.
Who participated in the war as Persia's allies, the Greeks' advance was hardly resisted. Alexander, by and large, was welcomed as a liberator from a detested Persian ruler.
Magnesium wouldn't be bad.
In Egypt, the Persian garrison surrendered without a fight, and Alexander was given more than a liberator's welcome by the Egyptians themselves. In Memphis, the capital, the Egyptian priests were already ready to accept Alexander's rumored divine parentage by the Egyptian god Ammon, and they suggested that Alexander travel to Thebes in Upper Egypt, the site of ancient Egypt's immense temple of Ammon, to pay homage to the god and to be crowned a pharaoh. But Alexander insisted on fulfilling the directive of the Delphi oracle and embarked on the dangerous 3-week desert trek to Siwa. He needed to hear the verdict about his immortality. What had transpired at Siwa during the strictly private oracular session, no one really knows. Is that when it was over, Alexander said to his companion,
Truly, though, anybody knows a motherfucker who wants a motorcycle in the Denver area, let him know. I need to sell this one. I'm letting it go for the stolen price, man.
Another version reported that his divine parentage, though not a physical immortality, was confirmed, leading Alexander to henceforth pay his troops with silver coins bearing his image with horns, in the likeness of the horned god Ammon.
I know, dude. I've lived with cramps all my life. And it comes, these ones come from the center of my back. I've got degenerative discs.
Passageways in the Sinai Peninsula.
I got neuropathy in my
And then
legs.
proceeded to Babylon,
All that fun
to the
stuff.
temple of the Babylonian god Marduk. The latter instruction
How the hell are you,
was
Rebel?
one of the secret things that Alexander had learned in Siwa.
Yeah, I've got bad discs. That's what's causing it.
Meaning the unseen
And I'm getting cold.
that had been applied in Egypt to the great god Ra since about 2160 BC.
It's a fucking 98,
He
John.
left Egypt to seek the dominion over the whole earth.
Want to
His
hear her
former
run?
Egyptian name was
She's only got 11,000 and I put 1,000 of them on it. And I just put new shoes on it. Oh, it's a badass bike. It's 24, almost 25 years old. Ain't hardly been ridden. It's been kept in the garage at motherfucker's showroom. Quality.
Alexander set out for a distant Babylon. As summer began in 331 BC, Alexander
They were tripping over at the Honda dealer. I took it to Peak Honda to have its new shoes put on. Everybody was going on about how Honda stopped making 1100s. Hey, Trip.
In a great outflanking maneuver, Alexander swerved instead eastward toward the Tigris River, outflanking the Persians and reaching Mesopotamia that had historically been. Learning of Alexander's strategy, Darius rushed troops to the northeast.
They stopped making 1100s in Honda, I guess. That's an even rarer bike than I thought it was. They went all 750 fuel injected for some reason.
Well, how about that? So that the only stuff originated out of Mesopotamia, not Spain.
It's a beautiful ride. It's I fucking love it. I put 1,000 miles on the damn thing, mostly on bald tires. I just got the tires put on it like 100, less than 100 miles ago.
Rejecting a third peace offer from Darius, Alexander marched on to Babylon. He reached the renowned city in the autumn of 331 BC and rode into the magnificent Ishtar Gate. The and priests welcomed Alexander, delighted to get out of the sway of the Persians who had defiled and demolished Marduk's great temple.
There she sits.
The temple was the great
Them brand new
ziggurat,
sneakers
step
on her too.
pyramid at the center of Babylon's sacred precinct,
Both front and back.
rising in 7 precise astronomically defined stages. Wisely, Alexander let it be known ahead of time that he is coming to pay homage to Babylon's national god Marduk and to restore the final temple. It had been a tradition for new Babylonian kings to seek legitimacy by having the deity bless them by grasping their extended hands. But this Alexander could not attain, for he found the god lying dead in a golden coffin. His body
Still riding it up. Nice. Yeah, I got a brand new vehicle sitting right there. It's got 11,000 miles on it.
Here lay dead not a mortal, and not just his revered father.
Honestly, I don't want to sell it, but we kind of have to. We need hot water. Polly's cranky.
Did he, Alexander, my God, at best, to avoid death? As it determined to define
Electric would be nice. Well, we've got batteries. I've been switching over batteries, but somebody, and we got propane, but somebody switched over the old gas heater for the water to one of them electric ones. It's a brand new one.
In 323 BC, Alexander by then,
Still, it doesn't work without generators,
master of the
so we're
Persian
kind of
Empire
fucked
from
at the moment.
Egypt to India, returned to Babylon. But Babylonia omen priests warned him not to re-enter the city, or he would die if he did. Bad omens which occurred soon after Alexander's first stay in Babylon continued although Alexander
Well,
the city proper at this time.
I got it up to 239 so far. It does this thing, then it goes back up again, and I don't know. I've never used a Paragon program like this.
I mean, I know everything's okay back there as far as electronics. I've never, I mean, I can call Jonathan. Talk to Jonathan, because he's got the exact same one at his house.
Ask me which button I need to push. Because it does a little relaxation thing, and then it'll start cycling up again. So I know I've got it on like run or on or something like that.
I don't know why they took this off.
Yeah, they cut that off.
Have established Alexander's
Just
route,
lower this.
analyzed the strategy of every battle, recorded the names of his generals.
Thank you, Anna.
But that
You're live.
engage in that without
This is Anna, everybody.
is amazing.
This is the Anna I'm always talking about. My good friend. Love you, Anna. Oh shit, I'm gonna fall down.
Don't fall down. Guy's the master. True G.
Not really. I'm still trying to figure out the killer. They're all laughing at me.
Push that one.
Yeah, I pushed that one to make this go. It says it's running, but like I said, in about 5 minutes, it's gonna kick back on. It'll probably go up about 280, 300. I don't know. Oh, see, I watched. It does that. Longer next time, longer next time, longer next time.
Put on that small camera. What did my cord is set right there? I have a camera upstairs. See, well,
all of them depict.
So this one gets going.
yeah.
Until you figure it out. Well, since I got it going, it's been about 20 minutes.
An episode from the so-called mythical tales.
I'm just saying, you can use.
Yeah, which one you? Well, I'll be right back.
For reasons that defy understanding, it is the norm in scholarly circles to classify the records of ancient civilization thus. If the ancient tale or text deals with kings, it is considered part of the royal annals. If it deals with heroic personalities, it is an epic. But if the subject is gods, it is classified as myth, or who in his right scientific mind would believe, as the ancient Greeks or Egyptians or Babylonians did, that the gods were actual beings, omnipotent, sky-roaming, engaged in battles, scheming trials and tribulations for heroes, and even following those heroes by having sex with human females. So it's ironic that the saga of Alexander the Great is treated as historical fact, although his birth, oracular visits, itineraries, and end in Babylon could not have taken place without including such mythical gods as Amun-Ra, Apollo, Zeus, and Marduk, or such demigods as Dionysus, Perseus, Hercules, and possibly Alexander himself. We now know that the wars of all ancient people were replete with tales and depictions of gods who, though they looked like us, were different, even seemingly immortal. The tales were essentially the same all over the globe. And though the revered beings were named differently in different lands, the names in the diverse languages had, by and large, the same meaning. An epitaph denoting a particular aspect of the named deity. Thus, the Roman gods called Jupiter and Neptune were the earlier Greek gods Zeus and Poseidon. Indra, the great Hindu god of storms, attained supremacy by battling rival gods with exploding thunderbolts, just as Zeus had done. And his name spelled syllabically, well, that's a difficult one to say, syllabically. And you're talking about syllabically.
Just plug it in on over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a rock right there. pantheon, and was found in god list of the Hittites in Asia Minor. It was another name for Hittite chief deity Tesha, the god of thunders and lightnings. Hadad to the Assyrians and Babylonians, Hadad to the Canaanites, and even
down
in the
here to rise
Americas,
it,
where as the god Viracocha, he was depicted on the gate of the sun in Tiwanaku.
Just
It is a list that can
hopefully
go on
just
and
turn it on. This is the same
And how can
controller.
that be?
Then make sure it's on
And
there.
why was it so? Advancing through Asia Minor, the Greeks passed imposing Hittite monuments. In northern Mesopotamia, they came across the ruins of Assyria's great cities, desolate but not yet buried by the sands of time. Everywhere, not only the deities' names, but also the iconography,
I
the
don't want to melt anything.
all of it, all the symbols, dominated by the sign of the winged disc, which they encountered in Egypt and everywhere else, even on the monuments of Persian kings as their supreme
Yeah, this one's
symbol.
doing the same thing.
What did it represent? What did it all mean? Soon after
This one
Alexander's
does.
death, the conquered lands were split between two of the generals. For his
I don't know, I've never used
his
films before.
4-year-old son and his guardian, Alexander's brother, were murdered. Ptolemy and
Can I
his
go
successors
inside?
headquartered in Egypt seized the African domains. Seleucus and his successors, based in Syria, ruled Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and the distant Asian lands. Both new rulers embarked on efforts to learn the full story of the gods and lands now under their control. The Ptolemies, who were also established in the famed Library of Alexandria, chose an Egyptian priest known as Mantheo to write down in Greek Egypt's dynastic history and divine prehistory.
I think this one's working better.
Seleucus retained a Greek-speaking Babylonian priest known as Berossus
Now,
to compile for
it
them the
seems to have
history
caught
and
on to the fact
prehistory of
that I wanted it
mankind
to work.
and its gods according to Mesopotamian knowledge. In both instances, the motives were more than mere curiosity, as later events showed. The new rulers sought acceptance by suggesting that their reigns were legitimate continuation of dynastic kingships that stretched all the way back to the gods.
Nice big kill. Just gotta figure out how to make it work.
Transport us to the very prehistoric
What's up,
times
Coffee?
of
How
events
you doing, bro?
contained in Genesis 6 verses. It takes us beyond the issue of whether myths might somehow be true. A collective memory of past events that catapults us to the discovery that they are versions of actual records, some of which are purported to be
I'll be doing good if this thing keeps heating up.
before the flood. And there you go. There's just some information on.
Oh, yeah, I've-
Just kind of side stuff. That's the
Yeah, sure.
chapter 1.
Shit ain't
Start
no
with chapter
fucking
2
fun.
in the days before the flood.
And it takes a lot of getting used to, a lot of fucking exactly knowing what to do, and how to stretch, which to stretch, and when to stretch. You don't want to stretch the wrong one. That hurts too.
Enlisted by Ptolemy
Fuck me.
Philadelphia, circa 270 BC, Mantheo,
Just
whose name
move around
means
carefully, I find.
men
But
of
that doesn't
Thoth,
always
or
work either,
gift
does
of
it?
Thoth. Wow.
I threw my shit out
So
yesterday,
Mantheo's
just
name
fucking
means
sitting
gift
around. I
of
was like,
Thoth.
oh shit, and I felt it going.
Almost like
I don't even know what the fuck
you know,
caused
the
it.
gift of
Just
Thoth
sitting
getting,
there.
seeded from his bloodline or something. That's
I was fighting it since yesterday, but it just got me in the ribs
Mantheo,
today. I
or
was like,
gift
wait a
of
minute.
Thoth, compiled
I feel
the
you.
history and the history of ancient Egypt in 3 volumes. The original manuscript, known as Egyptica, try to see how you pronounce that. Egyptiaca? Okay. Egyptiaca was deposited in the Library of Alexandria only to perish there with other irreplaceable literary.
Anytime
and
I ever worked at
treasures.
Paragon, somebody else worked it for me.
Natural and man-made
I've worked
calamities,
Scott.
including
Scouter, they're a lot different. Mine's a lot different too. Fuck man, I just turned up my fucker and it goes on. This shit's all, you gotta push buttons and stuff to make it work right.
Matthew listed gods and demigods as reigning long before human pharaohs became kings in Egypt. The Greeks were not completely ignorant of Egypt and its past, certainly, since the historian come explorer Herodotus visited the land 2 centuries earlier. On the subject of Egypt's rulers, Herodotus wrote that Egyptian priests said that Men was the first king of Egypt. True to apparently the same sources, Matthew's list of pharaohs also began with one called Menes in Greek, but it was Matthew who was the first to arrange the succession of pharaohs by dynasties, an arrangement followed to this day. Combining genealogical affiliations with historical changes, his comprehensive list of kings gave their names, lengths of reign, order of succession, and some other pertinent information. What is significant in Matthew's list of pharaohs and their dynasties is that his list begins with gods and not with pharaohs. Gods and demigods, Matthew wrote, reigned over Egypt before any human pharaohs did. Their names, order, and lengths of reigns, fabulous, fantastic, scholars say, began with a divine dynasty headed by the god Ptah, ancient Egypt's creator god. Ptah, who reigned for 9,000 years, Ra reigned for 1,000 years. Yeah, these guys were immortals. Shu, who reigned for 700 years, Geb reigned 500 years, Osiris reigned 450 years, Seth reigned 350 years, Horus reigned 300 years, and Seven reigned to 12,300 years. Wow. Like his father Ptah, Ra was a god of heaven and earth, having arrived in earlier times from the planet of millions of years in a celestial baroque called the Benbin, meaning Pyramidian bird. The Pyramidian bird, he arrived in a craft called the Pyramidian bird. Here we go again. Fucking Klingon bird of prey, baby. It was kept in the Holy of Holies of a shrine in the sacred city Anu, the biblical On, better known by its later Greek name, Heliopolis. Though benefiting from unbridled longevity and playing a role in Egyptian affairs for millennia to come, Ra's reign as Ptah's successor was cut short abruptly after a mere 1,000 years. The reason, we shall find, was significant to our quest. The first divine dynasty that ended with Horus, Matthew reported, was followed by a second one headed by the god Ptah, another son of Ptah, but only a half-brother of Ra. Its reign lasted a total of 1,570 years. In all, Matthew said gods ruled for 13,870 years. A dynasty of 30 demigods followed. They reigned a total of 3,650 years. All in all, Matthew wrote, divine and semi-divine rulers reigned a total of 17,520 years. Then, after a chaotic intermediate period, that lasted 350 years, with no one reigning over the whole of Lower and Upper Egypt, Mian began his first dynasty of pharaohs ruling over a unified Egypt. Various modern archaeological discoveries that corroborate Matthew's pharaonic list and order of succession include a document known as the Turin Papyrus, and an artifact called the Palermo Stone, so named after the museums in Italy in which they are kept. Of course they're in Italy. Why would they be anywhere else? Oh yeah, they're just Egyptian artifacts. They need to be held in Italy, in Rome. Yes, that's what it's going to be. Why? Of course, because the priests of old who had this technology are now the priests of today, and they are the same keepers of this knowledge and this information. They want to hoard it, keep it all to themselves. The corroborating finds also include a stone inscription known as the Abydos list, in which the 19th dynasty pharaohs Seti I and his son Ramses II, who reigned 1,000 years before Manetho's time, depict themselves carved on the walls of the main temple in Abydos, a city in Upper Egypt. It lists the names of 75 of their predecessors, beginning with Mena. The term corroborates Manetho's divine, semi-divine, and chaotic interval lists, and including subsequent pharaohs, names a total of 330 rulers, just as Herodotus had been told. The famed Egyptologist Sir W.M. Flinders Petrie excavated a group of tombs in a most ancient cemetery on the outskirts of Abydos. Stelas that served as tombstones and other inscriptions identified the place, located beside a purported tomb of Osiris, as the burial grounds of 1st and 2nd dynasty pharaohs. The sequence of tombs from east to west began with one bearing the name King Menes. Petrie identified tombs bearing the names of all the dynasty pharaohs, and in his master work, The Royal Tombs of the First Dynasty, acknowledged that the finds confirmed Manetho's list. Moreover, he found tombs with the names of pre-dynastic kings, nicknamed them Dynasty Zero. Subsequent Egyptologists have identified them as rulers during the chaotic period listed by Manetho, corroborating that part of his listings too. The importance of such corroborated data goes beyond the issue of divine and semi-divine dynasties in pre-pharaonic times. It throws significant light on the subject of the deluge and pre-diluvial times, since it is now known with certainty that pharaonic rule began in Egypt circa 3100 BC. Manetho's timeline takes us back to 20,970 BC. Climate and other data presented in my books, The 12th Planet and Genesis Revisited, led to the conclusion that the deluge occurred some 13,000 years ago, circa 10,970 BC. The resulting difference of 10,000 years is exactly the length of the combined divine reign of Ptah, 9,000 years, and the abruptly cut short reign of Ra of 1,000 years. This is a significant synchronism that links the
have to fucking look this up, man.
It suggests that Ptah reigned before the deluge, that Ra's reign was abruptly cut short by the deluge. It confirms the reality of the deluge and its timing on the one hand, the veracity of Manetho's divine and demigod data on the other. Astounding as this synchronism is, it is not merely coincidental. The Egyptians called their country the Raised Land because at one time ancient lore said it was inundated by an engulfing avalanche of water that completely flooded the land. The god Ptah, a great scientist, came to the rescue. On the night,
Hate to do this to you,
manufactured by Ordnance Surround.
but I got it.
Found on many films, including Paragon Benchtop 16.
Yeah, it's all mine and it sucks.
It can be configured to program in Fahrenheit or Celsius.
It's Fahrenheit.
We'll start by programming a basic schedule to slump this 6mm piece in Benchtop 16. The schedule will contain 4 ramp hold segments. The Century Express 4.0 is a 3-key controller.
No
Each
doubt.
key performs multiple functions.
I see that.
The 3 keys are start stop, higher or the up arrow, and lower or the down arrow.
You're killing me.
Starting at the idle screen, press start stop. If this is the first time the kiln has been programmed, the display will show SBD1 or speed 1. Otherwise, you'll see the last program you were using. We'll return to the speed options later. For now, press the up key to scroll to the program options. The Century Express controller can store a total of 4 ramp-pulled programs. Each of these programs can have up to 8 segments. Programs read as Pro 1, Pro 2, Pro 3, and Pro 4. We'll be using Program 4. When you get to the program you want, press Start Stop. The display will alternate between RA1 and a number. RA1 refers to the ramp or rate of heat in degrees per hour of the first segment. In our schedule, ramp 1 is 300 degrees per hour. Use the up and down keys to enter this rate. The longer you hold the up or down key, the faster the numbers will increase or decrease. If you overshoot or undershoot, the keys make it easy to adjust. Once you've got the correct rate, press Start Stop to enter. The display will now alternate between F1 and a number. This is the goal temperature, or set point, of the first segment of our schedule. The set point of our first segment is 1200 degrees. Again, use the up and down keys to enter the correct temperature and press Start Stop. The screen will now alternate between HLD1 and the number. This refers to the hold time, or SOAP, for segment 1 in hours and minutes. We want to hold at 1200 for 30 minutes. Input the hold time and press Start Stop to enter. We're now at RA2, or the second ramp hold segment. In our schedule, the rate is AFAP, or as fast as possible. On the Century Express 4.0, AFAP is displayed as full and can be accessed by keying below 0 or above 1798. Enter the rates, temperatures, and hold times for the remaining segments. This schedule has 4 segments. When you reach RA5, set it to 0 degrees per hour. This tells the controller that the program is finished after segment 4. Next, review your program. To do this, press the Start Stop key through Start, On, Stop, and Idle. Continue pressing the Start Stop key to review your program. If you find an error, correct it by using the up or down keys, then press Start Stop. Once you've checked the firing schedule for accuracy, press Start Stop. The display will read Start. When you're ready to start the program, press the Start Stop key again. The display will read On, and you will hear the kiln click on. It is now firing. Now we'll cover some commonly used programming options, starting with how to review a program while the kiln is running. Press the down key once. The controller will scroll through the entire program, then return to the run screen that displays the current temperature. Reviewing the program does not affect the firing. You may want to add a delay to a schedule so you can be present for a specific stage of a firing, for example, during a slump. To add a delay, go to the Start screen. You can do this 2 ways. Either press and release the Start key until you get to the Start screen, or for a quicker way, start from idle, then press the down key until you get to the Start.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Rivers Island Avenue, also called Elephantine, near the river.
We're good.
Cataract
I can go look.
Upper Egypt.
We're on.
Ptah formed a cavern in the mighty rocks and installed in it sluices that controlled the river's flow, enabling the ground downstream to dry out. Literally, in Egyptian eyes, raising the land from under the waters. The feat was depicted in Egyptian art The modern Great Dam at Aswan is located at the same site near the first cataract. These events may well offer an explanation why the god who then assumed reign over Egypt was called Shu, whose name, dryness, bespoke the end of the watery catastrophe. His successor bore the name Geb, meaning he who heaps up, for he engaged in great earthworks to make the land even more habitable and productive. Yeah, there you go, mound building, Geb, he who heaps up. He's heaping up the land to make earthworks to make the land habitable. There, early mound builders. Like pieces in a jigsaw puzzle, all these diverse facts add up to an Egyptian record of a deluge, a great flood, circa 10,970 BC. To these tidbits of Egyptian prehistory concerning the deluge, one can add the fact that as a way to unify Egypt, Mian emulated Ptah by creating an artificial island in the Nile where it began to branch out into a delta and built there a new capital dedicated to the god Ptah. He named it Men-Nefer, the good place of Mian, Memphis in Greek. Like Greek history and art, the history and prehistory of ancient Egypt cannot be divorced from the active presence and physical existence of its gods.
Oh, hell yeah. That
Wherever
is a
one
big
looks or turns in Egypt, the statues, sculptures, depictions, temples, monuments, texts, inscribed and illustrated
Yeah, I
inside
couldn't figure out how to work it.
coffin lids
No,
or
it's
the
kicking.
walls of tombs,
fucking great.
all speak of name and
Fucking A! Could you do, now is that
Whatever
just
had
for
been
glass
recorded
or
and
could you
depicted
do
before Nanthe's
pottery in that
days,
too?
You can pottery in this.
Fucking A right.
Smelt
makes
metals.
his list of
Fucking
Pharaonic dynasties.
A right.
Why not
Thank
also
you.
accept the reality of gods followed by demigods as rulers in Egypt preceding human pharaohs? Picking up where we left off last night. In the slants of domains that test on time the tale of the past was assigned to a Babylonian priest and story
Yeah.
named
Down into a manageable size pieces.
Greek
Okay.
from Bel, Reshu, the word Bel
Called
equals Marduk,
bullet points.
is his shepherd, was born in Babylon when Alexander the Great was there. His task was much more complex than that of Manphio in Egypt, for his compilation was not limited to one land. It had to embrace many lands, different kingdoms, and diverse rulers who reigned not necessarily in succession, but sometimes contemporaneously in different and sometimes warring capitals. The 3 volumes he had composed, called Babylolithinica, dedicated to King Antiochus, are no longer extant, but portions of them were retained, having been copied and extensively quoted in antiquity by contemporary Greek savants, and later on by other Greek and Roman historians, including Josephus. It is from those references and quotes, colloquially known as the fragments of Berosus, that we know
Now, what
that
are you gonna
Berosus
use
chose to
the straw
localize
pieces for?
the subject.
Good bones.
Because
Yeah,
one
nice.
does not
Brilliant.
the history of
Okay,
one
Okay,
nation
okay,
or
yeah.
one
Now,
culture,
now,
but the
here.
whole earth.
Different size pieces.
Not a
Different
the
size
gods, but
pipes.
Yeah.
Hand pipes.
Okay, yeah.
of how it all, gods, demigods, kingship, kings, human beings, civilization, had come to be. A comprehensive history from the beginning to Alexander's time.
See, doing it this way gives you really good centrifugal
that we know that
spin on this
Yeah.
little, compared to really, that's, you can make really nice flares for goblets and stuff.
Yeah.
And
If you
asserted
get it
that
nice.
before there were men, gods alone
It
ruled the
helps
earth.
to pivot your axis,
Alexander,
side of your
a
body.
Greek
Yeah.
Roman historian geographer in the 1st century BC, reported in regard to the pre-diluvial era that in the second book of Berosus was the history of the 10
Do
kings
one side
of the
tends to
Chaldeans,
pull one way and then the other side
Right.
and
kind
the
of evens
period
it
of
out
each
for you.
reign, which consisted
Huh. Very
collectively
cool.
of 120
All right, I
shars,
gotta go back in
or
and see that.
432,000
I got
years,
babysitting my
damn.
kiln.
reaching to the
That
time of
Big
film
the
is
age.
freaking dope, man.
Chaldeans was a term
I'm
used to
super
describe
excited
the
about
astronomically
that.
savvy
Oh,
residents of
I
ancient
am too.
Mesopotamia.
It's heating up.
The grand total of 432,000 years comprised the combined reigns of the 10 listed rulers, whose individual reigns lasted anywhere from 10,800 to 64,800 years. The Greek historians who quoted Berosus explained that the great lengths of those rulers' reigns were actually given in number units called shar, each shar, or saros in Greek, being equal to 3,600 years. The Greek historian
It'll take a little while to get it
disciple
hot, but
Aristotle
she's
quoted
eating up now.
Berosus made clear
Hey, Joey, how the hell are you? Hi,
these 10 rulers
Cat.
cities were all
Happy
in
fucking
ancient
belated
Mesopotamia
birthday.
and explained how their reign
Tomorrow's
periods were
Tom's
rendered.
birthday.
It is said that the first king of the earth was
By
Aloros.
the way, y'all know if everybody
He
is there or
reigned
not.
10
Hey, Dana, how
shars.
you doing? Hacksaw?
Now a shar is estimated to be 600
Everybody I
years,
missed?
3,600
There's
years.
few people in here now. Huh?
After him, Alabras reigned 3 shars. To him succeeded
Hey, Inspired, how you
from the
doing?
city of Pati-Biblan, who reigned 13 shars.
Fix to make some pretty stuff.
After him, Amenon
I had to figure out how to turn
He was
this kiln
of
on.
the city of Pati-Biblan.
I never worked a
Then
Paragon.
Megalorus
I've
of the
always
same
used
place
Scott or,
ruled 18 shars.
Air springs,
Deos,
Fuji
the shepherd,
controllers, shit like that. I
governed for
never
the space
used one
of
of
10
these.
shards.
I had to pull up a video.
Afterward reigned Endopha-
Hey, Sketch, what's happening?
Enodophus and Euidorchus. There were afterward other rulers, and the last of Sisythus.
We are at Rigs for
Their
Us
number amounted
in
to
Denver
10
up here.
kings, and the term of their reigns to 120 shards. Apollodorus of Athens also reported on the pre-diluvial disclosures by Berosus in similar terms. 10 rulers reigned a total of 120 shards, or
Yeah, it is inspired.
432,000 years, and the reign of each one of them was measured
I've been
in
in
3,600
several
year
fucking
shard
weeks
years.
without blowing glasses.
Indeed, all of those who
Okay, where you get
Berosus
started?
affirmed
Well, in the way
that he
it kind of
listed
got
10
started just a
divine
minute ago.
rulers who had reigned from the beginning until the Great Flood, treating the deluge as a decisive event. The name of the 10 pre-diluvial rulers, rendered as Greek names by those who quoted Berosus, and the lengths of their reigns totaling 120 shars, are shown on this page. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. The quotings from Berosus indicate that his writings dealt with several issues concerning mankind itself. How it came to be, how it attained knowledge,
First thing I'll
how
do
it
is try to
spread and
fix this.
settled the earth.
It's just sitting there looking like it needs fixed.
In the beginning, gods alone were upon the earth. Men appeared, according to the Berosus fragments,
So that
when
works.
Deus, God, also called Belos, decided to create man. He used for the purpose a twofold principle, but the results were hideous beings. Men appeared with 2 wings, with some with 4, and with 2 faces. Other human figures were to be seen with the legs and horns of goats. Bulls likewise bred
There
with
were
the heads of men.
giants in those days with Josh
All
Reeves
these
reading.
were preserved
Another
delineations of the
Sitchin
Temple
word.
of Belos in Babylon.
It's pretty good.
On the subject of how men attained
It just
intelligence and knowledge,
reinforces
Berosus wrote that it came about
more
thus.
and more of these
A
fucking
leader of
tales.
the early divine
and-
rulers named Oannes
exactly what we thought they were.
waded ashore from the sea and taught mankind all aspects of civilization. And Oannes was also said to be Quetzalcoatl as well. Oannes was
Drive safe, John.
escaped in some sort of, some people say it was a suit, basically like a fish suit. That's why he's depicted as, you see these fish people and these mermen things. And Oannes was one of the,
Closing the door. Cold out
he
here.
was one of the remnants of Atlantis that survived. And he showed up on the shores of Mesopotamia, and he's depicted, you can look him up, Oannes, and he's depicted as a fish, and he brought some of this knowledge that was left over from Atlantis and taught it to the indigenous humans in the areas where he landed. Oannes waded ashore from the sea and taught mankind all aspects of civilization. He was a being endowed with reason. a god who made his appearance from the Ephraim Sea that bordered on Babylon. Berosus reported that although Oannes looked like a fish, he had a human head under the fish's head. It had feet like a man under the fish's tail. Yeah, exactly. It was a suit. That's what Melody Hall described as well. It's basically like a self-contained. His human body would fit inside of this fish-like suit, so he could swim and survive in the seas like a fish, and not be out of place while going through the oceans. His voice, too, and language were articulate and human. This Oannes used to converse with men. He gave them insight into letters and sciences in every kind of art. He taught them to construct houses, to found temples, to compile laws, and explain to them the principles of geometrical knowledge. It was Oannes, according to the fragments recorded by Polyhistor, who put in writing a tale that explained how mankind came to be. Creation having been preceded by a time in which there were nothing but darkness and an abyss of waters. The Berosus fragments then included details regarding the defining event, the Great Flood, that separated the area of the gods from the times of men. According to Avicenna, Berosus reported that the gods kept knowledge of the coming devastating deluge a secret from mankind, but the god Horus, in Greek legends, the son of the god Uranus, Horus revealed to Ciceros that there would be a deluge on the 15th day of Dazios and ordered him to conceal in Sippar the city of the god Shamash.
Yeah, I got this shit down to a fucking science. They didn't know what day it's
all
coming.
these things and sailed immediately to Armenia, and thereupon what the god had announced did happen. To find out whether the deluge had ended, according to the Avicenna's quote, Ciceros released birds to see if they would find dry land. When the boat reached Armenia, Ciceros made sacrifices to the gods. He instructed the people who were with him in the boat to go back to Babylonia. As for himself, he was taken by the gods to spend the rest of his life with them. So he was raptured up or ascended up in some spacecraft, huh? Polyhistor's account was longer and more detailed after reporting that after the death of Ardates, or Obartes, his son Xithros ruled for 18 shars, and in his time the Great Flood occurred. Polyhistor read the Chaldean account of it as this. The deity Cronus appeared to him in vision and gave him notice that on the 15th day of the month, Dasos, there would be a flood by which mankind would be destroyed. He enjoined him to commit to writing a history of the beginnings, middles, and ends of all things, down to the present term, and to bury those accounts securely in the city of the sun god in Sippar, and to build a vessel and to take it with him, his kinsfolk and his friends. He was to stow food and water and put birds and animals on board, and sail away when he had everything ready. Yeah, long before Noah's Ark there, buddy. Following these instructions, Xithros built a boat 5 shades long and 2 shades wide, anticipating some raised eyebrows from other townspeople. Xithros was instructed by his god to just say he was sailing to the gods, and to pray for blessings on men. He then put on board his wife and children and closest friends.
The original version rolls right with the Greek
Xithros let
version.
out some of the birds, which, finding no food, came
And
out
the
of the vessel.
Bible.
On the third try, the birds did not return,
I didn't
and
make it up.
Xithros inferred that land had appeared. After his boat ran aground, Xithros, his wife, his daughter, and his pilot went ashore and were never seen again, where they were taken to dwell with the gods. Those who were left behind on board were told by an unseen voice that they were in Armenia and were instructed to return to their land and rescue the writings from Sippar and disseminate them to mankind. This they did. They came back to Babylon, they dug up the writings from Sippar, found many cities, set up shrines, and once again established Babylon. According to the fragments, Berosus wrote that at first, all men spoke the same language. But then some among them undertook to erect a large and lofty tower, but they might climb up to heaven. But Belus, sending forth a whirlwind, confounded their designs and gave each tribe a particular language of their own. The place at which they built the tower is now called Babylon. The similarities between the Berosus tales and those in the Bible's book of Genesis are readily obvious. They extend beyond the subject of the deluge and match each other in many details. The deluge, according to Berosus, occurred in the reign of the 10th pre-diluvial ruler Sithros and began in the month Deos, which was the second month of the year, or February. The Bible, Genesis 7:12, likewise states that the deluge occurred in the 600th year of Noah's life in the second month. Noah having been the 10th pre-diluvial biblical patriarch, starting with Adam. Like Zithros and Sithros, Noah was told by his God that a devastating avalanche of water was about to happen and was instructed to build a waterproof vessel according to precise specifications. He was to take aboard his family, animals, and birds, as Sithros did. When the water subsided, both released birds to see if dry land appeared. Noah sent 2 birds, first a raven, then a dove. Sithros' boat came to rest in Armenia. Noah's Ark came to rest in the mountains of Ararat, which are in Armenia. Another major event is similarly reported by both the Bible and Berosus. The incident of the Tower of Babel that resulted in the confusion of languages. We have quoted above the Berosus version. Like it, the Bible begins the tale in Genesis 11 with the statement that at that time the whole earth was of one language and of one kind of words. Then the people said, "Let us build a city and a tower whose top can reach the heavens." Berosus states the same thing.
Marduk
People
did
set out
too.
to erect a large and lofty tower. In the Bible, God, Yahweh, came down to see the city and the tower that the children of the Adam had built. He got concerned and confused their language so that they may not understand each other and scattered the people over the face of the earth. Berosus ascribes the confounding of languages to the Lord Belus and attributes mankind's scattering to the deity's use of a whirlwind. Do such similarities mean that the opening chapters of Genesis are one large fragment of Berosus that the compilers of the Hebrew Bible copied from Berosus? Not likely, for the whole Torah part of the Hebrew Bible, its first 5 books from Genesis to Deuteronomy, were already sealed, canonized in a final version, unchanged since then, long before the time of Berosus. That's contradictory. Again, here's some more contradictory bullshit. He gives you some, and he did this in the last reading, remember? You did? Yeah, come on. We've already established this was long before the Bible, but Sitchin's trying to say, oh, no, well, the Bible versions were already sealed and canonized before then. No.
How did the cuneiform? Yeah.
Another example of Sitchin's gatekeeping at its finest.
No, it isn't actually, because Hebrew
It is
is
a historical fact that the
second
Hebrew Bible was
language out of
already
the
in its sealed
cuneiform.
version when the 5 Torah books and the rest of the Bible were translated in Egypt into Greek.
Roses come well after both of those.
Ptolemy Philadelphus, who had
Sitchin's not
engaged
wrong.
Matthew to write Egypt's history. The translation still extant and available is known as the Septuagint because it was carried out by a group of 70 scholars. A comparison of its Greek text with the Hebrew Bible leaves no doubt that these savants had already in front of them the canonized version of the Hebrew Bible as we know it today. A Bible that was already in its final form before the time of Berosus and Antioch. Did then Berosus use the Hebrew Bible as his source? That too is unlikely, apart from his references to pagan gods, Cronus, Belos, Alanis, Shamash, who are absent in the monotheistic Bible. Many particulars in his writings are not found in the biblical version, so his sources had to be other than the Bible. A most significant difference occurs in the creation of man tale, with its terrifying mishaps in the Berosus version, in contrast to the smooth, let us fashion the Adam version in the Bible. There are detailed differences even where the two versions dovetail, as in the deluge story, in regard to the size of the ship, and more importantly, as to who was taken on board to be saved. Some of the differences are not insignificant. According to Berosus, there were on board, beside the immediate family of Noah, also several of his friends, as well as a skilled pilot. Not so in the Bible, that listed just Noah, his wife, and their 3 sons.
But so in the cuneiform.
This is not a minor matter. If true, then post-diluvial mankind, genetically and genealogically, does not stem solely from one Noah and his 3 sons.
The stories have
The whole
changed.
tale of Alanis, the god dressed as a fish, wading ashore to grant civilization to mankind, is nowhere in the Bible.
It's
Also absent in the Bible is the reference to a pre-diluvial city named Sippar, the city of the sun god Shamash, and the safekeeping there of every available writing. By claiming that pre-diluvial records of the beginnings, middles, and ends not only had once existed, but were hidden for safekeeping and were retrieved after Babylon was resettled. Berosus could have sought legitimacy for his version of prehistoric events, but he also suggested that those records of the past contained clues to the future, what the Bible and we nowadays call the end of days.
yeah, because we got 3
Though
sons.
the theme of linking the future to the past is part of biblical prophecy, in the Bible it is first mentioned in respect to Jacob long after the deluge. The logical conclusion that both the compilers of Genesis and then Berosus had access to the same or similar source material, which each used selectively, has been borne out by archaeology. But in such a conclusion, both similarities and differences take us back to our starting point. The enigmatic verses in Genesis 6. Who were the Nephilim? Who were the sons of God? And who indeed was Noah? In the Sumerian text, the ship of Zisidra was termed Ma-gur-gur, a ship that can tumble and turn.
Yep.
In the Akkadian text, it was referred to as Tibitu, with a hard T, meaning a submersible ship. The biblical redactor rendered it with a soft T, a tiba, a box, hence the ark in translations. In all versions, it was hermetically sealed with bitumen, but had one openable aperture. According to the Epic of Gilgamesh, the ship which Untashapli, God, that's a terrible word to say. Utnapishtim. The ship which Utnapishtim, the name of the Hebrew of the deluge in Akkadian, was instructed to build was 300 cubits, about 520 feet, about 25 feet long, and 210 feet wide at the top, and had a bulwark of about 120 cubits divided by 6 decks into 7 levels. 1/3 of her was above the waterline. Genesis 6:15 also reports a length of 300 cubits, but only 50 cubits of width and only 30 cubits of height. At the beginning of the 20th century, biblical scholars drew comparisons with the largest ever passenger ships then known, and they had similar measurements. These modern proportions of length, width, and height seem to agree more with the biblical description of Noah's Ark was as long as the city of Rome and as wide as the Great Eastern. And
Well, we're almost up to 700.
In his 1927 study, The Ship of the Babylonian Noah, The Assyriologist Paul Hopp suggested the design shown on page 35 was based on various ancient texts.
No.
So that's the end of chapter 2. All right, chapter 3, In Search of Noah. The deciphering of Egyptian hieroglyphic writing was decisively facilitated by the chance discovery during Napoleon's expedition to Egypt in 1799 of the Rosetta Stone, a stone tablet from 196 BC, now on display in the British Museum, on which a royal Ptolemaic proclamation was inscribed in 3 languages: Egyptian hieroglyphics, a later Egyptian cursive script called Demotic, and Greek. It was the Greek part that served as a key to unlocking the secrets of ancient Egypt's language and writing.
It is inspired. I'm
Rosetta
happy to
Stone,
just be here.
a single decisive master discovery of a
How
tablet
you
had
doing,
occurred
undercover?
in the ancient Near East. There, the process of discovery was long and tedious, but there too, other forms of multilingual inscriptions moved decisively along. Above all, progress was made when it was realized that the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, was a key to unlocking those enigmatic writings. By the time decipherment was attained, not only several languages, but several ancient empires, one of them most astounding, came to light.
Dirty cat dishes.
Fascinated by the tales, magnified as
I
centuries
gotta wash
past,
the dirty dog dishes.
of Alexander the Great and his conquests, European travelers ventured to faraway Persepolis, Greek for the city of the Persians, where remains of palaces, gateways, processional stairways, and other monuments were still standing. Visible engraved lines that turned out to be inscriptions were assumed at first to be some form of decorative design. A 1686 visitor named Engelbert Camphor to the ruins of this Persian royal site described the markings as cuneids, or wedge-shaped. The designation cuneiform has stuck ever since for what has in time been recognized
Got a
as
lot
a
of marble
script.
material too.
Cuneiform script variations on some monuments gave rise to the idea, as bad as the case in Egypt, royal Persian proclamations in an empire that encompassed many diverse peoples could also be multilingual. Disparate reports by travelers increasingly focused attention on some of the multilingual Persian inscriptions.
Well, it's starting to warm up nice.
The most important and complex of them was discovered at a site in what is now northern Iran. Of course, that's where King Darius and the winged disc of the history inscription. Yeah. I'm sure that's what he's talking about here. And bear that in mind when you hear all the Iran warmonger drums being beaten. Bear this information in mind. It was in 1835 that traveling in remote Near Eastern areas that were once dominated by Persian kings, the Briton Henry Rawlinson came across a carving upon forbidding rocks at a place called Behistun. There you go. The name meant the place of the gods. And the huge carving commemorating a royal victory was dominated by a god hovering within the ubiquitous winged disc. The depiction was accompanied by long inscriptions that turned out to be a trilingual record by the Persian king Darius I, a predecessor by a century and a half of King Darius III, who fought Alexander. In time, it was realized that one of the Behistun languages, dubbed Old Persian, resembled Sanskrit, the Indo-European mother language. It was a finding that opened the way to the decipherment of Old Persian. Taking it from there, the identity and meaning of the two other languages followed. One was later identified as Elamite, whose use in antiquity was limited to the southern parts of what is now Iran. The third matched the writings found in Babylonia, classified as Semitic, belonging to a group that also included Assyrian and Canaanite, whose mother tongue is called Akkadian.
This one here, you see me make
three
several 2-inch
was the
marbles
use of
on.
the same cuneiform
Right here.
script, in which each sign expresses a whole syllable and not just a
Anything
single
bigger than
letter.
that, I'll take care of it. That.
Here in one monument was an example of the confusion of languages.
You don't need all of those.
Hebrew,
to
the
make
language of the
different
Bible,
sizes.
belonged to a group of Semitic languages that stemmed from Akkadian.
Hey there, Salty, how you doing?
The fact that Hebrew uniquely has remained a spoken, read, and written language throughout the ages was the unlocking key there.
When you're making a marble,
So much so that early
you want to work the
scholarly studies
outside
of Babylonian
of
and Assyrian,
with the
two
marble.
Akkadian languages, provided word lists
You
that
start
gave their
dipping in
similar
here,
Hebrew
you
meanings
see
and
big
compared
marble
cuneiform
markers.
sign lists to their
You can
equivalents
put
in
pressure on it the
traditional
wrong way.
Hebrew
You
script.
need to write it right across that lip,
Word of the intriguing ruins of the Great Plain between
and
the
you
Euphrates
can
and
make them
Tigris
big
rivers,
right across
hence
that
the
lip.
name Mesopotamia, the land between two rivers, has been brought back to Europe. Has been brought
You
back
just
to
gotta be a
Europe
little
by
more
varied
careful.
17th and 18th
What's up,
century
Michelle? How you
travelers.
doing?
The suggestion is that such ruins represented Babylon and Nineveh of biblical fame,
Especially, you
stirred
know,
up a more active interest.
our cooking
The
weed is in
realization that 19th
storage.
century AD people were able to read inscriptions of people from a time before Greece and Persia,
We need a little trailer.
inscriptions from the time of the Bible, shifted interest geographically to the lands of the Bible and chronologically to much earlier centuries. In some
Where
of
is
those
Miss
ruins,
Polly?
inscriptions
She's
in
still in
cuneiform
here. She
script were
walked down
found on
here.
flat tablets. Tablets that were man-made of hardened clay, mostly but not always square or oblong in shape, into which the wedge-like signs were incised when the clay was still wet and soft. Curious what they represented and what they said, European consuls stationed in various parts of the Ottoman Empire pioneered what can be considered modern Near Eastern
Well,
archaeology.
it only took me about 3
Its
hours to get
beginning,
this fucking
excavating
kiln
ancient
working.
Babylon, took place south of Baghdad in Iraq in
I
1811.
guess we're about ready to get
In a
started.
twist of fate, clay tablets
No.
discovered in the ruins of Babylon
What is
include
that?
several whose cuneiform inscriptions recorded
Why do I
payments
keep
in
hearing
silver
that?
coins by Alexander for work done in clearing debris from the Assyrian temple. In 1843, Paul Emily Botta, the French consul in Mosul, a town now in Kurdish northern Iraq, and what was then the Ottoman-ruled Mesopotamia, set out to excavate an
Dumpster.
ancient source of such clay tablets at an ancient mound near Mosul. Yeah, there you go, ancient mound. The site was named Kayunjik after the nearby village. An adjoining tell was called Nebi Yunus, meaning the prophet Jonah, by the local Arabs. Botta abandoned the site after his initial probes there were unproductive. Not to be
I guess
outdone by the
Bob's out and
French, the
about.
Englishman A. Henry Layard took over the site 3 years later. The two mounds where Layard was more successful than Botta proved to be the ancient Assyrian capital Nineveh that is mentioned repeatedly in the Bible, and that was Jonah's destination according to the Bible's tale of Jonah and the
She
flood.
might be on her way up here. I don't know.
Botta found success farther north at a site called Khoresbad, where he uncovered the capital of the Assyrian king Sargon II and his successor King Shinarib. Later gained fame as the discoverer of both Nineveh and another site called locally Nimrud of the Assyrian royal Kalu named Kala in the Bible. Not counting Babylon, the finds by Botta provided for the first time visible evidence corroborating the Bible about the hero Nimrod and Assyria and its major cities. At Khoresbad, the excavators uncovered among the lavish wall reliefs glorifying Sennacherib and his conquests, panels depicting his siege of the fortified city of Lachish in Judea. The Bible mentions that siege when Sennacherib prevailed, as well as his failed siege of Jerusalem. Layard's finds include a stone column of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III that described in text and carved drawing his capture of King Jenu of Israel, an event reported in the Bible in Kings 2 and Chronicles 2. Wherever finds were made, it seemed it was like digging up the veracity of the Bible. By another twist of fate, Layard's sites, Nimrud and Nineveh, were on opposite sides of the river bend where Alexander had crossed the Tigris River and delivered the final blow to the Persian army. By the end of the 19th century, as rumblings of the conflagration known as World War I became more ominous, The Germans joined the archaeological race with its map-making, spying, and influence-peddling ramifications. Outflanking the French and the British, they took control of sites farther south, uncovering at Babylon most of the sacred precincts. The Ezekiel Temple Ziggurat and the Grand Processional Way, with its buried gates, including that of Ishtar. Further north, Walter Andre unearthed the olden Assyrian capital Ashur, named the same as the land of Syria itself and its national god Ashur. The Assyrian discoveries offer not just corroboration of the Bible's historical veracity, the art and iconography also seem to bear out other biblical aspects. Wall reliefs in Khorsabad and Nimrod depicted winged angels, akin to the divine attendants described in the vision of the prophet Isaiah, or that of the prophet Ezekiel's vision, where each had 4 wings but also 4 faces, one of which was an eagle. Of course, the eagle is a bird. Birds are avian reptiles. The discovered sculptures and wall depictions seem to also support some of the statements attributed to Berosus regarding what one would today describe as bioengineering gone awry, of men with wings, bulls with human heads, and so on, as earlier quoted. In Nineveh and Nimrod, the entrances to the royal palaces were flanked by colossal stone sculptures of human-headed bulls and lions. And on wall reliefs, there were images of divine beings dressed as fish.
Right, honored.
The very image of Oannes, exactly the way Berosus had described it. Although it had been when Berosus was writing almost 4 centuries since Ashur, Nineveh, and other Assyrian centers had been captured and destroyed, and some 3 centuries since the same fate befell Babylon, their ruins were still visible without excavation, with the sculptures and wall reliefs for all to see, illustrating what Berosus was talking about. The ancient monuments literally corroborated what he had written. But with all the unearthing of Assyria's and Babylon's grandeur, treasures, and larger-than-life art, the most important discovery were the countless clay tablets, many assembled in actual libraries, where the first tablet on a shelf listed the titles of the other tablets on that shelf. Throughout Mesopotamia, indeed throughout the ancient Near East, virtually each major urban city had a library as part of either the royal palace, the main temple, or both. By now, thousands upon thousands of clay tablets, or fragments thereof, have been found. Most linger untranslated in museum and university basements. Well, not anymore, Zachariah. Not since 9/11 happened and they convinced us that a country who originally wasn't supposedly involved in 9/11 was involved in 9/11 and convinced us to go there so we could invade and go into the Baghdad Museum and take all those. Of the main libraries discovered, the one of greatest consequence was Layard's find among the ruins at Nineveh. The great library of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal. It contained more than 25,000 clay tablets. Their inscribed texts, all using cuneiform script, ranged from royal annals and records of workers' rations to commercial contracts and marriage and divorce documents. It included literary texts, historical tales, astronomical data, astrological forecasts, mathematical formulas, word lists, and geographic lists. And then there were rows of tablets with what the archaeologists classified as mythological texts. Texts dealing with varied gods, their genealogies, powers, and deeds. Ashurbanipal, it turned out, not only collected and brought back to Nineveh such historical and mythological texts from every corner of his empire, he actually employed a legion of scribes to read, sort, preserve, copy, and translate into Akkadian the most important of them. Depictions of Assyrian scribes show them dressed as dignitaries, attesting to their high status. Most of the tablets discovered at Nineveh were shared between the Ottoman authorities in Constantinople. which is now Istanbul in today's Turkey, and the British Museum in London. Some related tablets found their way to the main museums of France and Germany. In London, the British Museum engaged a young banknote engraver with amateur Assyriologist named George Smith to help sort out cuneiform tablets. With a keen ability to recognize a particular characteristic of a cuneiform line, he was the first to realize that various fragmented tablets belonged together, forming continuous narratives. There was one about a hero in a flood, another about gods who created heaven and earth, and also man. In a letter to the editor about it in a London diary, Smith was the first to draw attention to the similarities between the tales in those tablets and the biblical stories in Genesis. One of the two ancient storylines, or one of the greatest religious representations, was the one akin to the biblical tale of creation. As it happened, the studies in that direction were led by a succession of scholars not in England, but in Germany, where pioneering Assyriologists such as Peter Jensen, Hermann Dunkel, and Friedrich deluge utilized additional finds by the German archaeologists to form a more coherent text in understanding religious, philosophical, and historical studies. At the British Museum in London, added to the tablets that Smith had been piecing together were new discoveries by a later trainee, Hermetic Rassam of Nineveh and Nimrod. Pursuing the creation storyline, the museum curator of Egyptian and Babylonian antiquities, Leonard W. King, found that a veritable epic of creation was in fact inscribed on no less than 7 tablets. His 1902 book, The 7 Tablets of Creation, concluded that a standard text had existed in Mesopotamia that, like Genesis, told a sequential tale of creation from chaos to a heaven and an earth, and then on earth from the gathering of the seas to the creation of man. Not in the course of the biblical 6 days for the day of self-gratification, but over 6 tablets plus a laudatory 7. The tale's ancient title, conforming to its opening words, was Enuma Elish, when in the height above. Tablets from various sites seem to have identical text, except in the name by which the creator deity was called. The Assyrians called him Asher, the Babylonians Marduk, suggesting that they were all renditions adapted from a single canonical version. I never heard that word. I was my biblical canon. I think Sister was getting a word up there. The word is canonized, not canonical. That's it. Obviously, Sister was more than obviously, you don't know. Renditions adapted from a single canonized version in Akkadian. However, the occasional retention of some odd words in names of celestial beings involved in the events, names such as Tiamat and Medimud, suggested that an original version might not have been in Assyrian and Babylonian and Akkadian, but in some other unknown language. The search for its origins, it was evident, was only beginning. Back to Victorian England and George Smith, there and at that time, it was the other storyline, the tale of the deluge, and a non-biblical Noah that captured popular imagination. Focusing his attention accordingly, the prolific George Smith pointed over thousands of tablet fragments from Nineveh and Nimrod, and matching pieces together announced that they belonged to a full-length epic tale about a hero who discovered the secret of the Great Flood. The 3 cuneiform signs naming the hero were read by Smith is Du Bar. And Smith assumed that he was really the biblical Nimrod, the mighty hunter who, per Genesis, had started the Assyrian kingdoms in line with the name of the ancient site Nimrod, where some of the tablets were found. Smith's reading of the fragments indicated the existence of an Assyrian deluge story matching the one in the Bible caused such excitement that the London newspaper, the Daily Telegraph, offered a grand prize of 1,000 guineas, a guinea being worth more than £1 sterling, to anyone who would unearth missing fragments that would provide the full ancient story. Smith himself took up the challenge. He went to Iraq, searched the sites, and returned with 384 new fragmented tablets. They made possible the piecing together and sequencing of all 12 tablets of the epic tale, including the crucial deluge tablet, Tablet 6. As to the prize, it was the museum that gratefully collected it, claiming that Smith went to Iraq while in its employ. Well, yeah, funny how that works, isn't it? Always find a way to fuck the guy who's actually doing the work. Well, you were working for us, Mr. Smith, so we get the money. Forget the fact that you had to go sweat in the hot-ass desert to get that shit. One can only imagine the excitement of discovering the Hebrew Bible's tale of the deluge and of Noah written down in other languages unrelated to the Bible. A text of what has since been known as the Epic of Gilgamesh. The initial reading is Dubar was in time dropped for the correct Gilgamesh, but the euphoria was not without problems. Among them, the variety of gods involved in the event compared to a sole Yahweh in the Bible. Well, the Bible contradicts itself. We made man in our image. Hello. Put no other gods before me. Hello. I've got multiples here. Wasn't until the monotheistic Amun-Ra came in that we had this one God system. That's why Christians say Amen, because they're praising their monotheistic alien human God from the 13th dynasty of Egypt, and you fucking Christians don't even know it.
Yep.
Amen, brother, amen. Yeah, go on and worship your pagan deities in the 13th dynasty of Egypt there. What? What are you talking about, boy? I whoop your ass. I'm a Christian. Yeah, you don't fucking know anything, do you? You're a goddamn idiot.
Pretty much.
I swear to God, when I'm at family dinners, I say Amun-Ra every time. Like, you know, you go to family dinners, everybody says grace or something. Somebody says a prayer. When you get done, I go, Amun-Ra. Like, let's say, what? What'd you say? Amun-Ra, what's that? It's the same thing you're saying, buddy. You just don't know it. I'm just smart enough to know, to figure out where that shit comes from. All hail the 13th dynasty of Egypt. All hail our alien monotheistic sun god. Yes. What? What you talking about, boy? You better not be saying nothing bad about Christians. I'll whoop your ass. Don't you always love that Christian reaction? Don't say anything about Christian, boy. I'll whoop your ass. Don't say, let's break this down. Don't say anything bad about Christians, boy. I'll whoop your ass. Boy, way to turn the other cheek there, Mr. Christian boy. Wait. I love that. Confounding the scholars, a king named Gilgamesh was nowhere listed as a Babylonian or Assyrian king. The hero Gilgamesh, scholars found, was identified in the very opening lines on Tablet 1 as king of Uruk, a city of wide walls and great ramparts. But there was no ancient city by that name anywhere in Babylonia and Assyria. As the tale was pieced together, it was also realized that Gilgamesh himself was not the hero of the flood. Being 2/3 of him divine, his adventures were in search of immortality. And it was in the course of that search that he heard the tale of the flood from one called Utnapishtim, a Mesopotamian Noah, who had actually survived the catastrophe. So who was Gilgamesh's scholars? And press wondered if he was neither the biblical Noah nor the biblical Assyrian Nimrod. In 1876, Smith summed up his various findings in a short book, the Chaldean account of Genesis. It was the first book to announce and compare the ancient text discovered in Mesopotamia with the creation and deluge text in the Bible. It was also Smith's last book. He died that same year at the young age of 36, but it ought to be remembered that it was the ingenuity and findings of this self-taught master of Akkadian that served as the foundation for the subsequent myriad studies. Those studies also uncovered the existence of yet another, more first-hand deluge tale. Its significance to our quest is that it probably had been a Berosus source. Titled in antiquity as usual after its opening words, Enuma Elu Awalam, to the gods as men, it has come to be known as the Atrahasis epic, after the name of its hero who tells the story of the deluge firsthand, making him Atrahasis, the actual Noah of the deluge version. This is Noah himself speaking. I want to back up, just read one little paragraph I read last night here, just to give context so you remember what it is that we're going to be getting into now. Those studies also uncover the existence of yet another more first-hand deluge tale. Its significance to our quest is that it might probably been a Berosus source, titled in antiquity as usual after its opening words, Enuma Elu Awilam, when the gods as men, it has become known as the Atrahasis epic, after the name of its hero who tells the story of the deluge firsthand, making him Atrahasis, the actual Noah of this deluge version. This is Noah himself speaking.
Just
We're picking up on the last one. For unclear reasons, it took time for scholarly attention to focus on this crucial text. Crucial because in it, Atrahasis, the exceedingly wise, tells what had preceded the deluge, what brought it about, and what happened thereafter. In the course of piecing together the text 3 tablets, a tablet fragment marked S, was essential for identifying the name Atrahasis. The S stood for Smith. It was he who, before he died, had found the key to another amazing Babylonian tale of gods, man, and deluge. As to the hero's name, it has been suggested with little doubt that Atrahasis, transposed to Hasis Atra, was the Zitharos in the Berosus fragments, the 10th pre-diluvial ruler in whose time the deluge had occurred, just as Noah was the 10th biblical ancestor in the line of Adam. The name transposition is one of the reasons for linking Berosus to the Atrahasis text. Another is the fact that it is only in this Mesopotamian version of the deluge tale that there is mention of the episode mentioned by Berosus of the townspeople questioning the building of the boat. It was all a wonder of wonders, transcending time from the Babylonian Berosus in the 3rd century BC to the 19th century AD. Bible-believing Western man actually held in hand a Hebrew deluge text written in cuneiform, as a Yale University publication called it in 1922. Inscribed on a tablet from a 7th century BC Assyrian library, this was an incredible time bridging of at least 2,600 years. But that too proved to be just an interim way station on the march back in history. Once again, this Assyrian text appeared to have a similar or parallel Babylonian version. It too contained unfamiliar words and names, certainly not of Semitic Akkadian provenance, gods named Enlil, Enki, and Ninurta, goddesses named Ninti and Nisaba, divine groups called
Live, not
and
memorized.
Agigi, a sacred place named Ikur. Where have they all come from? The puzzlement was even greater
Rigs for us,
when it became
Denver, if you're in
known
the
that a
area.
partial Atrahasis tablet
Sitting
that
on
it somehow
Colfax.
made its way
Got
to
a
the private
motorcycle for sale
library
too.
of J. Piermont Morgan, J.P. Morgan, in New York City circa 1897, contained a colophon, a notation
Kill's
by the
almost
tablet
hot. I'm
scribe
excited.
that dated the tablet
Hey, Lily.
to the 2nd millennium BC. Assyriologists were now looking at a leak back of 3,000 500 years. Now, wait a minute. Let's not glean over that. This Atrahasis tablet with
Far more than meets the eye.
3,500 years before the Bible found its way into the private library of J.P. Morgan.
You know, Dan.
And I'm a
I made a
conspiracy
video.
theorist
You need to watch.
for saying that these bankers and these people who were in these Jews who were told to run everything.
Because I deciphered it right
You
down
know,
to
I'm
all
a
the presidents, brother.
conspiracy theorist for saying that they're the ones that are covering all this stuff up. They're the ones who have an interest in this the most. There it is.
Well,
It's funny how
welcome to
you're
our
a crook
corner.
if you believe this
We'll
stuff.
be here all
But
week.
then you find something
Polly
like
just
this.
walked
You know, the
in.
guys at the highest levels are all into this stuff.
Hi,
But if
everybody.
you're a regular, everyday person, you're a kook if you're into it. See how that works?
So what are you making?
That's something.
right now.
I borrowed Seamus's umbrella.
I know it started spring.
I'm fucking
Yeah.
Made a
right.
bunch of points.
Well,
Made a bunch of
The
points.
puzzlement was even greater when it became known that a partial Atrahasis tablet had somehow made its way to the private library of
And you just sit
J.P.
here chilling,
Morgan
smoking?
in New York City,
Well,
circa
I was.
1897, contained a colophon, a
That's
notation by the
having
tablet
issues with
scribe
you
that dated the
going
tablet to
on.
the second millennium BC. Assyriologists were now looking
Thanks,
at a look
Glenn.
back of 3,500
Thanks, Glenn.
years.
thanks, Glenn.
And I love how it just cleans over why J.P. Morgan would have that in his possession.
Cheers.
Same reason why
Is
he
he
showed
online?
about
Is he
Tesla's
on?
technologies,
I
right?
didn't see him in
I
the
don't
chat
see
yet.
him in here
Efforts to piece together as
got
complete
ran out
a
of
text
Mary,
as
that's
possible
never
from
good.
various tablets and
What?
several renditions resulted in
Nick
traces
said he
in the
run
British
out of
Museum
Mary.
and in the Museum of the Ancient Orient in
Everybody
Istanbul,
was asking
Turkey.
who you were listening
Of
to.
all three tablets,
Josh.
even though
I knew it was
broken
Josh
parts,
Reeves. I didn't know.
There were
that
giants in those
Babylonian version of
days.
the Atrahasis.
It's
Fortunately,
Another
preserved in each
situation.
one was the scribal statement giving his name, title, and date of completing the tablet.
fucking 9-hour
As this
book.
was at one end of
Seamus
the
looks
first
perfectly
tablet.
content playing his
Tablet
video
1, when the
games.
gods like men. Number
I'm glad we can
lines,
park
416.
Tomorrow we'll park at the Safeway.
Copied by Kuaea, Jewish scribe. The month,
RV
December,
living.
day
Finding a
21
place
of
to
the
park.
year when
Where
Amin
we working
Saduqa, the
tonight?
king, made a statue of
I
himself.
don't know.
I know, huh?
Tablets 2 and 3
Little
were
ride
likewise
down.
the same scribe were also
Well,
dated
we
to
were only
particular
30
year
miles away there.
in the reign of King Ami Saduqa.
Earthquake storm in Hawaii.
It was not an unknown royal name. Ami Saduqa belonged to the famed
Hey,
Hammurabi dynasty of Babylon.
I'm
He
gonna send
reigned
a
there from
code to your phone for
1647 to
the
1625 BC.
thing so I can.
Thus, this Babylonian
Share.
version of the Noah deluge tale was 1,000 years
Oh,
older
God.
than
Someone's
Ashurbanipal's
calling me.
Assyrian version,
Probably just
and it too was a copy
Lauren says
of
hi.
what
Hi,
originally.
Lauren. I love you.
We find this tale's older and older.
Aha.
The incredulous scholars had the answers right in front of them. On one of his tablets, Ashurbanipal boasted thus:
Bottom corner.
"The god of scribes
Okay, I
has
can't
bestowed
read
on me the gift of the knowledge of his art.
905.
I have been initiated into the secrets of writing. I can even read the intricate tablets in Sumerian. I understand the enigmatic words in the stone carvings from the days before the flood."
A hurricane in the Gulf of
And that's what we're talking about with Roswell.
You know.
Stone carvings and stone carved from the days before the flood. Apart from disclosing the existence of a god of scribes, here was a confirmation by an independent source.
I do
centuries
like
before
twitching a
Moses
lot
and the
better
occurrence of the
because I can
deluge,
share the
plus
screen,
detail
switch
of
it, show you the Earth
enigmatic
models,
words
fucking
preserved in
everything
stone
else.
carvings from the days before the flood.
And we can listen to some
A
fucking
statement
kick-ass
that matches
music.
and corroborates the Berosus assertion that the god Kronos revealed to Cytheros that there would be a deluge and ordered him to conceal in Sippar, the city of the god Shamash, every available writing.
Those people are funny.
And then there is the prideful boast in the Ashurbanipal statement that he could, quote, even read the intricate tablets in Sumerian. Sumerian? The puzzled scholars who managed to decipher Babylonian, Assyrian, Old Persian, Sanskrit wondered what Ashurbanipal was talking about. The answer, it was realized, had been provided by the Bible all along. Before, the verses in Genesis, in 10:8 to 12, about the domains of the mighty hero Nimrod, had inspired the decipherers of those ancient languages to name the mother tongue of Babylonian and Assyria Akkadian, and served as discoverers
I'm sharing the.
of a map for the excavating archaeologists. Now, these verses also clarified the Sumerian mystery. He was first to be a hero in the land at the beginning of his kingdom, Babel and Erech and Akkad, in the land of Shinar. Sumer, or more correctly, Shumir, was the biblical Shinar. The very land
So, you know what else I was going to do was
attempted
Google
to build a tower whose head could reach the
Roadhouse.
heavens.
Near me.
The search for Noah
See.
became
For
clear he had to
Claudiana's
go
birthday.
to
Oh,
Shumir,
yeah, birthday, huh?
the biblical Shinar, a land that undoubtedly predated the
No, look,
Bronze
she's in
capitals of
chat.
Babylon, Assyria, and Akkad.
I just shared the
But
link.
which land and where had it been?
Thank donors. I wanted to see.
So that's in chapter 3.
Kilauea volcano lava
We'll start
flow.
through this. Sumer,
Yeah,
where
that's what
civilization
Mary's
began,
talking
chapter
about.
4.
Swarm on.
Sumer is now known as the land of a talented and dexterous people
Well.
in what is now southern Iraq. Usually depicted in artful statues and statuettes and
I haven't
devotional
seen none
stands.
of that. I've seen it
It
one
was the
time.
Sumerians who were the first
I'm
ones to
looking in a
record and
couple times
describe
on my
past
phone.
events
Live
You don't have
and
it on
tell
your
the
phone?
tales of their gods.
You ain't got it on your phone?
I don't have it
It
on
was
my
there
phone.
in the fertile plain watered by the great Euphrates and Tigris rivers that mankind's first known civilization blossomed.
Yeah, I pulled mine up.
Some 6,000 years ago, suddenly,
It never
How you
worked
think
on
I know
the
your
other
human
phone. I
spider?
should try to load it on this phone because it never worked on
it was a
any other
civilization
phone.
to which we
Oh,
owe
but
to this
Allison
day
called me.
virtually every
She said there was a dragonfly
deed
swarm in
essential
her
to
yard.
advance
Dragonfly
civilization.
Yes, abnormally large
The wheel,
dragonflies at that. And she wanted me to go to work with her, and I was like, dude, you coming to get me from Colorado?
Industries from baking to metallurgy, astronomy,
no.
and mathematics, cities and urban societies,
Kingship
kingship and laws, temples and priesthoods,
I was like, they gotta go.
a calendar, festivals, from beer to culinary recipes, from art to music and musical instruments,
Doing good.
and above all,
Yes.
writing and record keeping. It was all first there in Sumer. We now know that thanks to the achievements of archaeology. We now know all that thanks to the achievements of archaeology and the decipherment of ancient languages during the past century and a half. Along an arduous road by which ancient Sumer moved from complete obscurity to an odd appreciation of their grandeur,
Right here.
has a number of
992.
milestones bearing the
Waiting for it
names
to
of
get
scholars who made the journey possible.
10-8.
Some who toiled sites will be mentioned by us.
I'll probably
Others who
get
pieced
started
together
again.
and classified fragment artifacts during a century and a half of Mesopotamian archaeology are too many to be listed.
Who?
The double thing?
And then there were the epigraphers, sometimes out in the field, most of the time poring over tablets in crammed museum or university quarters, whose persistence, devotion, and abilities converted pieces of clay inside with permanent cunates into legible historical, cultural,
I
and
wrote the
literary
last
treasures. Their work was
Still on
crucial.
questions?
But while the usual pattern of archaeological ethnographic discovery has been to find the people's remains and then decipher their written records, if they had them. In the case of the Sumerians, the recognition of their language, even its decipherment,
I'm trying to clean out a
preceded the
bowl for
discovery
you.
of their land.
Got rid of my
Sumer,
pocket.
the common English spelling rather than Shumir with the H,
But I know
and
you're
it
gonna
was
be
not
doing this for a
because the
while.
language.
So,
Sumerian preceded its people. On the contrary, it was because the language in its script lingered on after Sumer was gone, just as Latin in its script had outlived the Roman Empire thousands of years later.
use over the camera?
The phonological recognition of Sumerian began,
Yeah, different.
as we have illustrated, not through the discovery of the Sumerians on the tablets, but through the varied use in Akkadian texts of loan words that were not Akkadian,
Looks like a human might be
the
spiking
naming
up.
of gods and cities by names that make no sense in Assyrian or Babylonian, and of course,
We'll call him
by
fucking
actual
angel.
statements
What you
by Ashurbanipal about the existence of earlier writings in Sumerian.
So what were you thinking for dinner?
This
Remain
statement
calm
was
and
brought
I know
out
you're
in the
not gonna
discovery
be
of
there to
tablets
make
that
it.
prove
Oh,
the same text in two
What am I
languages.
making
I'll
for dinner?
wait.
One
Because I'm not going to be
Akkadian,
there.
in a mysterious
No, I was
language.
gonna say I
Then
will
the next two
cook dinner,
lines
but
were in Akkadian and then in the other language. And
Like
so on
we're
and so
a
on.
million
The
miles
scholarly
away.
term for such bilingual texts is interlinears.
We got the house parked about
It was
2
in
blocks
1850
away.
that Edward
It's a half a
Hicks,
block away, y'all.
He said,
Up
Hicks,
this fence and you're a block
a
away.
student of Rawlinson's Behiston decipherments,
that's what I'm saying.
suggested in a scholarly essay that an Akkadian syllabary,
Not very
a
good
collection of
deception.
some 350 cuneiform signs, each representing a full consonant and vowel syllable, must have evolved from a prior non-Akkadian set of syllabic signs.
Looks like it.
The idea, which was not readily
A little
accepted,
bit of
was finally
sword
borne out
compression.
when some of the clay tablets in the Akkadian language libraries turned out to be bilingual syllabary dictionaries.
Polarities.
We are having internet
Lists that
issues
on
and
one
hot
side of the
water
tablet gave a
issues, y'all.
cuneiform sign in an unknown
Hot water.
language,
Mostly.
and a
Yes,
matching
Catfish,
list
poor
on the
thing,
other
he's gonna
side
be
in
in
Akkadian.
trouble
My
if I
God,
don't get a
it's
shower.
it's translated the alien language into our language. Jesus Christ! Oh my goodness!
Set up over
That's
there.
like the master key, so that they can communicate with us, and vice versa. Oh, that's interesting.
You're so cute.
All at once,
I'm sure
archaeology
Anna will let
obtained
you
a
take a shower
dictionary
tomorrow.
Smart.
You might.
of an unknown language. In addition to tablets inscribed as
Should I
a
step out
kind
to
of
smoke a
dictionaries,
cigarette?
the so-called syllabaries,
Should I smoke
various
a
other
cigarette
bilingual
You know
tablets
what?
have
Hit
served
that
as an
thing,
invaluable
but-
tool in deciphering the Sumerian writing and language.
Smoke
In
anything you want.
1869, Jules Hopper, addressing the French Society of Numismatics and
Is that
Archaeology,
fan awful
pointed out
loud
that
for
the
you
royal
guys?
title
Huge. Complain a lot.
Cod
She's here at management.
found on some tablets provided the name of the people who later received it. The Akkadian speaking
Trying to read what y'all are saying.
I call
They were, he suggested, the Sumerians. The designation has been applied ever since, although to this day, museums and the media prefer to name their exhibits on the
Look, I
title
can
of
see his
articles
forehead.
and programs from Babylonian.
I'm reading. They know I'm reading the chat.
Babylonian,
I
rather
know.
than the unfamiliar
You're saying-
story.
I get told that all the time. I can see your forehead. I can see what you're saying to me.
Developed civilization has been inherited from Sumerians. Many people still respond with a blank who?
I know it's funny when you're like, type faster so I know what the fuck you're talking about.
Look, they're 10:20, girl.
It's constituted
I'm about to get ready.
chronological as well as a geographical shift. From the
This
first
shit's
and
about to get
second
on.
millennia BC to the third and fourth millennia BC, and from northern and central Mesopotamia to its south.
Well, I'm just only open till
The
7.
ancient settlements
Oh, I
like
thought you said
Gilgamesh
until
was
8.
indicated not only by the numerous mounds that were scattered over the flat mudlands, mounds that
So
resulted
you're
from
probably
layers
gonna
of
come over
habitats
and in that time.
built upon top of layers called
Keep going.
strata of the remains of
You're at
previous
10:20
habitats.
already.
That's what we
Between
said.
were odd artifacts that local tribesmen dug
I
up.
got naked,
These
jumped up and
mountains,
down, fucking celebrated. See, where
showing
you
those
been?
the occasional
I always
European
used to
influence.
make it.
What we now know is the result of almost
Story
100
of our
years
life.
of archaeological toil
Do that.
that brought to light the
Fucking
very
6
debris of
minutes.
Sumer's
6 minute
14 or so
warning.
ancient centers,
It's almost 4:20.
virtually all of which are mentioned in the ancient texts.
And that's like 4:20 Denver,
Systematic
just
archaeology of
that's
Sumerian
the only
began
time that
in
exists.
1877 by Ernest A. Sarkaz, who was then the French
We're
vice
live at my
consul
friend Anna's rigs for us
My
today.
goodness.
It's a little bit
around some
drizzly.
important city on the
But if you're in
Persian
the area, come on by.
Gulf. At the
We'll show you how to
time,
blow some of this shit.
having been fascinated by the local trade and
Say hi
finds,
to Anna.
his real estate was in finding objects for private sale.
Good friend of mine.
He started excavating in a site locally called Tella, which means the mound. The finds there were so great that they did go to the Louvre Museum in Paris, where they fill up galleries, and so inexhaustible that French archaeological teams kept coming back year after year to this one site for more than 50 years through 1933.
couple of handpipes or something.
Tello turned out to be the
Turn
central
up-
precinct
Turn
of
up
Ersin,
Josh.
of a large Sumerian urban center called Lagash. Archaeological strata indicated that it had been continuously settled almost since 3800 BC. Sculpted wall reliefs dating from so-called early dynastic period, stone sculptures bearing inscriptions in immaculate Sumerian cuneiform, and a beautiful silver vase presented by a king named Etanmina to his god attested to the high level of Sumerian culture millennia ago. To top it all, more than 10,000 inscribed clay tablets were found in the city's library, the importance of which will be discussed later
I
on.
couldn't figure out how to work this thing for the
Some
first hour.
inscriptions and texts named the continuous line of kings of Lagash, who reigned from circa 2900 BC to 2250 BC. An uninterrupted reign of almost 7 centuries. Clay tablets and commemorative stone plaques recorded large construction undertakings,
Are you doing
irrigation, and canal projects.
No, I'm dinging Lucy. Her
There was
husband
trade with
just
distant
joined the
lands and even
freaking Marine
conflicts with
Corps.
nearby cities.
the fuck for?
Most astounding were the statues and inscriptions of a king named Judea.
Don't do that.
And that's one of the things I
Do
wanted
that.
to go film is that the Back Creek inscription, the Back Creek stone that was found in a Cherokee gravesite under a giant's head that had an inscription in Proto-Canaanite, Proto-Hebrew that said for Judea. In which he
417, young
described the
lady.
miraculous circumstances leading to the building of a complex temple for the
1040
god
on the kill.
Nershu and the
John's
god's
wagon.
spouse, Baal. The task detailed later on involved divine instructions given in twilight zone circumstances, astronomical alignments, elaborate architecture, the importation of rare building materials from distant lands. Hello? The importation of rare building materials from distant lands. My goodness, folks. You know, I hadn't wanted to go there with all this. I hadn't wanted to try to make
My
this
tan
time
was-
Anunnaki stuff
well,
at all. My goodness.
Oh
It's
my
getting
God.
hard nowhere, isn't it?
John's critiquing my fucking live. He said my camera's dirty.
Calendrial know-how
No
and
doubt it's dirty.
precise rituals all taking
Yikes.
place some 4,300 years ago. The Lagash discoveries have been
It's
summed
been
up
in-
by its
in
last
a-
French
in a
excavator,
Case for
Andre Parrott,
days.
in his book Tello, 1948. A few
Oh,
miles
look, look.
northwest of the mounds
I
of
was
Lagash, a mound locally called
Where you
Tel
going?
El Medina was located.
Remember I told you I made homemade Kahlua?
The French
Oh.
excavators of
We got
Lagash
drunk
peaked
the
at
whole
it too, but there was not much to excavate, for the ancient city that had been there
418,
was
y'all.
at some time completely destroyed by fire.
My pipes all
A few
sitting there.
finds, however, helped
Is it
identify
terrible?
that ancient city
Oh,
as
no, it looks
Ban
pretty
Tibiar.
terrible.
The ancient city's
That is
Sumerian name,
Hey, well, you gotta
Tibiar,
remember, you're on
meant
looking at
the
my screen
metal
too, and it's just dirty.
Other discoveries clarified later.
What's up, live?
Ban Tibiar was indeed considered to have been a metalworking center.
Brian Forrester,
Is
you
it
know,
on yet?
A decade
Brian
after
Forrester's
the
a
Sarzak
dog
began
pile.
excavation
One
of
minute,
Lagash,
Captain.
a new major archaeological player
Period.
joined the effort to
He
uncover
ain't no
Sumerian.
better than Graham Hancock.
The University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia.
I try to give him Peru and Giza and fucking Ra and all that shit. Cartwheel him. He ain't
center
interested.
in Sumir was a city called Nippur. In 1887, John Peters, a professor of Hebrew
Happy
at the
420.
university, succeeded in lining up academic
Happy
support at the
420.
university and financial support from individual donors
Yay.
to organize an
I just watching
archaeological
this shit
expedition to find
with
Nippur.
Polly yesterday. Wasn't that yesterday?
The location
I was like, look, that piece of shit knows Ra. I gave him Ra.
Southern Mesopotamia. I can't give you a now. 1965, even though the month when he was called Nippur by the locals.
Damn straight, Lily.
References to ancient Nippur as the new
Is that the same kind of thing?
Is
that?
No, that is concrete. This is. Pure carbon. Yeah, and then their CNC drove
The
out.
excavations focused at first on the city's south sacred precinct, whose location, as incredible as it may sound,
They fascinate me.
was
Like,
indicated
I mean,
on
what do you call
the
this?
city map.
I gave it to him.
Clay tablet.
That's the problem. That's a leaf
There are the
punch.
remains of a high-rising ziggurat step pyramid.
Missed you too, Marilyn.
In the city's sacred precinct that tested
A
its
leaf
dominance
punch?
of the city.
So you can make a leaf?
House which is like a mountain. It was the main temple dedicated to Sumerian
I do.
pagan god.
Wow.
Genius.
I know. I got turtle things. I got
You got turtle things?
small things.
What? Oh my goodness gracious. Turtle things. What do you mean skull things? Like, oh, we can make little glass skulls. That's
I can
fucking
make little
badass.
glass skulls look like big glass skulls too. Encapsulated in marbles.
Cool, cool.
That's
A command center and a control center designed a mill that connected Earth with the heavens. The expedition finds that the pole deemed by some to be of unparalleled importance and proof discovery of nearly 40,000 inscribed plates.
It's nice to be live. You know, if we had a generator, we could do this at all times. So I'm trying to sell that bike. No, anybody wants to buy a bike?
Most definitely.
Now, I got a friend supposed to, but I mean, I don't care. I don't care first come, first serve at this point. I need to
Seamus
fucking
is
sell it.
looking forward to setting up his computer and playing video games as soon as we get it. And I just got Eva repaired and haven't had her up for a week because we have no generator.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be nice to have some electricity flowing. We could go to the campsites that have the outlets and stuff.
Apologists, the problem is, I know Brian Forrester. The moon is doing a cartwheel. The Earth's axis shifted. And Ra is the blue sun. Horus is the red sun. I've given him that. I've also shown him correlation in the king's staffs and the boats and all that. Not interested. It ain't about theory, it's about fact and reality. And it's about time some of these big fucking people that take money to look the other way. You can't tell me for 1 minute that Graham Hancock nor fucking Brian Forrester looked at those fucking king staffs with fucking boats and was like, huh, that's completely different than Giza.
Yeah, right.
You can't fucking tell me that. Okay? So not only is it theory, it's confusion and lie and omission of truth. It's fucking murder. I don't like it. You might make excuses for them. I can't. I cannot and will not. I don't want to. They have to live with what they're doing. And that's all I got for Brian Forrester. And his fucking time is very short. It led to one of the greatest advances in Sumeriology. On this channel, Peru, same as Giza. Go. I made the video. Peru, same as Giza. Go look. We'll be here, I promise. Learn something. It's fucking amazing. You're going to throw stones at every one of these people as soon as you see what I fucking showed you. I can't sit and tell you. That's bullshit.
I don't understand how
Go look. Go open your mouth. Peru, same as Giza.
Lying by omission. It's still lying.
I took one look. I had never looked at any of this shit, dude. I was like, oh my God. Oh my fucking God. You're kidding me. Mind blown. It's the same story globally, and they all know that. They have to, or they really suck at their job. I promise we'll be here It's an amazing 15 minutes. I don't remember if there's Iswal on the front of it. If there's Iswal, because that happened all the time.
Is this something you're repairing?
Nope. I don't know. We don't know what we're talking about. No, it's not.
Little heart thing in it?
Oh, that's an open.
In Genesis 11, 1-4, regarding the construction methods of settlers in Shinar after the deluge, and the whole earth was one language, and of one kind of words. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east.
The best I can offer anybody that comes over talking about something that we've figured out is just to show them the video, right? I ain't gonna sit here and go over the whole staff of both things if you don't know what it is. But seriously, what the fuck? I have nothing else to say about that whole thing except they're liars. They're fucking liars. It is the same story, isn't it? You can look at this shit now. You know how to read that shit. Well, God, that's kind of loaded, isn't it? How you doing, Sparky? How you doing, Jeezy? Well, you know, the Jesus of the Bible, no, it's not who that was, and that's not the story.
That's what all this means to some of these people.
You gotta understand, Rome took a hold of that shit and twisted it and tried to hide us from ourselves. I'll tell you the most important things in that Bible come out of that red text.
I'm not saying that it isn't relevant. I'm just saying that to try and use
the meek are going to inherit the earth in a very physical manner. Without us, none of life will survive what's fixing to happen. You have to bring your frequency to love the creator of everything, not a little God. The creator of every atom in existence. The creator of these first angels, first creation. You bring your frequency to the same frequency as the big electron magnet, you will inherit that strength of the magnet in yours. It's simple physics. Jesus was a physicist because he knew every atom in existence was a magnet at the very center. 1748 hertz, the same oscillations you get when you get goosebumps. Jesus had an awful lot of names, just like Noah and Moses and all of them. If you want to know the truth, go to Bible Canon. The original, before it was twisted so many times. We're listening to someone today. Sitchin did the work, made it easy. And I can attest for that. I listened to Sitchin's shit, and then I went and looked up the tablets. Fuck me. You ever read Sumerian? It's very repetitive. It's very boring. But the tale is there. They just repeat like a verse every fucking other line in the story. It's like, holy shit. But you got to pay attention to that verse because sometimes that verse changes. It's strange.
As well as a social organization based on kingship and religion centered and a specialized priesthood. Additionally, the existence of scribal schools and temple and royal libraries indicate astounding levels of intellectual and literary achievements.
Well,
the Sumerologists say
have you ever read Bible Canon? That's the question.
History begins at Sumer.
Because you'll find out that Yahweh is actually Lord Enki, or Enlil, my bad. gazelle.
The first historian
You'll hear where Ishkapikan is Noah and how these gods created the flood, slashed and burned what they couldn't fucking drown.
Civilization in Europe and America, but all of that served to increase the pace of
In the Bible, his name's Enoch. Yeah.
archaeologists dug, the more they found themselves facing earlier and earlier times.
The grandfather.
A site called Maya was excavated by an expedition of the U.S.
But we hear, have you ever heard the tale of Gilgamesh? That's a mind bender. That's one of Noah's sons. Gilgamesh, one of the kings of the earth after the flood. And he goes back and talks to Ishkapikan about the flood. Talk about an eye opener.
French archaeologists uncovered the ancient Sumerian city of Kish, with the remains of two ziggurats that were built of unusual convex bricks. A tablet inscribed in early Sumerian identified the temple.
Okay, so you watched one video and decided it was probably the same story. Well, yeah, globally.
I'm going to the ladies' room.
You're talking to about 1,000 people here that have actually gone out and read their own hieroglyphs. We got omnipresence, healing, magnetic manipulation.
Including remains of wheeled wagons and metal objects. Inscriptions identify two kings by the names Nes Ali and Legal Mu. It was later determined that the names are historical in the third millennium BC.
Oh, you're there.
I think so.
There.
Chicago's Field Museum of Natural History and Oxford's Ashmolean Museum. Among their finds were some of the earliest examples of cylinder seal impressions. In 2004, the Field Museum launched a project to unify digitally on computers the more than 100,000 Kish artifacts that have been dispersed between Chicago, London, and Baghdad. In the 1880s, a site called Abu Haba drew the attention of L.W. King of the British Museum with interesting tablets dug up at the site by local plunderers.
Yeah, and he was ghost white and all kinds of stuff like that, according to the cuneiform too. And the thing you got to understand is our original sun was that blue sun that's behind us, that has us tilted. And that's well beyond debate too, I think. We've been there for a while. Sorry for y'all who missed it.
Being presented to the god as King Nabu Akwa-Inu, who in the 9th century BC refurbished this Nash temple in Sabah. The city's twin mounds were more thoroughly excavated in the 1890s by a joint expedition of the Deutsche Orient.
What about Julian the song? You listen to too much.
The Deutsche Orient Gershon Ottoman Antiquities Service of Ottoman Empire. Yeah. They not only discovered undiscovered hordes of textual tablets.
Well, Lori, I started my oldest videos and follow my links to the BitChute because I only give it the truth. I was a sitting senator's investigator for quite a few years. Top investigator, precedent setting, record 1 and 2 holder in the fucking state of fucking plus votes, unanimous decision, the only in history, against a federally implemented curriculum called the Core. That's an accomplishment on its own. The second most populous vote in North Carolina history was the legalization of hemp, forcing federal regulations and legalization of CBD. And then I stepped down because of a plot to kill you that I was told about. I was offered a bunker for my son in it, and I turned it the fuck down and started screaming, hey, you might want to look at your fucking sky because our planet tilted, making the moon roll. And it's not just the moon, it's Umbri's proven. Jupiter, fucking all of it. Look at Orion at 2 o'clock in the morning. Orion's laying flat on his fucking back. Then he starts rising a little bit. About sunrise. He's laying flat on his fucking back in the morning. He's the winter hunter. He's been laying on his goddamn back all summer. We shouldn't even have been seeing him, but he's been laying on his back all summer doing this thing from fucking 2:30, 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning. Laying on his back, rising on his fucking back. The winter hunter.
No certain answers can be given except for Corporos.
That shouldn't happen.
Kronos ordered Zitharos to dig a hole and to bury all the writings about the beginnings, middles, and ends in Sapar, the city of the sun god Shamash. When the flood survivors came back to Babylon, they dug up the writings from Sapar, founded many cities, set up shrines, and once again established Babylon. Was the unique storage in cut-out compartments a reminder of the digging of holes to preserve the most ancient tablets? So that's interesting. I don't think I've really picked up on that before. So essentially what he's saying here is that, wow, that's utter proof that all of these stories are much older than we perceive them to be. The source of the Bible, the source of the Sumerian text, any of them. Because they were ancient already in one of the first civilizations.
Into that, the whole shit on BitChute that I got, that I've lost 7 fucking channels on this format for. BitChute hasn't taken anything down. Some shit plays slow.
Right there, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever really wanted to know,
I was right
how they control us,
because I was told
they control this worldwide system,
that was going to happen.
Right, the entire world system,
I knew what to look for
the entire
in the first place.
Government global system of these individuals.
I had a little head start, but I was trying to warn everybody.
Happens because of that. The original knowledge, in its unfiltered form, has been withheld from us.
I know, Lily, I need to sell my bike. That'd be a few $1,000s towards that $500 generator. I've been looking. That's no reason. I'm setting up shop right here. We're going to be working here in rigs for us all week, taking custom orders, and if you're in the area, it'd be beneficial to stop by and say, hey, we're going to have a generator, one way or another. We're going to sell that fucking bike. I'm letting it go at 45. I mean, that's a fucking steal price for that bike. It's vintage, but brand new. I put 1,000 miles on it myself. And biggest bike I ever rode up until that one was a 750. And I don't think I could go back. I really like this bike. Paul keeps reminding me she needs hot water though. So I'm gonna sell that thing. It's for sale. I posted it everywhere on Facebook too, on the marketplace. Man, Facebook's so full of shit. I don't know. The only thing I'm getting back is bots wanting my phone number. Like, no.
This is the path between some of the small ground. I've always fucking remembered with me.
I sold my car. We used that gas money to go fucking to La Junta and back in the last couple of days out here in Evergreen hanging out.
That's a par that till the deluge began to assume physical reality, but was only the beginning. In the decade preceding World War I, German archaeologists under the auspices of the Deutsche Orient Gesellschaft began excavating in a site locally named Thar. It was an important Sumerian city called Shipara, which had been settled well before 3000 BC. Among its interesting features were buildings that were without a doubt public facilities, some serving as schools and built-in mud brick benches. There were plenty of inscribed tablets whose contents threw light on daily life, the administration of laws, and the private ownership of houses.
See if I can make this thing stop beeping.
Tablets that mirrored urban life 5,000 years ago. The inscribed tablets asserted that this Sumerian city had a pre-diluvial, pre-flood predecessor, a place that played a key role in the events of the deluge. The discoveries there stood out by their unusual hoard of cylinder seals, or their impressions, a unique Sumerian invention that, as the cuneiform script was in time adopted throughout the ancient lands, these were cylinders mostly an inch or two in length that were cut from the stone, often semi-pressure.
Yeah, I've seen that, Lily, where breathing helps you tolerate cold. I don't know how that's even possible. But yeah, it's emotional too. It's very emotional. You gotta control your emotions. And I found the best is just being grateful to have a creator so fucking brilliant that you can be a tool and help heal somebody. And it just brings on the goosebumps. You know, you're really just everybody I've ever done that for told me, God, I'm feeling electric, or I'm feeling, hey, I know they all feel the push. You can see the push. You know, move things. It's just knowing and practicing and understanding that you're a tool. Play with your little toy. Learn how to use it. Practice.
It was there that the god Enki revealed to Upanashi the secret of the coming deluge and instructed him to build the salvage boat. Man of Shuppak, son of Ubar-Tutu, tear down the house, build the ship.
Well, you're a healer.
Give up possession.
That's the whole thing. Heal.
Forswear belongings. Keep soul alive.
What's up, Glenn? I've been thinking you all day, motherfucker.
That ship thou shalt build, its dimensions shall be to measure.
I'm working on Polly. Polly has seizures. I mean, we all know this. It's been discussed. Sometimes they're really not fun.
And divided encounters I have concluded based on ancient data and modern scientific discoveries. The deluge was a colossal tidal wave caused by the
trying to keep Polly on an even keel. We need hot water.
Off of that continent. World War I interrupted those and other archaeological explorations in the Near East, which was part of the Ottoman Empire until its dismemberment after the war. Mesopotamia was left in the hands of local excavators, both official and
Okay, I've got it down. It's not going to scream at me. Glad to see you, Glenn. We're listening to some Josh Reeves, and there were giants in them days. I just figured out how to level this thing out. Let's get busy. Let's make some stuff.
Almost a full century after excavations began there. A continuous and most determined series of excavations lasting from the end of World War I.
We are live. It reached for us this whole week.
At a southern Sumerian site locally called Yarka. The very root of the Epic of Gilgamesh and the wreck of the Bible.
I'll be blowing glasses and I find my silver.
Excavating technique had a vertical shaft through all the strata.
I just threw it up here a
The
minute ago.
archaeologists of the Deutsche Orient Bell Shop were able to
I got
see
more,
at a
though.
glance the site's settlement and cultural history, from the latest settlement at the top to the beginning in the 4th millennia BC.
Ollie's here too, Glenn.
At all times since at least 3800 BC, it appeared every power from Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian to Persian, Greek, and Seleucid wanted to leave a footprint at Uruk. Uruk, it was apparent, was a very special place. At Uruk, the German archaeologists found several furnaces.
I don't know if I have my dikes with me.
Pottery baked in a kiln, the first use of a potter's wheel, the first objects of metal alloys, the first cylinder seals, and the first inscriptions of the Victorian predecessor in April. Another first was a pavement.
Our creator's fucking amazing.
Part of an unusual use of stones rather than the mud bricks for construction. Unusual because the stones had to be moved from mountains situated more than 50 miles to the east.
I got a whole grinder full.
Stone buildings as a monumental.
Got a whole grinder full of thanks, Glenn.
A vast area surrounded the city. The archaeologists found that over a length of more than 10 kilometers.
It was packed in the storage too. We retrieved that while we were there. Man, we got like a couple of ounces in storage, bro.
Stages serving as a base for a temple. By the time of this excavation, it was more like an artificial mound of no less than 7 strata of rebuilding.
That sounds good, Sparky.
On top of an artificially made platform, there's still a temple called.
You know, we got it in the house now.
It was also known to archaeologists as the White Temple.
I don't have my dikes.
Because another unusual feature, first, it was painted white.
I don't even think I have the small
Next to
dikes.
the Iana were remains of 2 other temples. One, painted in red, was dedicated to the goddess Inanna, Anu's beloved, better known by her later Akkadian name Ishtar.
Not that.
The other standing with a temple dedicated to the goddess Dinarsa. Without doubt, the archaeologist Spain brought to light the city of Gilgamesh, who reigned there circa 2750 BC, or even earlier by another chronology. The archaeologist finds echoes literally the very word to the epic of Gilgamesh.
Found some spiral.
Among the small finds in the 3200 to 2900 BC stratum were sculpted objects that were designated the most prized in the Iraq Museum in Baghdad. A life-size marble sculpture of a woman's head, nicknamed the Lady from Uruk, that had once been fitted with a golden headdress and eyes made of precious stones, and a large, more than 3 foot high, sculpted alabaster vase that depicted a procession of adorants bearing gifts from a goddess. All at once, the Nearest art more than 5,000 years ago matched the beauty of Greek sculpture of 2,500 years later. At the southernmost part of Sumer, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers come together in marshlands bordering the Persian Gulf site, locally called Abu Sharain, had attracted the attention of the British Museum as early as 1854. One of its experts, J.E. Taylor, reported after preliminary diggings that the effort was unproductive of any very important results. He did bring back with him some of the unimportant finds, some mud bricks with writings on them. 50 years later, 2 French Assyriologists determined from those bricks that the site was ancient Eridu. Its name meant house in the faraway built, and it was Sumer's first city. It took 2 world wars and the time in between for the first methodical and continuous archaeological excavations to take place at the site, under the auspices of the Iraqi Directorate General of Antiquities. As the archaeologists dug away occupation stratum after occupation stratum, from the latest on the top to the earliest at the bottom, they uncovered no less than 17 levels
Don't try that at
above the
home.
first one. They could count time backward as they kept excavating. 2500 BC, 2800 BC, 3000 BC, 3500. When the spades reached the foundations of Eridu's first temple, the date was circa 4000 BC. Below that, the archaeologists struck virgin mud soil. The city's original temple, which had been rebuilt time and time again, was constructed of fired mud bricks in rows upon an artificial level platform. Its central hall was rectangular in shape, flanked on its 2 longer sides by a series of smaller rooms, a model of other temples in millennia to come. At one end, there was a pedestal, perhaps for a statue. At the other end, a podium created an elevated area. The astounded excavators discovered there at levels 6 and 7 large quantities of fish bones mixed with ashes, leading to the suggestion that fish were offered there to the god. The excavators should not have been puzzled. The temple was dedicated to the Sumerian god Ea, whose name meant he whose home is waters. Ea was also Oannes. It was he, as his autobiography and many other texts make clear, who had waded ashore from the Persian Gulf at the head of 50 Anunnaki spacemen who had come to Earth from their planet. Customarily depicted with outpouring streams of water, it was he who was the legendary Oannes. In time, as explained in the preamble of the Atrahasis epic, Ea was granted the epithet Enki, Lord of the Earth. And it was he who had alerted Upanishad Desidera of the coming deluge, instructed him to build the waterproof boat and be safe.
Yeah, it was.
Though wholly unintended, the unearthing of Eridu opened the way to archaeological confirmation of one of Sumer's most basic myths, the coming of the Anunnaki to Earth and the establishment of them, of cities of the gods in pre-diluvial times. It was in 1914 that one of the early Sumeriologists, Arno Pobel, made known the astounding contents of a tablet kept in fragments box catalog CBS 10673 in the collection of the Philadelphia University Museum. Less than half preserved, the remainder of the original Sumerian deluge record provides on the obverse side the bottom part of the first 3 columns of text, and turned over, it retains on the reverse the upper part of columns 3 through 4. The extant lines in the latter section relate how Desidera had been forewarned by the god Enki about the deluge and the boat he was instructed to build, how the deluge had raged for 7 days and 7 nights, and how the gods led by the will granted Desidera life like a god. Thus his name, he of prolonged life days. The adverse columns of 1 through 4, however, or 1 through 3, however, considerably expand the tale. The text describes the circumstances of the deluge and the events that preceded it. Indeed, the text harkens back to a time when the Anunnaki had come to Earth and settled in the Eden, a tale that had led some to call this text the Eridu Genesis. It was in those early days when the Anunnaki brought kingship down from the heaven. The text asserts that the 5 cities of the gods were founded. The disclosure that sometime after they had arrived on Earth, but long before the deluge, the Anunnaki established 5 settlements is a major revelation. That the cities' names and names of their god rulers are stated is quite astounding. But what is even more amazing about this list of cities of the gods is that 4 of their sites have been found and excavated by modern archaeologists. With the exception of Larak, whose remains have not been identified for its approximate location, has been ascertained. Eridu, Bad Tibiara, Sippar, and Shipar have been found. Thus, as Sumer, its cities and its civilization have been brought back to light, not only the deluge, but events and places from before the deluge emerged as historical reality.
Yeah.
Since the Mesopotamian texts assert that deluge devastated the earth and all upon it, one may well ask how those cities were still extant after the deluge. For the answer, provided by the same Mesopotamian texts, we have to pull away the curtains of time and obscurity and reveal the full story of the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came. As before, it will be the story of the ancient texts themselves that will tell the story. Near the ruins of the erstwhile Assyrian capital, Nineveh, which is now in the Kurdish part of northern Iraq. Alexander's victory there enabled him to recross the Tigris River without need to cross the wide Euphrates. An open plain led to Babylon. Rejecting a third peace offer from Darius, Alexander marched on to Babylon. He reached the renowned city in the autumn of 331 BC and rode in through its magnificent Ishtar Gate. The Babylonian noblemen and priests welcomed Alexander, delighted to get out of the sway of the Persians who had defiled and demolished Marduk's great temple. The temple was a great ziggurat, step pyramid, at the center of Babylon's sacred precinct. Rising in 7 precise astronomically defined stages, wisely Alexander let it be known ahead of time that he is coming to pay homage to Babylon's national god, Marduk, and to restore Marduk's defiled temple. It had been a tradition for new Babylonian kings to seek legitimacy by having the deity bless them by grasping their extended hands. But this Alexander could not attain, for he found the god lying dead in a golden coffin, his body immersed in special oils for preservation. Though surely aware that Marduk had been dead, the sight must have shocked Alexander. Here lay dead not a mortal, and not just his rumored father, but a god, one of the venerated immortals. What chance did he, Alexander, a demigod at best, have to avoid death? As if determined to defy the odds, Alexander enlisted thousands of workmen to restore the Assyrian, spending scarce resources on the task. And as he left to continue his conquest, he made it clear that he had decided to make Babylon the capital of his new empire. In 323 BC, Alexander, by then master of the Persian Empire from Egypt to India, returned to Babylon, but Babylonia omen priests warned him not to re-enter the city, for he would die if he did. Bad omens which occurred soon after Alexander's first stay in Babylon continued although Alexander held off entering the city proper at this time. He soon fell ill, seized with high fever. He asked his officers to keep vigil on his behalf inside the Assyrian. By the morning of what we now know as the date of June 10th, 323 BC, Alexander was dead, attaining immortality not physically, but by being remembered ever since. The tale of Alexander the Great's birth, life, and death has been the subject of books, studies, movies, college courses, and whatever else for generations. Modern scholars do not doubt the existence of Alexander the Great, but have written endlessly about him and his times, ascertaining every detail thereof. They know that the great Greek philosopher Aristotle was Alexander's teacher and mentor, have established Alexander's route, analyzed the strategy of every battle, recorded the names of his generals, but that respected scholars engage in that without an ounce of shame is amazing. For while they describe every aspect and twist in the Macedonian court and its intrigues, they laugh off the part that triggered it all. that of the belief in that court by Alexander himself, by learned people in Greece, that a god could father a son by a female mortal. The disdain for myth extends to the wider subject of Greek art. Volumes that make private and public bookshelves buckle deal with every minutia of Greek art in its varied styles, cultural backgrounds, geographic origins, etc. Museums fill up galleries with marble sculptures, bronzes, painted vases, and other artifacts. And what do all of them depict? Invariably, anthropomorphic gods, heroic demigods, and episodes from the so-called mythical tales, as this depiction of the god Apollo, blah, blah, blah. For reasons that defy understanding, it is the norm in scholarly circles to classify the records of ancient civilization thus. If the ancient tale or text deals with kings, it is considered part of the royal annals. If it deals with heroic personalities, it is an epic. But if the subject is gods, it is classified as myth. For who in his right scientific mind would believe, as the ancient Greeks or Egyptians or Babylonians did, that the gods were actual beings, omnipotent, sky-roaming, engaged in battles, scheming trials and tribulations for heroes, and even fathering those heroes by having sex with human females. So it is ironic that the saga of Alexander the Great is treated as historical fact, although his birth, oracular visits, itineraries, moreover, especially from Alexander's viewpoint, Dionysus attained the status of a god, although he was in reality a demigod. The son of Zeus, who disguised as a man, had seduced a princess named Selene. It was, in essence, an earlier occurrence akin to Alexander's, a god in disguise fathering a son by a royal human female. And if Dionysus could be deified and become one of the immortals, why not Alexander? Previous seekers of Siwa's oracular pronouncements included two famous generals, Cimon of Athens and Lysander of Sparta. Even more significant for Alexander was the demigod Perseus, another love child of Zeus, who managed to slay the monstrous Medusa without turning into stone. The legendary hero Hercules, famed for his challenging 12 labors, was also said to have consulted the Siwa oracle. Not surprisingly, he too was a demigod, son of Zeus, who had impregnated the wise and beautiful Alcmena, having disguised himself as her husband, the king of an island. The precedents clearly fitted Alexander's own quest. And so it was that instead of pursuing the Persian king and the disarrayed army, Alexander set his course southward, leaving behind some troops to garrison conquered territory. He marched along the Mediterranean Sea's coastal region. Except for the Phoenician stronghold of Tyre, whose navy participated in the war as Persia's allies, the Greeks' advance was hardly resisted. Alexander, by and large, was welcomed as a liberator from the detested Persian rule. In Egypt, the Persian garrison surrendered without a fight, and Alexander was given more than a liberator's welcome by the Egyptians themselves. In Memphis, the capital, the Egyptian priests were already ready to accept Alexander's rumored divine parentage by the Egyptian god Ammon, and they suggested that Alexander travel to Thebes in Upper Egypt, the site of ancient Egypt's immense temple of Ammon, to pay homage to the god and to be crowned a pharaoh. But Alexander insisted on fulfilling the directive of the Delphi oracle and embarked on the dangerous 3-week desert trek to Siwa. He needed to hear the verdict about his immortality. What had transpired at Siwa during the strictly private oracular session, no one really knows. One version is that when it was over, Alexander said to his companions that he received the answer that his heart desired, and that he had learned the secrets to things that he would have not known otherwise. Another version reported that his divine parentage, though not a physical immortality, was confirmed, leaving Alexander to henceforth pay his troops with silver coins bearing his image with horns, in the likeness of the horned god Ammon. A third version, supported by what Alexander did thereafter, is that he was instructed to seek out a certain mountain with subterranean passageways in the Sinai Peninsula for angelic encounters, and then proceeded to Babylon to the temple of the Babylonian god Marduk. The latter instruction probably stemmed from one of the secret things that Alexander had learned in Siwa. That Ammon was an epithet, meaning the unseen, that had been applied in Egypt to the great god Ra since about 2160 BC. When he left Egypt to seek the dominion over the whole earth, his full Egyptian name was Ra-Amen, or Amen-Ra, the unseen Ra. In my previous books, I have shown that Ra-Amen established his new headquarters in Babylon in Mesopotamia, where he was known as Marduk, son of the older god who the Egyptians called Ptah, and the Mesopotamians called Enki. The secret presumably revealed to Alexander was that his true father, the unseen god in Egypt, was the god Marduk in Babylon. Within weeks of learning all that, Alexander set out for a distant Babylon. As summer began in 331 BC, Alexander reassembled a large army and marched toward the Euphrates River, on whose banks south of midstream Babylon was situated. The Persians, still led by Darius, also assembled a great cavalry and chariot force and awaited Alexander, expecting him to take the traditional route southward along the Euphrates River. In a great outflanking maneuver, Alexander swerved instead eastward for the Tigris River, outflanking the Persians and reaching Mesopotamia in what had historically been Assyria. Learning of Alexander's strategy, Darius rushed troops to the northeast. The two armies met on the eastern side of the Tigris River at a place called Guacamole. That's really what it says. Well, how about that? So that yummy stuff originated out of Mesopotamia, not Spain or Mexico, huh? A place called Guacamole. Okay, God of the 13th dynasty of Egypt was actually the secret. He knocked up Queen Olympias. Oh, that's fucking righteous. So here you go. I mean, we just now started chapter 1 already. Some pouring's going on, baby. These motherfuckers can't keep it in their pants.
We're repeating stuff. Hang on a second. So
And I think that right there is a perfect microcosm for the divine. When kingship was brought down to heaven, chapter 5.
Okay.
Cities, urban centers of population are a hallmark of advanced civilization. The Sumerian tablet that relates the tale of the first 5 cities on Earth is thus the record of the start of advanced civilizations on Earth. Cities imply specialization between farming and industry, have buildings and streets and marketplaces, develop commerce and trade, entail transportation and communications, need record keeping, reading, writing, and arithmetic. They also require an organized society and laws. They have an administrative hierarchy, appoint or anoint a chief executive. In Sumer and thereafter virtually everywhere else, that was a lugal, literally a big man, rendered king in translation. The Sumerians denoted these elements of advanced knowledge and the sum total of civilization in the term Nam Lugal La, a term usually translated kingship. And kingship, the Sumerians asserted, was brought down to earth from the heavens. Held to be a divine institution, kingship required that the king, to be legitimate, had to be chosen or actually anointed by the gods. Accordingly, throughout the ancient world, the succession of kings was meticulously recorded in king lists. In Egypt, as we have seen, they were arranged by dynasties. in Babylonia and Assyria, in Elam and Hatti, in Persia and beyond, and in the Bible with its 2 Book of Kings. The king lists name successive rulers, giving their lengths of reign and occasionally a brief biographical note. In Sumer, where kings ruled in numerous city-states, the main list was arranged by the royal cities that served as the land's central or national capital at any given time, a function that rotated from one major city to another. And Sumer's most famous and best preserved king list begins with the statement, quote, "When kingship was brought down from heaven," a statement that matches the opening verses of the tale of the pre-diluvial cities of the gods that we have just quoted. After the blank of kingship was brought down from heaven, and after the lofty crown and throne of kingship were lowered from heaven. Those assertions, it should be clear, were not meant just to enshrine kingship with divine status. A fundamental tenet of Sumerian history and teachings was that kingship was actually, and not just figuratively, brought down to earth from the heavens. That the Anunnaki, those who from earth to heaven, from heaven to earth came, actually began their civilized presence on earth in 5 settlements, as stated in tablet CBS 10673. Though the name of the god who made the grants is missing in that tablet, one can say with certainty that it was Enlil who followed Enki in coming to earth, a detail recognized by the statement that the first of these cities, Eridu, to the leader New Dimid, who was also Ea or Enki, was given. Furthermore, each one of the others who were granted a city, New Gig, the moon god, now Arsene, Padmasog, who is also Ninurta, Utu, who was Shamash, and Sud, the medic, Ninmah, was not just a high-ranking member of the Sumerian pantheon, but was related to Enlil. It was after Enlil's arrival that Enki's initial outpost, Eridu, was expanded to 5, then 8 full-fledged settlements. The connection between those first of cities of the gods and the bringing down of civilization to earth from the heavens is restated in several other Sumerian documents dealing with pre-diluvial events. 2 of the key documents can be seen by anyone who visits the Ashmolean Museum of Art and Archaeology in Oxford, England, a museum that traces its beginning to the donation in 1683 by Elias Ashmole of 12 cartloads of antiquarian collectibles that the official history of the museum describes as a Noah's Ark of rarities. The original collection diversified and grew over the centuries to become an official institution of the University of Oxford. Throngs do not wait in line to enter it. It has no Mona Lisa to attract multitudes or movie makers, but among the objects that it houses are 2 priceless archaeological finds of utmost importance to the history of mankind and our planet, and both record the deluge, alias Noah's flood, cataloged as WB62 and WB444 by Stephen Langdon in Oxford editions of cuneiform text, 1923. The 2 clay Sumerian artifacts belong to the private collection that Herbert Weld Blundell, an English journalist, explorer, and archaeologist, donated to the museum in 1923. WB444 is better known as the better known of the 2, while WB62 looks like the usual kind of clay tablet. WB444 is a rare, remarkable, and beautiful 4-sided prism of baked clay. Known as the Sumerian King List, it details how Sumer's capital was first in the city of Kish, then moved to Uruk and to Ur, and then changed to Awan, returned to Kish, transferred to Hamazi, returned to Uruk, and then to Ur, and so on, ending in a city called Isin. The last entry dates the document to a king named Utu Hagal, who reigned in Uruk circa 2120 BC, more than 4,100 years ago. But those kings, the prism text clearly states, began to reign only after the deluge. when kingship was lowered again from heaven. The initial portion of the prism lists kings in 5 pre-diluvial cities of the gods, assigning to each ruler lengths of reign that baffle scholars. This is what it says. Nam Lugal, when kingship from heaven was lowered. Irida ki Nam Lugal law, in Eridu was kingship. Irida ki Alun lim Lagal, in Eridu Alun was king. MU 28,800 IA, 28,800 years ago he reigned. Algar, 36,000 years reigned. Lugal, 2 kings. It's 64,800 years reign. I mean, this is all pre-flood. So we're talking about hundreds of thousands of years of reign of these gods before the Great Deluge. And see, this is becoming clearer and clearer to me what this whole rock wall thing is. This is one of the cities that was reigned over before the flood happened. And continued in translation only, Eridu was dropped, kingship to Bad Tibiara was carried. In Bad Tibiara, Inme Inlu Ana reigned 43,200 years. Inme Engal Ana reigned 28,800 years. Dumuzi, a shepherd, reigned 36,000 years. 3 kings reigned a total of 108,000 years. Bad Tibiara was dropped. Kingship to Larak was carried. In Larak, Insapanzi Ana reigned 28,800 years. 1 king reigned its 28,800 years. Larak was dropped. Kingship to Sapar was carried. In Sapar, Inme Indura Ana became king and reigned for 21,000 years. Sapar was destroyed. Its kingship to Shapar was carried. In Shapar, Ubar Tutu became king and reigned its 18,600 years. 5 cities they were. 8 kings reigned 241,200 years. The flood swept there over. So they had 8 kings in 5 cities that reigned for 241,200 years before the Great Flood, the Deluge. No wonder scholars are baffled by that text. Hello? See, this gives me a greater understanding of what it is that we're looking at here. Because everybody's, that's always been the question of the rock wall thing to me, is that, there seems to be, a connection to these Anunnaki types, but also the evidence shows that this was all happening and all built before the Great Flood. So I think there's been questions as to whether or not the Anunnaki were around on Earth before the Great Flood. I think the common, widely held belief is that they were not. But, according to this, they indeed were. And the survivors, and the remnants of that, are the ones that set up the rest of their, it makes me wonder. The rock wall being on the 33rd degree parallel. They say when that, after the flood, it first, boom, it came to light there in Sumer. That was the first city that was erected after the Great Flood. And, I can't help but wonder and think that if the rock wall, specifically being built on the 33rd degree parallel, was one of the cities that was reigned over for 241,200 years, as it says here, and it says in this text that's in the museum at Oxford that was donated by this guy in 1923, that it would make complete and utter sense, ladies and gentlemen, that the remnant of that civilization who had to flee their lands and flee their cities because of the Great Flood, it makes complete and utter sense that they would rebuild their new civilization and their new society after the flood, where smack dab on the 33rd degree parallel yet again in ancient Sumeria. I mean, it says in the Sumerian text that before they came to Earth, they went to Mars, right? Remember? They set up shop with the Agigi there. They even had a burial in one of the caves.
Yep. The face of Mars.
And even one of the Sumerian texts, talks about, them etching this guy's face in the mountain. Mars was the way station, and the place on Mars where they found these pyramid objects and the supposed face on Mars, which is called Cydonia, is also on the 33rd degree parallel, and subsequently the ancient name for that area of Mesopotamia and Iraq and Sumer was called Cydonia as well, and it was smack dab on the 33rd degree parallel. I mean, I knew there had to have been a connection to why, I was thinking about this the other day. I talked about this on the show, with the quarry and down there at Lake Buchanan and all that, and Barrier Hill, that whole thing that I found. Why didn't, if there was nothing special about this building, why didn't they just build it right close to where they had the material, which is about 4 hours away? Because 4 hours away was not on the 33rd degree parallel. So they brought these stones 4 hours away, mixed them into the mortar in the style that they needed with the right proportions, created this massive rock wall structure. And then when the flood came and they packed up shop and had to leave all that behind, they flew through the air on a direct line on the 33rd degree parallel, which you can navigate all the way around the Earth on. And guess what else is on the 33rd degree parallel? Roswell. And it's been speculated that that's why you have so many UFO sightings along the 33rd degree parallel, because they're flying around the Earth at that degree. I mean, is this why 33 is so significant and special to the Masons? I mean, I absolutely think that that's the entire reason. They just packed up shop and they moved to the first location they found on the next 33rd degree parallel that looked good. The usual rendering of WB444's first lines is misleading in one key respect. In the original clay document, the numbers of the lengths of reigns are given in SAR units using the numerical sign for 3,600. Aluminum's reign in Eridu is not stated 28,800 years, but it's listed as 8 shars, or SARs here. Alaugar's reign was not 36,000 years, but 10 SARs, and so on down the list of pre-diluvial rulers. The SAR units in this prism are the very Saros of Berosus. Significantly, the SAR unit of reign applied only to the pre-diluvial rulers of the cities of the gods. The unit of count changes to regular numbers in the post-diluvial part of the document. No less significant is the fact that this list of rulers names the very same first 5 cities in the exact same order as does tablet CBS 10673. But rather than naming the gods whose cult center each city was, WB444 lists the king's administrators of each such city. As a major study by William W. Hallow, the antediluvian cities has established both documents, records, and a canonical tradition of regarding the start of civilization, kingship on Earth, beginning in Eridu and ending in Shupparak at the deluge time. One cannot fail to note that WB444 does not mention the hero of the deluge, Zisudra, among the 8 kings it names. Embracing the cities and reigns from the start in Eridu to the diluvial finale in Shirapik, its list ends with Ubar Tutu and not with Zisudra. But as tablet 11 of the Epic of Gilgamesh clearly stated, the hero of the deluge, Zisudra, was the last ruler of Shirapik. and he was the son and successor of Ubar-Tutu. Various discoveries of other complete or fragmented similar tablets leave no doubt that a canonized text from which copies and copies of copies were made did exist in regard to the pre-diluvial cities of the gods and their rulers. And in the course of such copying, errors and omissions took place. One such little-known tablet is kept in a private collection in the Capelli's Manuscript Library in Santa Barbara, California. It too names 8 kings and 5 cities, but its different reign lengths add up to 10 great stars, which equals only 22,600 years. Oh, only 22,000 years.
Ow.
So only 22,000 years as opposed to 241,000 years. Oh, it's awful. My God, you're still talking about somebody who ruled here for 200,000 plus years. You know, give or take 20 or 40,000 years here or there. Okay. Why is that a big deal? The glaring omissions of Ziusudera are corrected in another tablet called by some scholars the dynastic chronicle. It lists 9 kings in the first 5 cities, again with somewhat different SAR numbers, but correctly ending with 2 kings in Shiruppak, Ubar-Tutu, and Ziusudera. The tablet adds, after the total of 5 cities, 9 kings, 98 SARs, which equals 352,800 years. A brief explanation for the deluge. Enlil took a dislike to mankind. The clamor they made kept him sleepless. The tablet that gives the most accurate list of 10 rulers matching the Berosus list is the Ashmolean Museum's tablet WB62. Its SAR units for the pre-diluvial list parallel the Saros units of Berosus, though with different individual reign periods. It differs from WB 444 in listing not 5 but 6 cities, adding the city of Larsa, and with it 2 rulers to the pre-diluvial list, resulting in the full 10 rulers, and ending correctly with Ziusudera at deluge time. A comparison of WB62 with the Greek fragments of Berosus points strongly to this version as his principal source. Which of the various tablets that we have reviewed is the most accurate? The one that ends in Shiruppak and concludes Ziusudera and his father predecessor is possibly the most reliable within the list, has 10 pre-diluvial rulers in 6 cities of the gods. The Bible, too, lists 10 pre-diluvial patriarchs, though all were descendants of Adam through his grandson Enosh, which is Hebrew for human, and not considered gods. The fact that they numbered 10,
underneath the
and that the hero of the deluge, Noah, was like Ziusudera, the 10th, and support to the 10 rulers count as the correct one.
Instant bacon.
Despite the very individual reign lengths, the various tablets unanimously agree that those successive rulers reigned from the kingship that was brought down from heaven until the deluge swept thereover. Oh my goodness, see, that makes so much sense now.
Does it, Josh?
So this kingship was brought down to heaven,
From heaven.
to earth, until the deluge swept over. And what happened after the deluge swept over? Well, then it wasn't seen as being handed down from heaven anymore. And I believe that it's at this point
Oh my God, it hurts.
when the bloodlines started to have significance as far as the, quote unquote, divine right to rule and this passing down of hereditary dictatorships. Because after the deluge, as it states here, this quote unquote brought down from heaven was wiped out. Because again, as we talked about in other readings of Sitchin we've done in the past and other stuff that we've read here, they later on, Anu was like, what's going on with this? How come some of these survived, And then he agreed to, let them live after that because so many of them survived. Assuming that Berosus had reported the most reliable version, we also end up with his total of 120 shars, which is 432,000 years, as the correct combined total of the pre-diluvial reigns. The time that had passed from when kingship was brought down from heaven until the deluge. Thus, if we could determine when the deluge had occurred, we would obtain the date when the Anunnaki had arrived on Earth. Is that right? So if we obtain the date when the deluge had occurred, well, maybe we'll find that out before it's over with. Shit, some of this evidence may be in the rock wall thing. I mean, we've got the shale deposits there. We can date for a fact when this stuff started layering on top of this. I'll get us pretty close to a damn date. You watch. We get a dig going, I'll get a date for sure.
Get it, Josh.
That the number 120 appears in the biblical preamble to the tale of the deluge might thus be more than a coincidence. The usual explanation that it represents a limit on human longevity set by God at the time of the deluge is a dubious explanation in view of the fact that the Bible itself reports right thereafter that Shem, the eldest son of Noah, lived after the deluge to the age of 600 years. His son Arpakshad to 438, then Shalak to 433 years, and so on in descending longevities to 205 years for Terah, the father of Abraham, and Abraham himself lived to age 175. Moreover, a careful reading of Hebrew shows that Genesis 6:3 states, and his years were 120. Were, not will be. And his can be understood as referring to the deity's count in Sar years of his own presence on earth from arrival to deluge. In earthly years, that would be 432,000, a statement matching the 10 kings of 120 shars of Berosus in the Sumerian king list. Such a recollection of a pre-diluvial era of the gods can explain the fact that the number 432,000 has been associated with divine duration in varied cultures well beyond the boundaries of Mesopotamia. It forms, for example, the core of Hindu traditions about the ages of the yugas of Earth, mankind, and the gods. The Kali Yuga, the Great Yuga of 4,320,000 years, was divided into 4 yugas whose diminishing links were expressions of 432,000 years. The Golden Fourfold Age, 432,000 times 4. The Threefold Age of Knowledge, 432,000 times 3. The Twofold Age of Sacrifice, 432,000 times 2. And finally, our own present era, the Age of Discord, 432,000 times 1. According to the Egyptian priest Mantheo, the duration of the world was 2,160,000 years. That equals 5 eras of 432,000, or 500 Shar years, 3,600 years times 500, which is 2,160,000. Let me get a drink real quick. The day of the Lord Brahma of 4,320,000,000 years equaled 1,000 great yugas, reminding one of the biblical statement that in the eyes of a god, 1,000 years are just as one day. In Hamlet's Mill, 1977, professors Giorgio Di Santia and Hertha von Deschen cite additional instances of 432,000, serving as the point where myth and science join up. Modern scientific discoveries that had been presented in detail in Genesis Revisited and Divine Encounters had led me to conclude that the Great Flood was a huge tidal wave caused by the slippage of the ice sheet off Antarctica. The elimination of that icebox I have suggested caused the abrupt end of the last ice age circa 13,000 years ago. The continent of Antarctica was discovered only in 1820, yet it was already shown on the 1513 map of the Turkish Admiral Piri Reis as described in Divine Encounters. The slippage also explains the puzzle of other prediscovery mappus mundi, such as the 1531 Orontes Phineas map that shows Antarctica as though seen from the air and ice-free. The contours of the Antarctic continent under the ice cover were determined by radar and other modern means only in 1958. The abrupt end of the last ice age has been the subject of numerous studies, including an intensive investigation during the 1958 International Geophysical Year. The studies confirmed both the abruptness and timing about 13,000 years ago of the ice ages ending in Antarctica, but left unexplained the reasons for the phenomenon. Additional recent studies support those conclusions. A study of ancient temperatures determined that while warming at the end of the last ice age was relatively gradual in Greenland, it was rapid and abrupt in Antarctica, about 13,000 years ago. Another study of ancient sea levels confirming that Antarctica's ice sheet collapsed abruptly concluded that due to the topography of the continent and its surrounding seabeds, the tidal wave was at least 3 times higher than hereto calculated, reaching its maximum impact some 2,000 miles away. A diagram accompanying the article shows the area of maximal tidal impact stretching from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea and northeast therefrom, the very lands of the Bible, all the way to Mount Ararat. A deluge date circa 13,000 years ago, and about 10,950 BC also dovetails with statements in cuneiform texts that the deluge occurred in the age of the lion. That zodiacal age indeed began circa 11,000 BC. Adding 432,000 plus 13,000, we can thus confidently say that kingship was brought down to earth from the heavens roughly 445,000 years ago. Now that's interesting because we've seen a lot of numbers pertaining to 500,000 years ago on the rock wall and that kind of thing. It was then that astronauts from another planet whom the Sumerians called Anunnaki arrived on Earth. They were the biblical Anakim and the Nephilim of Genesis 6. The various lists of pre-diluvial rulers unanimously agree that Eridu was the first city on Earth. The name Eridu literally means house in the faraway built. There's a word that has taken root in many languages throughout the ages to denote Earth itself. Earth is also called Erde in German, from Erda in Old High German. Jorda in Icelandic, Jord in Danish, Ertha in Gothic, Erthe in Middle English. It was called Ereds in Aramaic, Ertz in Kurdish, and to this day, Eretz in Hebrew. It is also important to remember that the various lists of reigns in the initial cities of the gods are lists of their successive chief officers, and not the names of the gods to whom those cities were granted as cult centers. All the lists agree that Alulim and Alagar were the first rulers in the first city, which was Eridu, but as is clearly stated in the tablet CVS 10673, Eridu was forever granted to Nudiat Numad as an epitaph of the Enki that meant he who fashions artifacts. It remained his cult center forever, no matter who was the chief administrator there. Likewise, Sapar forever remained the cult center of the god Utu, better known by his Akkadian name Shamash. Various texts link the establishment of Eridu to the arrival of the Anunnaki on Earth, when kingship was brought down from heaven. Just as NASA's first astronauts splashed down in the ocean in their command modules before landing facilities for spacecraft were developed, so did the first group of Anunnaki who came to Earth. They splashed down in the lower sea and dressed in wetsuits resembling fishmen, they waded ashore to establish a home away from home, Eridu, at the edge of the marshlands, a delta formed by the twin-like Tigris and Euphrates rivers as they flow through the Gulf. Now, see, he's confusing things here. There's another example of him. Now, this is where I would have gotten confused on this in the past. But now that I know what I know, I don't get confused by this anymore. But this is where Stitcher's he's trying to show you here that they came to Earth in some spaceship from their planet Nibiru, and that's not what this is telling. That's not what happened here. The reason they were in the sea and in the water was because the Great Flood had just happened and their cities had been wiped out. So they had these suits on that were like fish suits that would allow them to survive. And then that's when they came ashore and started setting up their new cities after the flood, the fall of Atlantis. And that's when we started to see the rise of Sumerian. The first group numbered 50. Their leader, all the texts agree, was Ea, whose abode is water. The prototype Aquarius, Oannes, had arrived on Earth. Several Sumerian texts deal with and describe the first arrival. One titled by scholars, The Myth of Enki and the Earth, Enki and the World Order, or Enki and the Land's Order, contains an actual autobiographical account by Ea or Enki. The long text restored from tablets and fragments scattered between two museums includes the following first-person statements by him. I am the leader of the Anunnaki, engendered by fecund seed, the firstborn son of divine An, the big brother of all the gods. When I approached from heaven, bountiful rains poured down from the sky. When I approached earth, there was high tide. When I approached its green meadows, heaps and mounds were piled up at my command.
All right, break time.
Heaps and mounds were piled up at my command.
I take a safety break.
Makes you wonder if he,
made bacon.
caused these mounds to be formed by his, telekinetic powers or something. One of the first tasks was to establish a command post, a headquarters house. It was built at the edge of reed-growing marshes. Some of the oldest cylinder seals illustrating Sumer's earliest times depict reed huts of the kind that the Anunnaki could have erected from the readily available reeds at the edge of the marshes. They all depict inexplicable antenna-like devices protruding from the roofs of those reed huts.
Lynn's been saying that
His
for a while.
outpost needed to be built on an artificial mound, raised higher than the level of the river and marsh waters. Enki assigned the task to one of his lieutenants named Enkimedu.
Cheers.
So that's where the mound making came from. Well, that's why they were all over the goddamn place. They had to get a signal. It's like, you ever been out to the fucking sticks before?
Yeah.
Out where my grandparents lived, way out in East Texas. I remember talking about way out in the sticks. If you wanted to get your cell phone to work, you had to go out on top of whatever the nearest hill was. No, the floods didn't make the mounds. The mounds were built to withstand the floods. The mounds were built pre-flood. I have footage in my new film, that shows these mounds when the Ohio River flooded around Illinois, and I've got actual helicopter video, right? And everything around this whole area is completely underwater and completely flooded for miles and miles and miles. But there's those mounds, man, standing tall. They're made to.
For this week, mostly
guys,
we're going to be here anyway.
That's why they built all these mounds everywhere. Of course, it was great that they doubled.
I got to do a lot. I'm blowing here for the whole week. Might be through the end of the month, same as birthday. Because mom wants some gifts. But
I'm trying to get a signal. I can't get a
on
signal.
my
Build me a mound up there so I can
on the about
check
part
the game scores. You ever?
on my channel, there's
Oh, that's crazy.
a GoFundMe. It's called the Confounded Moon Project. Just click on there and they give that right to Pollyanna's bank account. You should have to go open a bank account to hook up to that. We thought PayPal was going to do it, but PayPal, they don't work with PayPal, so we had to get a bank account. It's on the about part, like, you know, the community and videos and all that. It's on the about section. It's kind of hidden. You know me. But thank you very much. How you doing, Linda?
Inky wrote subsequent sections of the text written in third person report Inky's orders to the lieutenants. The location of the
Thank you all for the help on that. I still haven't sold the damn bike. Without it, we'd still be tempting it.
To make the two meet and cause their pure waters to eat together.
I haven't. I'm trying to. Know anybody in the Denver region that wants to look at it? It's sitting here in rigs for us. I'm gonna be here all week. Got the shop set up. They're working. We're putting together our first rig or attempt. We'll see how that goes. I already made bacon. But yeah, once we get a generator, we can do lives on the road all over the place. This thing here requires like actual electricity. I'm charging the battery. I could do like an update later, maybe.
Lady of bright metal suggests duties linked to precious metals.
Oh, okay. So you know my friend and mentor Jack. You know, I often have said I wish he was still alive to see what happened. His dream was to get him legalized. I did it by accident. Fucker taught me well, didn't he?
Determinator of luster. Depictions on early cylinder seals show Inky in a ring.
Yeah, I'm going to be here all week, blowing glass. A lot less talking than in the dungeon because obviously I have a bigger kiln. I don't have to wait as long. The only reason I'm waiting right now is because this is my first piece. So I've already burned myself severely. I haven't blown glass in weeks, so I'm a little apprehensive as to how my dexterity is going to work. It's
Was it accidental?
I'm fixing to do an impossible task.
For some solid ground to land on in an emergency and found a speck of firm ground called Earth.
We'll see how that goes.
Were they perhaps explorers roaming space for pleasure or research? You saw, as Inky described, a lot of
where I put my
place to
glasses.
stop by and take a look. In such circumstances, the
This
visit
is
to
gonna be
the planet
fun.
would have been a one-time event. The overwhelming ancient evidence indicates that the visit lasted an incredibly long time, that it entailed permanent settlements, but the Anunnaki kept coming and going, and that even when a calamity, the deluge, destroyed all, they stayed on and started all over. This is a pattern of a planned colonization for a purpose. Inky and his crew of 50 had come to Earth. I had suggested for the purpose of obtaining gold. The purpose emerges, and the tidbits of information begin to make sense. They treated as dots to be connected to what follows. The plan was to extract the gold from the waters of the Persian Gulf. By the way, I found out this area down there at the Lake Buchanan at Vernon Hill, Bolano. Yeah, come to find out, they have found quite a bit of gold and silver down there. So it's definitely made me wonder if this was one of their the Anunnaki's main mining locations or something. Maybe that's why they found very much of it, because they basically got all the materials out that they needed and left it behind. Very possible. But when this did not work, a change to deep mining had to be undertaken. In that second phase of the Anunnaki's activities on Earth, other gods arrived, leading them what in will the Lord of the command. For when the new city of the gods, their pool, was established, its heart was a command and communications hub where orbit controlling tablets of destinies spawned and hung in the Duran Key, the bond of heaven and earth, the holy of holies. That's the Stargate. That's the bond of heaven and earth.
No, it ain't. Queen don't sit on it no more.
Charge of the eating of the settlements, each with distinct functions. Enki's task
That's what that throne is built around.
Is a term commonly translated to deep, but which literally read means the place of shining metal. The Abzu, the place of shining metal. And so Plainbot has suggested that the meaning of this combination of two symbols, that in Sumerian can be read in reverse Zuab without changing its connotation, has been retained in Hebrew as Zah, gold. Abzu, Zuab, thus meant the place from whose depths the shining metal gold was obtained. The depth connotation indicated about the gold was obtained by mining. The Abzu, according to all relevant Sumerian texts, was located in a distant region called Al-Rali, the place of the shining roads by the water. In the lower world, it's a geographic term that applied in varied texts, including some dealing with the deluge to southern Africa. Aurelia, I wrote, was in northeastern Africa, gold mining region to this day. The changes that accompany the second phases of activities of the Anunnaki involve more than a shift of an attempt to easily extract gold from seawater to the need of obtaining it by arduous deep mining. It also involved a change in mission policy, a change of commanders, and the unintended transfer to Earth of personal rivalries and clan clashes from the Anunnaki's own planet Nibiru to planet Earth. Varied texts among the Atrahasis epic detailed the tale of the ensuing events. They were, as we shall see, the forerunners to the creation of man, the explanation for the circumstances of the deluge, and the key to unlocking the enigmas of the demigods. The arrival as described in Enki's autobiographical text was not the beginning of the chain of momentous events. For the real beginning, we have to start with the tale of creation itself, just as the people of Mesopotamia have done each new year time. We have to read, reread, and understand the Mesopotamian Enuma Elish in the biblical tale of Genesis. The precise information they provide not only explains many of the phenomena in our solar system and beyond, it sheds light on the origins of life, on who we are, and how we came to be here on planet Earth. Perfect. So that's the end of chapter 5. Let's get into section here now. I didn't call that the earlier. The notion of space travel is no longer relegated to science fiction alone.
No.
Serious scientists do not rule out that one day, someday, we Earthlings might send astronauts not just to our celestial satellite from the moon, but also to another planet farther out. Some savants even dare acknowledge that life, even like ours, might exist somewhere in the vast universe with its countless galaxies and constellations and billions of stars, orbited by satellites called planets. But such sentient beings, even if clever enough to have their own space program, so the argument goes, could never visit us, or we them, because the nearest possible place in the heavens where such life could exist is light years away. A light would be the ungraspable distance that light travels in 1 year. But what if such a compatible planet were to exist much closer, say, in our own solar system? What if travel between it and Earth needs only so many normal years, not light years? That is not a theoretical question, because that is precisely what we are told by the ancient texts. If only we stop treating them as myth and fantasy and consider them to be factual recollections and records of actual events. It was by doing that that the trailblazing the 12th planet book became possible. Logically, for a religion in Mesopotamia to be home away from home, there had to be a home from which Enki had come. For his crew of Enki to be called those who from heaven to earth came, the Anunnaki, they had to have come from a place, an actual place in the heavens. Thus, there had to be a place somewhere in the heavens where the journey to earth began, a place where intelligent beings capable of space travel some 450,000 years ago could live. We call it Planet X or Planet of the Anunnaki, and the ancient Mesopotamia was called Nibiru. its ubiquitous symbols around the ancient world of the winged disc. In Corbett was praised and observed most reverently. And it's beyond dispute that countless
It was called Planet Heaven.
When at the end of the 19th century, astronomical tablets from Mesopotamia were found and deciphered. And symbolic of the time, Franz Kugler and Ernest Leiter stand out to this day. The David Lane Jr. was just another name for Mars or for Jupiter. There's a separate axiom that the ancients could not be aware of any planet being
I knew it was King Planet Heaven, not
It was a
Nibiru.
major breakthrough when it dawned on me in the middle of the night that Nibiru was neither Mars nor Jupiter. That is the same of one more planet, is the name of one more planet in our own solar system. Well, there actually is. Here's the thing about it. There's Sumerian depictions that show our solar system and all the planets.
Sitchin knows
in
good and damn
orbit
well it doesn't travel alone.
around
It was his
Now,
writings
how did they do that
when the
ancient
sun
theory
and
without
Nibiru
telescopes or
near
anything else?
Earth.
Here's the interesting key thing.
Duh.
That's something that Sitchin and other people don't key in
What the
on.
hell does that mean?
That
The
depiction
sun's
doesn't
already near
depict
Earth. What sun are they talking about? The one that comes with
one
Nibiru.
exoplanet, it depicts
That's
two.
what one.
But somehow, Sitchin and every other person that's ever talked about Sumerian text always seems to leave that out, and it bothers the shit out of me.
Well, I'm waiting to see mushroom clouds.
Because there is a lot of evidence for this.
Denver's the
planet
place to
Vulcan.
be, all right.
And I think that the Nibiru thing has been a red herring. They told that from us.
They got to bring out that whole Trump thing still, though.
Spacecraft to check this thing out a couple of years ago. They thought they.
You know why they-
sneaky and
Oh, I
coding
almost
stuff
forgot where I'm at.
With
I'm on YouTube.
the Japanese Icarus spacecraft.
Unfortunately. We're gonna have to do some. We're gonna have to do some fucking.
Into the other side of the sun, which is where
Twitching.
Vulcan is said to be
I'll tell you that right now.
Icarus being the
I'd like
son
to
of
talk
Vulcan
real
in
openly.
Greek mythology. When at the end, I already read that. One could start the chain of evidence where the Hebrew Bible.
Tell you
has
what, I made a
First
video.
chapter
Tucker
one of
Carlson
Genesis.
told you why they raided
In the beginning,
Marduk.
God created the heaven and earth. So began.
And I love, and the house is having meetings on this shit. And I'm all like, oh fuck. But they're still pushing it. They're still pushing the fuck out of it.
That's what it says. Bear shit. Bear shit. B-E-R-E-S-H-I-T.
But it has everything to do with him pushing that through.
Bear shit bara Elohim.
I told you they're gonna
Bara Elohim. I like
come out, tell you what they
Pharaoh's
did
son, I'm gonna name him Bear shit.
They're gonna
bara
do that.
Elohim.
in a big way.
Yeah, get over here, bear shit. Yeah. Yeah, we tell them.
And then the nukes come. But right now, I mean, it can't be too long. They're moving troops. Tell you, me,
Such a translation is valid.
me and Polly been driving up down Colorado quite a bit, and we see the immigrants being escorted around by armored vehicles and shit. So that's not moms and dads and babies.
The biblical sequence, including a dinosaur phase in verse 21, matches modern scientific findings about evolution. But the notion that Bible and science are in conflict eventually. The discoveries of the inscribed tablets and Mesopotamian epic of creation have no doubt that whoever had written the biblical library was well aware of the tale in the Enuma Elish. Condensing it six tablets.
Where's my thank you, Glenn?
The
Thank you,
six
Glenn.
phases or days of creation.
I got it around here somewhere. I was smoking a bowl once. I don't know what I did with it. God dang, man, I still don't know what I did with it. Oh, God, dude. It's a fish. Do that. Thank you, Glenn.
As the most complete Babylonian version of the epic is
Cheers.
called. It is long and detailed. Its central religious scientific aspect was a battle between a celestial goddess called Tiamat and a heavenly avenger come savior god. The main reason why it has been treated by modern scholars both as a myth and as an allegorical tale of good and evil.
See if I can put this
A
motherfucker
kind of
together.
ancient St. George and the Dragon stuff. What I've heard is that these, essentially, that I've heard that there's, I don't know where this information comes from, but I've heard that actually the reason why the Anunnaki came here was because they came here basically because they were fugitives from wherever they came from.
No,
That they were being
not really.
tailed and followed
Sort of,
across
not
the
really.
solar system just because they were wanted for something that they did on the waters. They were basically wanted for something they did on another planet. And that at that time, there was another planet near Earth called Tiamat. It was a water planet. And that on Earth at that time, it looked like stars. You know, it had something looked like two suns. Because the sun would reflect its light on this water planet. So you know how light reflects off water from glass. Mirror. So there, at that time on Earth appeared to be two suns on it, one of which was Tiamat. And that supposedly these Anunnaki who were being followed put some kind of a decoy thing on Tiamat to make these other extraterrestrials who weren't following them think that they were on this other planet. So they did allegedly, I don't know if this still is true or not. I'm just telling you what out there and what I've heard.
You've heard a lot, Josh.
And it was supposedly
None of that.
they
Very factual.
they took bait. They thought they were on Tiamat. They launched a strike on Tiamat that caused it to explode, causing the entire amount of water on this planet to fall down onto Earth, which is what caused the Great Deluge, the Great Flood, and then the rest of the pieces broke off and formed the actual thing. Now, again, I don't know if that's true, but it does kind of make sense to me, you know?
Pretty much.
The sequence numbered in the numeral
Minus the 3D details. Like Earth got trapped in the void that caused,
It's simple and wouldn't scientific answer what was battle between the terrestrial gods called Tiamat.
thus separated from heaven and heaven separated from Earth.
In the 12th planet, I audaciously suggest that the epic of creation is at its core a great scientific text that starts with a cosmology that embraces the whole solar system, explains the origins of the Earth, Moon, and the asteroid belt, reveals the existence of planets and moons, proceeds to the arrival of the Anunnaki gods on Earth, and describes the creation of man and the rise of civilization. Adapted to promote religious political purposes, an appendage into the hills in which stories assumption of security by the world national guard in the world is here. Marduk and Babylon answer in Assyria. Irrespective of version, when the primeval events began, heaven above and earth below had yet come into existence. The Numa Elish are now being shut phenomenal within the above heavens of top of the name. So look at you, a non-seven true not Zachariah, and below further have not been called.
Well, she's like a machine did it.
Hot damn. Began to take shape with just three celestial actions. Its familiar actions, its companion lunar pinions, and a few
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
the three names of that only that unchanged from understanding the original.
And then before the name started, the first moment, all the security guards and the relationship was like this. No, I'm asking you a question.
Oh, they begin to be endangered. As Tiamat, a watery planet, starts to
I'd rather hear from my manager, but
with the male
I made
absolute
bacon.
the sun. First, the pair, Lahamu and
Yeah.
Ranu, are formed in the space
I grabbed
between
my
them.
piece.
Then surpassing them in stature, the
got-
larger pair,
got a
Ishar and
can.
Anshar, appear.
Working
And
on
finally,
can
the pair,
two.
Anu and Nuimid are formed
About
farther
6
out.
o'clock, and come to check on you.
These are Sumerian names attesting to the Sumerian origin of the epic. Except that Anu is Babylonian from the
Well, I said, is
Sumerian
that the one you
An,
repaired?
the heavenly one.
No, you just made that.
The resulting solar system
Wow,
accurately
Eric.
conforms
Did you
to our
repair that
solar
one
system
that
and
you
its
were talking
planetary
about?
layouts as we know them. Except for Tiamat.
I was busy burning myself. And playing with the kiln because the alarm kept going off.
The
Yeah.
sun,
Took me
actually,
about
the one
10
who
to
existed
15
from the
minutes to
beginning.
figure out how to stop that shit.
My phone, I had to put it on the charger, so I wasn't on the
The sun's
live,
companion.
sorry. Bummer.
Polly came in.
Hi guys.
Lahamu, Lady of Battles.
So yeah, I got the first can
Mars,
done.
Ramu, Deity of War.
Fixing to work on
Tiamat,
can
Baby that
two.
gives life.
So,
Jupiter, Ishar, foremost
I
of
just
firm
wanted to know what
lands.
your timeline was like.
Saturn, Anshar,
You said she
foremost of the
was at
heavens.
7.
yeah, I believe she
Gaga,
does.
Anshar's
She's
messenger.
busy, isn't she?
The future,
There was someone in there, yeah.
Pluto. Uranus, Anu, E of the heavens. Neptune, Ea, Nudimmud, our co-creator. Modern science holds that our solar system was formed about 4.5 billion years ago, when a whirling cloud of cosmic dust ringing the sun began to coalesce, forming planets orbiting it. Planets spaced out in the same orbital plane called ecliptic, and circling in the same direction counterclockwise. The description in the ancient Mesopotamian epic is in accord with these modern findings, but offers a different and probably more accurate sequence of planet formation.
So what do you do if you don't believe
The
it?
Sumerian names of the planets are meaningful and accurate descriptions of these celestial bodies, facts that modern astronomers have discovered, as for example, like
And you want
2,000
to back up?
that is indeed Saturn, Anshar, and
Warm it up in the
massive
morning.
Jupiter,
Well, that
Ishar.
would be cool if we could.
That is foremost of the heavens due to its system of rings that tremendously extend its reach. The resulting solar system, the epic relates, was
We're only
unstable
30
and chaotic at
miles
its
from here
start.
this morning. After all that driving this
Were
weekend.
not yet firmly
It
set.
seemed like a lot of driving.
The divine
It's
rulers
like-
banded
like
together, getting
driving
each
in
other's
town.
way. The disturbed Tiamat
Which I
as they
never
surged
liked.
back and forth,
What, this morning?
moving in
Yeah.
unstable
Yeah, it was a little bit.
orbits,
It didn't
crowding
seem like it
toward
was very
Tiamat.
far, but I'm right on
Even
into
the
town.
gravitational and magnetic forces of the sun were ineffective. Apsu could not lessen their clamor. Again,
This is
modern
like
science
driving the
too
bus.
started a long-held notion that once the solar system was formed, was not done.
It is a little bit different being in an RV than it is a car. I've learned I gotta watch this line. Because if I watch this line will fall in place.
They have cookies.
People got confused about this and asked me about.
Yeah, what the hell, you want
Oh
cookies?
my God, man, they sound so
She
good.
wants cookies.
They had banana nut chocolate chip. These were soft baked
Cookies
cookies.
inside.
Hi. They had.
Soft baked
It was
cookies.
a mixture of cookies.
We're gonna get some eggs.
But they had like a cranberry, walnut
Oh,
cookie, and apple
Associated
cinnamon
names of
cookie.
gods.
They were all soft baked.
These
So I was like, fuck yeah, we're getting that.
Where's some of that? Oh shit, just get one good
I don't
one.
generally.
Spaghetti.
Are we doing spaghetti?
I got mushrooms and
Well, I noticed that we had some Alfredo sauce. Did we have Alfredo sauce with us?
Somewhere.
Alfredo. So I made
somewhere.
them cookies.
I
I don't ask for cookies
I want
very
to buy her
often.
cookies for dinner.
I don't really ask for cookies so often. That's shameless on the cookie part. And you, they had some big old cookies back there. They were like huge.
Dude,
But they weren't soft. Soft makes
Thus,
sound
in turn,
delicious.
brings more total
some of
turmoil
them is green.
that endangers the other
Sprinkle
celestial
like
gods. At this dangerous phase, the outermost
And
celestial
put all
god,
three of them
Nudimmud,
into
or Neptune,
this can because I got
takes
three.
matters into his own hands. Surpassing in wisdom, accomplished, resourceful, this celestial deity balances the wobbly solar
Oh,
system,
For days.
inviting an outsider, one more loyal celestial god.
I'll not be a distraction to
The
you. I'm gonna
newcomer
go
was
back
not
to the kid
formed
and the
with the
dog.
others. It's a strange
Okay.
coming
It's a
from
very
afar.
busy store.
It originated far out in the heart of the deep, and it is filled with awesomeness.
Yeah, I don't think I want to sleep
It's
down.
filled with awesomeness.
Find the
They don't
equipment.
run
Yes,
till 9.
it's filled with awesomeness. Alluring as his figure to gaze in his eyes, normally was his greatness, commanding from the beginning, artfully arranged beyond comprehension with his members, beyond understanding, difficult to implement. Subjected to the gravitational pull of that image, and coming under the influence of other planets, the stranger from outer space curves its course towards the solar system center. When it passes too closely near Uranus, it feels his gravitational
But
force
if it's too close to Uranus,
and the invaders sprout 4 rings or lines, satellites, and moons that whirl around it. One cannot be certain whether the original Sumerian text had already named the stranger from outer space Nibiru, and the point that he certain
Here's
that
way
the
too close to
changed
mine.
it here is Marduk, the name of Avalon's national god. Marduk is also raw. This plant thing is also raw, Marduk, and Baylor as well. This transformation of Marduk from a god on earth to a celestial deity by renaming the deity on Marduk was accompanied in the Babylonian text by revelation that image, which engenders the newcomer by inviting him in, is none other than Ea, the real father of the Babylonian god Marduk. And that Anu is Ea, father, as proclaimed in fact by Enki in his earlier quoted autobiography. But for the sleight of hand, the celestial PL became a religious political rejuvenation of a dynasty. Anu, Ea, Enki, Marduk. As the ancient text describes the progression of the invading planet, it becomes clear that it is moving in a clockwise direction, the opposite or retrograde of the other planets, counterclockwise orbital direction, finding and defining a difference that offers the only explanation to a very otherwise inexplicable phenomena in our solar system. This retrograde direction of the Gilgamesh path made an eventual collision with Tiamat inevitable, and an ensuing celestial battle, as the ancient text calls it, collision. Is a basic tenet of ancient knowledge, reflected on countless references in the Bible, books of Psalms, Job, and the prophets. Disturbed by the new gravitational forces pacing about, the distraught Tiamat gives rise to her own defensive host of 11 satellite moons. The Babylonian text describes them as roaring dragons, clothed with terror. The largest of them, Kingu, is chief of her hosts. Kingu she exalted, in their midst she made him great. His task is to prepare for battle with the oncoming Marduk. As Kingu's reward, Tiamat readily readies him to join the assembly of the gods, to become a planet in his own right by granting him a celestial destiny, an orbital path. That alone was reason enough for the Sumerians and their successors to count this particular moon as a member in its own right of our solar system. As the stage is set for the celestial battle, Tablet 1 of the Enuma Elish comes to an end, and the scribe of the best preserved version, one Nebu Rishetek Uni, describes at its end the customary colophon. First tablet of Enuma Elish, like the original tablet, copy from Babylon. He also identifies the scribe whose tablet he copied, a tablet written and collated by Nabu Velastu Iqbi, the son of Naib Marduk. The copying scribe then dated his work, the month of Iyar, the 9th day, the 27th year of Darius. Discovered at Kish, the first tablet of the Enuma Elish is thus identified by its scribe as a copy made at the start of the 5th century BC during the reign of Darius I. By a twist of fate, it was the same Darius whose rock inscription in Behistun enabled Rawlinson to crack open the mystery of cuneiform writing. Tablet 2 of the Anunnaki tracks the emergence of two opposing planetary camps headed for the inevitable collision. Treating the celestial gods as living entities, the text tells that while Tiamat was forming her ferociously whirling satellites, in the solar system's outer reaches, Ea Enki appealed to his grandfather Anshar to organize the varied planets and have them anoint Marduk as their leader in battling Tiamat and her host. Let him who is potent be our avenger. Let Marduk, keen in battle, be the hero. A crucial stage is reached when Marduk nears the colossal Anshar. For Anshar, Saturn, his lips, majestic rings that extend out off the face of Anshar. Encountering them, the approaching Marduk kisses the lips of Anshar, the rings of Saturn. The passage by and acceptance by the dynastic great-grandfather encourages Marduk to voice his wishes. If I indeed, as your avenger and to vanquish Tiamat, convene an assembly to proclaim my destiny supreme, a celestial destiny, an orbit greater than that of all the other planets, is what Marduk demanded. It is here, by now Tablet 3, that according to Sumerian cosmology, the future Pluto obtains its planetary status and unique orbit. A moon of Anshar, Saturn, called Gaga, it is detached by the force of the oncoming Marduk and is thrust out as an emissary to Lamu and Lahamu. Purportedly, it canvassed their vote for the elevation of Marduk to leadership. When Gaga returns, it circles back all the way to the outermost beyond Neptune. There it becomes the planet we call Pluto, with its oddly inclined orbit that takes it at times beyond and sometimes inside the orbit of Neptune. Aware of that unusual orbit, the Sumerians depicted the planet as a two-faced deity, seeing its master Ea Enki Neptune once this way and once the other way. With all the planets opposing Tiamat agreeing to Marduk's demands for supremacy, in Tablet 4, the giant Kishar Jupiter adds more weapons to Marduk's arsenal. In addition to the four satellites named South Wind, North Wind, East Wind, and West Wind that he had obtained from Anu Uranus, 3 new awesome satellites, Evil Wind, Whirlwind, and Matchless Wind, are added, creating an awesome whirling battle entourage of 7 in all. Thus reinforced, Marduk, filled with a blazing flame, able to shoot lightnings as arrows, possessing a magnetic field, Tiamat as in a net. Toward the raging Tiamat set his face. Tiamat meanwhile is orbiting in a direction toward the oncoming Nibiru, Marduk. The celestial battle, the collision, was about to occur. Tiamat and Marduk, the wisest of gods, advanced against each other. They pressed on in single combat. They approached for battle. The 4 winds he stationed, that nothing of her could escape, the south wind, the north wind, the east wind, the west wind. Close to his side he held the net, gift of his grandfather Anu, who brought forth the evil wind, the whirlwind, and the hurricane, to trouble Tiamat's insides. All 7 of them rose up behind him. In front of him he set the lightning with a blazing flame. He filled his body with a fearsome halo. His head was turbaned, wrapped with awesome terror as with a cloak. As the 2 hurtling planets neared each other, Marduk went on the attack. The Lord spread out his net to ensnare her. The evil wind, the rearmost, he let loose in her face. When Tiamat opened her mouth to devour it, he drove in the evil wind that she closed not her lips. Tiamat, according to this step-by-step account of the battle, was first struck with one of Marduk's 7 satellites, where her mouth was, then Marduk's other moons served as weapons. So according to Sumerian Cosmology, as retained in the Enuma Elish, in this first encounter between Marduk and Tiamat, the two planets did not collide. It was the winds of satellites of Marduk that struck Tiamat, fracturing her midst and extinguishing her life. While the final blow to the gashed Tiamat is yet to be delivered in a subsequent encounter, in this first round, Marduk and his winds deal with Tiamat's host of orbiting satellites. The smaller ones, shattered, trembling with fear, turned their backs about to save their lives. Tightly encircled, they could not escape. The phrase "turned their backs about" thrust in the direction of the advancing Marduk, they became the otherwise inexplicable retrograde orbiting comets. Ah, that makes sense. Kingu, their leader, rendered lifeless, is bound and held captive. He is deprived of the tablet of destinies that was about to make it a planet in its own right. Snatching it, Marduk took away from him the tablet of destinies not rightfully his and transferred the orbital capability to himself. Devoid of an atmosphere, Kingu is turned into Dugage, a Sumerian term that can be best translated as lifeless circler, doomed to forever keep circling Earth. There you go, there's our moon. I've said that for years, I thought that the moon was some kind of, planet that was basically just destroyed and just stripped down to its, if you strip Earth down to the bedrock and just strip everything else off of this planet, it would basically look like our moon. It would just be a big chunk of floating rock in space. Now unable to go into orbit, Marduk circles back to revisit Anshar and Nimid and reports his victory to them. As he completes his first solar orbit, he is coming back to the site of the celestial battle. Marduk turned his back to Tiamat, whom he had subdued. This time, Marduk himself collides with the wounded Tiamat, cleaving her apart. The fate of the two parts is of crucial importance. Every word in the ancient text is significant, for it is here that we are witnessing the Anunnaki's sophisticated understanding of how the Earth, the Moon, and the asteroid belt came to be. In the 12th planet, I have suggested that the severed upper half skull of Tiamat, thrust off to another place in the solar system, became the planet Earth in a new orbital path. That Kingu, doomed to become a lifeless circler, was carried with it to become Earth's moon, and that the hindered part of Tiamat smashed to bits and pieces and became the asteroid belt, or the hammered bracelet. But the shattered smaller moons of Tiamat became the puzzling retrograde comets that turned back and assumed Marduk's retrograde orbit, was reinforced by their statement that Marduk tied them to his tail, pulling them in his own retrograde orbital direction. That's interesting. This understanding of the creation tale, reaffirmed repeatedly in various Sumerian texts, also offers the only plausible explanation for the biblical verses in Genesis dealing with the event and the origin of life on Earth. All right, here we go. In the first encounter, satellite moons of Marduk strike and disable Tiamat. The decisive encounter, Marduk itself treads upon, strikes, and comes in contact with Tiamat, splitting her in two. It is thus that the seed of life present on Marduk is transferred to and shared with the future Earth. Keeping Tiamat waters, it is a future watery planet. The upper half skull of Tiamat is thrust off to a new orbital location and become the Earth now seeded with DNA from Marduk. The thrust half, the future Earth, carries with it the lifeless Kingu to become its moon. It really just becomes like an allegory for a terraforming event to me. I don't know why. The bottom part is smashed to bits and pieces, tied together as a bracelet and becomes the asteroid belt. When the celestial battle had taken place where Tiamat had once orbited, his termed Shemamu in Akkadian and Shamael in Hebrew, terms that are translated as heaven, that extend from Mayan waters, the place where the watery Tiamat used to be. In the Mesopotamian text, the affirmation of this sequence was repeatedly expressed by the following statements. After heaven had been separated from earth, after earth had been moved away from heaven. Having reshaped the heavens, created earth, and fashioned the hammered bracelet,
Heaven must be a
Marduk
planet.
crossed the heavens and surveyed the regions.
Hey, Greg, how the hell are
He
you?
measured. Liking what he saw, the Mesopotamian text state, he, Marduk, founded the station of the Nibiru.
I'm
The
making a
station of
really
Nibiru.
nice
The space
inside out
station.
double ring
Celestially, by making our solar system his abode,
with ohm
Marduk
signs
has
all up
become
it.
planet Nibiru. A 10th planet, a 12th member of the solar system.
About
But
got
as I
10
said
number
before,
2 done.
What if it's not? What if it's him in some giant ship that's just in
Working.
an orbit we can't see?
You know, Greg, today's first day I've worked in weeks, man.
What if the people in the old times thought it was
I'm
a planet, but it was a ship?
I'm
It was
happy
so
for
big
you.
when it was seen from Earth, it looked like a planet.
fuck,
A 10th planet, a 12th member of the solar system,
man. I'm happy to be
Sun,
working.
Moon, and 10
I'm gonna
planets
be
has
working the
been
rest of
added
the week up
exactly
here.
as depicted on a silver seal
Honest
from
Ridge
2500
for us,
BC.
Denver.
It is in the Voidasche Museum in Berlin. The similarity
Trying
of
to
the
sell a
order of
bike.
planetary
Nobody
formation
wants to
per
buy a bike.
Elish
I
speaks
got a bike
for
for
itself.
sale.
The
So
new planet's
motherfucker,
orbit
it's
stretched from the
still
absolute region
bike
to the
price.
abode of the Yah, from an abode, Perigee,
Hey, John,
near
how
the
you
sun
doing?
to an abode,
Stopped by a
Apogee,
friend's house.
well beyond
I know what
Neptune.
that's coming for.
With this great elliptical orbit, Marduk's celestial
I
destiny
stopped by a
became
friend's house
supreme,
too.
just
Think about
as
packing
he had
another
been
friend up.
promised. This orbit, the epic states, is what gives the new member of our solar system its name for Nibiru, crossing. Planet
Crossing.
Nibiru, the crossroads of heaven and earth he shall occupy. Above and below, the gods shall not go across. They must await him. Called Shar, which means the kings, this orbit equated mathematically 3,600, suggesting that this was the orbital period of Marduk, or Nibiru, 3,600 Earth years, as it returns
Go make it
annually,
pop,
one orbit
camera
being 1 year
for
for Nibiru, to its perigee where Tiamat had been. Nibiru intersects the ecliptic. It is its crossing point, and whenever mankind has witnessed that occurrence, Nibiru was depicted as a radiating planet symbolized by the sign of the cross. Geologically, geophysical, and biological evidence gathered on Earth, on the Moon, and from asteroids and meteorites have convinced modern scientists that a cataclysm, a catastrophic collision event,
See why I get
affecting
upset
our
when
part
people
of the
call
solar
it
system had
Nibiru
occurred
because
circa
it's only
3.9
Nibiru when
billion
it
years ago,
crosses the ecliptic.
about 600,000 years after the
It's the
formation
English
of the
planet
solar
heaven,
system.
damn it.
The event I have suggested was the celestial battle between Marduk and Tiamat.
Hey, Hawk, how you doing?
The Enuma Elish filled up 4 tablets with the tale of creation thus far. The Hebrew Bible did it in 8 verses and 2 divine days.
Yeah, God's got a lot of
In the
country.
familiar King James translation, we learn that when the creation of heaven and earth began, the earth was without form and void, and the deep was in darkness. Then the Spirit of God moved upon the waters, and God commanded, "Let there be light," and there was light. And having divided the light from the darkness, God called the light day and the darkness night. And it was evening and it was morning, day 1.
There's a sun planet.
One would be less hard put to
First
discern
creation.
in those words their Mesopotamian origin. The actual Hebrew text is followed. There the darkness was not upon the face of the deep, but upon Tehum, Hebrew for Tiamat. It is Ruah, the wind, not spirit, Marduk's satellite that moved against Tiamat as his lightning, not mere light, struck her. Verses 6-8, the events of day 2 translations use the term firmament to describe the asteroid belt. Yeah, the waters above the firmament. That's what that was referring to.
Nothing to do with Earth.
Says Rocky Ah, which is Rakish in the Babylonian text, which literally means hammered bracelet. Located in the midst of the waters to separate the waters above from the waters below, it is the Shamayim, the place of the waters that is translated heaven. Choosing to skip the polytheistic sections about the multiple gods' genealogy, rivalries, and discussions, the editor-author of Genesis just restated the scientific fact of an Earth cleaved off of Tiamat as a result of a celestial collision.
He did.
The ancient view was that the hammered bracelet asteroid belt served as a firmament or a heaven separating celestial regions.
I am angry.
The Hebrew term for that region, the Sharim, and its meaning heaven, were obviously borrowed directly from the opening verse of the Enuma Elish. Elish La Nabu Shamamu. In the above heaven,
Yeah, it didn't have anything to do with the
had not been named.
shape of our planet and shit. That's
Indeed,
what
the
always
biblical
kills me.
notion of
I'm
a
like,
celestial
have y'all
above
ever even
and a
read that book?
celestial below stem from the 2 opening verses of the Enuma Elish.
I don't
The
think
above from the first verse just quoted, and the below from the second verse, Shatlitu Amamantum Shuma La Zakrat. Below,
Let me see what time Honor's cutting
had
out.
not been called. Such a celestial division to an above the firmament and heaven to a below seem baffling at first glance, but they become pertinent and clear when we illustrate the statement about Nibiru's attaining the crossing in the midst of where Tiamat had been. Passing at its perigee between Mars and Jupiter, Nibiru indeed makes the crossing in the midpoint between all the other planets of the solar system, the moon included. As the Bible's terminology explains, the Shama Yain, literally the place of the waters, but translated heaven, the place of the firmament, the place where Nibiru crosses, indeed divides the planetary system into an above and a below. Into the solar system's outer planets in the above and the inner planets in the below, near the sun. What the Enuma Elish in the Bible say is confirmed by modern astronomy that refers to the below group as the terrestrial planets and the above group as the outer planets separated by the asteroid belts. The basic tenet of ancient cosmology and astronomy is even confirmed by a depiction on a Sumerian cylinder seal now on view in the Bible Lands Museum in Jerusalem, Israel, that graphically expresses this celestial division. It uses the straw used in beer drinking as the dividing asteroid belt. To its left side, the below planet, starting with Venus as the 8th planet, the Earth and its crescent moon, and Mars nearest the belt. And on the other side, it shows the above Jupiter and Saturn with its rings. As Tablet 5 begins, the continuing Enuma Elish text then ascribes Marduk the establishment of the precincts of night and day by assigning night to the moon, daytime to the sun, and credits him with all the Sumerian astronomical achievements. It was he who instituted a luni-solar calendar, fixed the zenith, divided the heavens into 3 zones, and grouped the stars in 12 zodiacal constellations, giving them their images. We find that this segment repeated almost verbatim in Genesis 1:14 to 19, where God is credited with dividing the day from the night, making the sun and the moon responsible for seasons, days, and years, and forming the constellations and also their signs. With all celestial matters taken care of, divine attention shifted to Earth itself, to making it habitable. In the Mesopotamian text, we reach Tablet 5, a complete and almost intact tablet, was found only in the late 1950s at an unlikely Turkish site called Sultan Tepe. From it, one learns that after Marduk had given the sun and the moon their appointed tasks, he turned his attention and creative energy to making Earth, the former upper part of Tiamat, a viable place. Clearly, having just been cleaved off from Tiamat, Earth is in need of reworking and reshaping by its creator to become a habitable planet with mountains, rivers, flowing waters, etc. Returning to the Bible, we find that Genesis 2 reports that having completed the celestial arrangements, divine attention turned to Earth. Verses 9 through 10 describe the steps taken to make it habitable. Again, here's some terraforming stuff going on here. And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear, and it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and called the gathered together. He called the gathered together waters seas. This biblical account is in full accord with the modern findings that all of Earth's dry land began as one supercontinent, Pangaea, that emerged when all the Earth's waters were gathered into one vast pan-ocean. Pangaea in time broke up, and its parts drifted off away from each other, becoming several continents. This modern continental drift theory is fundamental to all Earth sciences, but defined clearly stated in the Bible, and probably in the missing lines of Tablet 5 is quite remarkable. The Hebrew and the Babylonian texts provide here a logical and scientifically accurate process. The wounded segment of the watery Tiamat begins to assume a planetary shape. The waters collect in the cavernous parts, of which the Pacific Ocean is the largest and deepest, revealing dry land. The continents appear, mountains are pushed up, volcanoes spout lava and gases, giving rise to an atmosphere. Clouds and rains come, rivers begin to flow. Earth is ready for life. Thus states the Enuma Elish in Tablet 5, line 65, he, Marduk, created heaven and earth. Thus states the Bible in Genesis 2, verse 1, were completed the heavens and the earth, and all they're lost. By treating Enuma Elish as a sophisticated cosmology, and not as an allegorical tale of struggle between good and evil, we have obtained a coherent explanation for many puzzles in our solar system and explained the incredibly fast appearance of life on Earth and the compatibility between the Anunnaki and the daughters of man. The Bible, I suggest, has done the same. Chapter 7 of Anunnaki and Agigi. I'll just jump here. All right, of Anunnaki and Agigi, chapter 7. It was probably near midnight when the public reading of Enuma Elish in Babylon, accompanied by reenactments, a kind of passion play, had reached the statement that the creation of heavens and the earth by Marduk had been accomplished. Now it was time to translate his celestial supremacy to supremacy among the Anunnaki, the heavenly gods who came to earth. With admirable subtlety, the name Enlil, the deity who probably was the hero of the creation tale in its Sumerian original, is mentioned for the first time alongside those of Anu and Ea Enki. It is slipped in the very last line of Tablet 4. Then, as the tale continues on Tablet 5, other deities, including Marduk's real mother, Damkina, take the stage, and the listener finds himself witnessing Marduk's coronation as king, not only by the Anunnaki gods, but also by another group of deities called Igigi, those who observe and see.
The ones on Mars.
See, that's another one that's an answer to another question. Is that I've been asked, were these Igigi just workers, or are they also gods?
They're Anunnaki. They call
And it doesn't appear they were also
gods.
gods, but it also appears that they were of some
Catch up.
either of lower intelligence or of lower stock. I'm not really for sure. So yeah, indeed, they were more than just the primitive workers. not only by the Anunnaki gods, but also by another group of deities called the Agigi, those who observe and see. Those would be, I take it, the Watchers. So it's nice to see that, again, that distinction between, your regular straight-up Anunnaki and the Agigi. I think oftentimes people think that the Watchers, and the Nephilim and all that stuff, the Watchers are the same as the Anunnaki, but they're really not the same. It is a grand assembly of all the living gods. Marduk is seated on a throne, and his proud parents, Enki and Damkina, open their mouths to address the great gods, saying, "Formerly Marduk was merely our beloved son. Now he is your king. Proclaim his title, King of the gods of heaven and earth." Compliance to that request, demand followed. Being assembled, all the Agigi bowed down. Every one of the Anunnaki kissed Marduk's feet. They were assembled to do obedience. They stood before him, bowed, and said, "He is the king." They gave sovereignty to Marduk. They declared for him a formula of good fortune and success, saying, "Whatever you command, we will do." The text does not state where the assembly is gathered. The narrative suggests that the coronation of Marduk is taking place on the Nibiru, and it is followed by an assembly of the gods assigned to earth, reminding the gathered gods of his royal lineage. Seven ancestors who preceded God and youth are invoked. Marduk, as newly elected chief, loses no time in outlining his divine program. Hitherto he tells the gathered gods who have resided in Ishar, the great abode of Anu on the Nibiru. Now you will reside in a counterpart abode thereof that I will build in the below. In the below, on earth, Marduk says, he has created firm ground suitable for a new home. I've hardened the ground for a building site. To build a home, my luxurious abode, I will establish therein my temple. Its shrines will affirm my sovereignty. I will call its name Babylon, gateway of the gods. As the gathered gods rejoiced at hearing Marduk's project to establish Babylon, he went on to assign them their duties. Marduk, the king of the gods, to above and below divided the Anunnaki. To follow his instructions, 300 he assigned to the sky. As those who watch, he stations them. In what manner the stations on earth he defined. 600 of them on earth he settled. He issued all the instructions. The Anunnaki of heaven and of earth he allotted their tasks. The gods assigned to mission earth are thus divided right off into two groups. 300 named Agigi, those who observe and see, and sky deities who will be stationed above the earth. And on Mars, as we explained later. 600, the Anunnaki of heaven and earth, will be stationed on earth itself, and their first task per the Lord's instructions is to establish Babylon and raise therein Marduk's stage tower, Isagia, the house whose head is lofty. By the end of tablet 6, Babylon, the gateway of the gods with its tower that reaches heaven, are ready. The celestial Marduk is now also Marduk on earth, and the resigning of Enuma Elish proceeds to tablet 7, which is a laudatory list of 50 names and 50 epitaphs of empowerment. With the title 50, the great gods proclaimed him Marduk the Supreme. Obviously, the epic's Babylonian text has rushed events here fast forward. Life has yet to emerge and evolve on Earth. Enki and his first crew of 50 Anunnaki are yet to splash down. Cities of the gods need to be established. Man has yet to appear, and the deluge still has to sweep over. for only in its aftermath does the episode of the Tower of Babylon take place. Whether the emissions are deliberate or not, the fact remains that all the interim developments still need to take place, not only according to the Bible, but also according to buried cuneiform texts. Indeed, even before one contemplates the events on Earth, one ought to parse the enigma of events on Nibiru, where the coronation of Marduk presumably took place. Who are the assembled gods? Who are the forefathers that Marduk invokes? The divine royal abode he plans to establish on Earth is to serve as a counterpart to the divine royal abode of the god Anu, the Ishara on Nibiru. A king of what kingdom was Anu? Who were the Anunnaki and the Agigi assigned to duties for mission Earth? How did they come to be present, to reside on planet Nibiru? Why did 50 of them accompanying Ea or Enki, he's the same person, that's why they make the distinction that way, go to Earth in search of gold? And why, at its peak, were 600 Anunnaki and 300 Agigi needed? While Enuma Elish provides no such answers, we are not entirely at a loss to know them. Very ancient texts fill in data and details, name names, and describe events.
Nice, John.
We've already mentioned some of those texts. We will go into like many others, some even in languages other than Sumerian or Akkadian. Together, they provide the dots that can be connected to form a coherent and continuous
Personally, I
tale.
can't wait.
Paramount in that context is what they tell us about ourselves, how man and mankind came to be on this planet Earth. We can start unraveling the ball.
I can't only imagine how things would be
The ruler
different.
on the Nibiru during
if I'd have
Marduk's
known I had a
coronation as
magnet
supreme
at
leader of
birth.
the Anunnaki and the Agigi. He was also a ruler on the Nibiru during the first arrival on Earth, and Enki invoked his status as firstborn son of Anu in his autobiography. One can assume that it was Anu's form of kingship
Thanks,
that was
Glenn.
brought down from heaven by the Anunnaki, and it was from his court that the traditional insignia of kingship emanated. A divine headdress, a scepter or staff, and a coiled measuring cord, these symbols appear in divine investiture depictions at all times, in which the god or the goddess grants these objects to the new king.
We'll try another triple see what I can be
Anu, as a
in the
word, meant
right
heaven.
safety mind.
As a name, it meant the heavenly one.
Thanks, Glenn.
And its pictogram was a star. References in varied texts provide some information about Anu's palace, his court, and its strict procedures. We thus learn that in addition to his official consort, his spouse Antu,
I just had no concept.
Anu had 6 concubines. Well, now we know where Enki gets it from. So this guy's married
I couldn't
and
imagine
has 6
having a
girls on the
magnet.
side that his wife's okay with. Talk about doing some fucking porn, son. No wonder Enki's going around Paul deceiving in
Conversation should be, let's give it to our
little
kids.
highlight pictures full of that stuff. Well, no wonder Daddy's running around with a wife and 6 whores on the side. This guy, I mean, really? 6? Also, I understand, the wife and maybe 1.
I just saw it on a
But I mean,
hyperclip.
how do you have time to eat and go
I was like, I didn't believe what I was looking at. I was like, oh, this is
I don't
esoteric
understand.
shit. But everything else I
But
was
now
looking
I
at was so
understand why we
technical,
like
and I
to
was
fuck
all
so
like,
much as
I
humans.
might want
That's
to
what I
look
learned from this
into
movie
this,
text. More than anything else.
see what's going on. And I'll be damned. We got
Anu
a
had 6
magnet.
concubines. His offspring were 80 in number.
It changed my life.
14 of them were with the divine titles
I
N
know.
for males or Nin for
Fuck me,
females.
man.
Now wait a minute.
I just walked out of my house because of it. I
He had
know
80
what's up.
kids, but only 14
I
of
don't
them
care.
were eligible
I know
to have
Creator wants
the
us
godly
to
names.
get
Why
the
is
people.
that?
And
That
I'm
right
going to
there
see to it.
implies,
That's just what I do. And
some
this
of
is
them
usually
were
how I
outlined,
do it.
some of them
I
weren't.
sure as hell appreciate y'all's help doing this shit with the RV. We'd still be tempting it.
His court aides included a chief chamberlain 3 commanders in charge of the rocket ships, 2 commanders of the weapons, a minister of the purse, 2 chief justices, 2 masters of written knowledge, 2 chief scribes, and 5 assistant
Oh,
scribes.
Glenn, I love you.
The rank and file of Anu's staff were termed
Cheers, my friend.
Anuna, meaning Anu's heavenly ones.
I still can't believe our fucking luck, man.
Anu's
Standing
palace
out there
was
on the
located
fucking
in the
corner
pure
and bought, what,
place.
2 pounds of weed for fucking
Its entrance
$120
was
or
constantly
$80
guarded by
or
2
some
royal
stupid shit
princes,
like that. I was like,
titled
what the fuck?
commanders of the weapons.
It was like $80. Probably had
They
40.
controlled 2 divine
And you
weapons,
and I had 20 each. So
the
it was like
Shah
$80 for about 2
the
pounds of
royal
weed.
hunter,
I'm
and the
getting
Shah
high as fuck off
gods, the
that
royal
shit.
smiter. An Assyrian drawing
Cheers,
purported
David.
to show the gateway to Anu's palace showed 2 towers flanked by eagle men, uniformed Anunnaki astronauts, with the winged disc emblem of Nibiru centrally displayed.
Well, Glenn, you know,
Other celestial symbols, a 12-member solar system,
that's how I filter who I want to
a
talk to.
crescent for the moon and 7
Can you look at
dots
the
for
moon?
Earth's
Is it
complete
that hard?
representation. When an assembly of the gods was called, it took place in the throne room of the palace.
I like it when you question.
Anu sat on his throne, flanked by his son Enlil, seated on the right, and his
You
son
know-
Ea seated on the left.
NASA says there's fucking ass was
Texts that recorded the
tilted.
assembly proceedings indicate that virtually
He
anyone
wanted the
present
money.
could speak up. Some of the deliberations were
Yeah, it was
heated
$80.
debates. But in the end,
Fucking
Anu's
A,
word
man.
was final.
Like I
His
said, we
decision
left
was
that shit.
binding.
God, it gets me high.
Among his
We left that
epitaph
shit
was
in the storage.
Divine 60, granting Anu under the sexagesimal base 60 numbering system the highest rank.
I still got big old bags of it.
The Sumerians and their successors have kept not only meticulous king lists, they also maintained elaborate god lists. Lists of gods arranged
stuff.
by important and ranked and grouped by families. In the more detailed lists, the prime name of the
A little
god
bit
or
lifted,
goddess
a
was
little bit
followed by their epithets. In
It's a
some
good
lists, they attained
relaxation
a
shit.
canonical status. The gods were arranged genealogically,
Yeah, we just standing on
giving
the
so
corner.
to say their
Oh, we
royal
was singing
pedigree.
some
There you go,
badass
bloodlines.
fucking rap.
That's why the bloodlines are important to the people in the powers that be, even to this day.
I thought he was trying to be Slim Shady on the corner. He was busking. He's like, I got them $20 ounces. I was all like, Glenn's already walking. He's like, what?
And deemed the great god list occupies 7 tablets
Pause, Josh.
and
Let me see
contains
if I
more than
can.
2,100 names of gods and goddesses.
Fucking John's walking up to that guy, says, what are we working with? He starts shooting across the street with him. I'm all like, oh, fuck. We're in the middle of a weed deal. Fucking, so I come up. Fucking Glenn already bought himself an ounce for 20 bucks. I swear to God, it was like an ounce and a half. And I just kind of looked at Glenn's ounce. And I was like, that's weed. So I'll take one. So he gave me a couple of ounce bag. The guy's fucking scale was broken. And Polly walks up behind us, says, what we got going on? He says, here's this big old fucking shopping bag. Says, I'll give you the rest of it for $40. I was digging in my wallet. Polly already had it in her hand. Fucking slapped him the $40. He handed it the fucking big old bag of fucking weed. And it was old club weed, is what it was. It's a lot. The clubs, they're only allowed to have so many pounds. So they throw away a lot of weed. Some of it slips through, I guess. We found some. It's definitely not holographic, Spicy. It's not holographic. It's electromagnetic. Spirit side's electro, this side's magnetic. Every fucking little atom has a muon in the center. There's a creator in your design. You should probably watch more videos of mine instead of over there. They might have some good footage, but if you want to know omnipresence, know omnipresence, and you're positioning that kind of creation, details are pretty good over there. And I show it to you in physics, and doing your own research, like John and Glenn, these folks have done, brings more to it, because I'm a dumbass and I only run into some obvious shit. I have other people bring me shit that I overlook, like Jupiter's flipping, fucking sunspots are fucking rolling, food's never gonna be cheaper than it is today, that kind of shit. Stem cells from fucking getting goosebumps. I had no idea we got stem cells until Hermetic brought that to us. Because I found oscillations and, bioreactive stuff from your electromagnetic center. But I didn't know about the stem cell thing. That was a bonus. That's the kind of new this is. This is not on other channels, although a lot. I mean, if you look through history, they talk a lot about it, but they talk about it in woo-woo form, like, you're special if you can do this, or you're special if you can do that. And they want to segment people. Everybody can do all of that. And then some. And we've been divided and lied to for too long. They own too much of the fucking information channels. I mean, for Christ's sake, I was calling out horrible things that you're witnessing today long before they began, step by a itemized step. And I didn't miss much on the medical, although I got struck a lot. That's all on my bit sheet. But it should have been on the nightly news. In the real world, I'd be sitting in front of the world court testifying to what I know instead of doing what we're doing. But you know what? Obviously, Creator wants this done. We don't need the damn news or the fucking their tools to spread this. It's already started. It's neighborhoods. Jason's neighborhoods up. Fucking Nick, everybody he walks into gets a magnet. That's how it's done. You gotta feel it. You gotta live it. People out there want to know the truth. Holly and I have been talking to bankers and stuff, people that you wouldn't imagine. Especially a few days out of the shower, sitting around talking about the moon. You know what I mean? So it's contagious. People want to know what the fuck is going on. And if you can prove to somebody, fuck the moon is doing cartwheels, all you gotta do is a damn Google search. Popular Mechanics did articles on Earth's axis shifted just recently. They say in the 90s. I say 2010. So did the natives. Pretty unanimously, actually. I spoke to everybody on the powwow tribe list, about 350 Native American tribes, and their wisdom holders told me they were watching the same thing since the same date. waiting. I'm like, well, that's interesting. So we wait. Well, I got tired of waiting. Now I'm going to take what I've learned to them because I don't think they have it. They locked down during this whole thing and poisoned the tribes. And you heal. I know I can hit one of them and get 10,000 of them playing with their magnet real fast. That's my solution. There's a lot of tribes all around the country, so we'll probably be seeing everybody eventually.
Yep, Moon's doing a motherfucking cartwheel.
Shouldn't be, huh? We proved that, I mean, just by thousands of years of observation versus what it's doing now. Orion rises on his back about, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. He's up on his back. The first thing you see is his belt standing up, dink, dink, dink. It should be across like that. Ryan's belt stands straight up because he's laying flat on his fucking back when he comes up. He shouldn't be doing that. He told fucking sunrise Orion is on his back. And just above the sun, if you can't find him. It's because he's laying on his back and he looks different.
Yes. God. Jesus. Fucking top dog over here, I'll tell you what. I mean, wow. Hi. Glad to see somebody else that knows anything about navigation.
Welcome to the corner. Yeah, the path they take is completely different. A lot of the trolls will be like, oh, Polaris is in the same spot it's always been. No, it's not. But that's usually when you're arguing, is the moon doing a cartwheel? And it's like, if they can't understand that, how in the hell are they going to find Polaris in the first place? So I've always kept the conversation very simple. But yeah, fuck yeah, they're traveling in a completely different path than what they should be. It's almost dizzying trying to get a fucking bearing on where the fuck you are in old school shit and then trying to figure how you spun. I've done a lot of math on that, man. It's fucking crazy. You're not where you're supposed to be according to the stars anymore. It's just long and short of that. Well, I am. I knew that even before NASA talked about our Earth axis shifted. I was trained to know that. You know what I mean? It took me a while to realize a lot of people just weren't. So it's like falling off a bike, you know, and then you get back on it and you're riding again. And you just look at the sky one time, and at the right time, you're completely upside down. So that's what happened to me anyway. And I just started watching it. And it's all I could watch. Yeah. I understood what it meant. Nobody was talking about it. It freaked me out. You know? So yeah, I knew we had tilted. I'm really glad to see somebody else in chat that actually knows their sky. It's encouraging. Oh wow, yeah. I've seen some shit in the day. Hey Steven, hell yeah, look up. Hell yeah, always look up. As I tell people, get off of this channel and go watch your sky. You're going to learn a lot more than me telling you, if you know anything about it. You know. Go look at the northern hemisphere, northern horizon. That's pretty fucking crazy looking at night. Hell yeah. That's where I started learning my navigation too. It wasn't just all Navy. I was a Boy Scout. We did survival camp and all that, reading compasses and navigating on land. Yeah, it's supposed to never change. Your compass isn't supposed to wobble either. And it does. I'm not sure. Look around your horizon at night. If you got a good view of your horizon, which one's dark? And then stare at it for a while, see if you can't see that circumference. I've seen crazy shit from down under. White rainbows at night and shit. I'm sure you can see it. I've been told you can see it down there. So if you got you probably got a better look at it than I do. It's big. But the North Horizon, yeah. Late at night here in the northern hemisphere is pretty, I want to say scary, but it's not. It's definitely sobering. It brings you back to, holy shit, this is not a game. This is not what they're portraying here every day is really going on. This is what's going on. And they scripted it. And it's sick the way they do this shit. So it's go out and look around in your horizons at night. I can't tell you in southern. I'm not very interested to know though. And we will be here all week. I'm going to be live casting. We might do it from the BitChute, so keep an eye on my community page because not BitChute, my Twitch. Because man, I can share the screens and everything over there in real time. When we sit here and look at this wall and shit. So, we'll be twitching at some point this week. And I'll leave links in the community section so you can go hang out. Not just for Lee. Yeah, the whole sky's doing a backflip. Basically. Like I said, Orion, that's our winter hunter. We've been watching him all summer come up laying on his back. He's still doing the same little trick about 3 o'clock in the morning, 2:30, something like that. He kind of starts to pop his first belt stars up off the horizon. And by like 3:30, 4, you can really see it's Orion, and he's laying on his back. Completely just laying down on the job, man. He's still napping and shit. Well, that's what I'm saying. We've been watching Orion all summer. We shouldn't be seeing Orion. Well, I mean, now I should be seeing Orion. But I mean, I've been seeing Orion for months. I've been pointing out Orion for months and months and months and months, all through the summer. We're not where we should be in orbit, obviously. Or maybe we are now, but we haven't been. We've been retarded in our orbit. That's the best I got for you. We're not seeing the stars we should be, or we haven't been all summer. It's been weird. And I've been calling it out because it's, not normal. Oh, I love the Twitch. Yeah, Jace, we're tilting from day to day now. For quite a few years, we were just kind of holding steady. It was creepy. We would orbit, and we're still on our side. But the last couple of years have been really questionable as to where the fuck are we in our orbit. Because I'm seeing shit I shouldn't read at all. Yeah, since 2010. But I mean, like, we got 3 axes. We're starting to tilt on the sideways axis now, back and forth. Daily, because those things are so close to us. It's causing us to even shift more than we have been for years. My oxygen guy up in La Junta and I were on the back of the truck, and the sky opened up with this planet that made us look like fucking Mercury next to it in the daytime. I mean, like fucking in the daytime, and it kind of backed off, and the clouds and Cherenkov radiation just rolled in. It looked like sky. It looked to my eye like we were kind of sharing atmospheres, and I felt like falling onto the damn thing. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. I had to think for a minute. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. But I've seen a couple of them now, and my neighbors in La Junta started seeing them too. And we're surrounded. It's crazy. And the ones at night, you can really see pretty good. If you've got a good view of a horizon, you're going to find some dark spots that you might want to sit down and look at. I know I get vertigo, even the ones at night. Once you finally make out their shadow, it's like, oh, whoa. For me, you ask Glenn, I'm like, oh, honey, yep, I've seen it. I'll go back in. Fucking, it gets bigger. It has over the years. Hula dancing in a boat in a storm. That's kind of like it. I'm looking forward to hearing where it's at in the southern hemisphere. I've heard you can see it. I forget if it's north or the east. I don't remember. I've seen them both in north and east, so it depends on how we wobble that night, I guess. What, the 24th of this month? It's probably going to be 29th of next month, my birthday. They still got, I mean, look, fuck. We're short on food, folks. Look around. I'd be living in Walmart parking lot, walking up in there talking about, yeah, look, that meat section's just chunked out, gone. They spreading products to make it look like they got shit. Well, yeah, you know, all around the globe, there's huge underground cities that don't have torch burns on them. There's big enough room to keep cattle in pens down there and shit. Um, this isn't the first time this has happened. You know, Glenn, we'd be fools not to listen to you. Because you're right, you know. And not only more expensive, it's starting to become more, or rather to say less accessible. We need 2 years. We need 2 years good. Yeah, we're fucked. That's a good one. Oh yeah. I actually proved that too. Funny enough. Go watch my videos. You've just been doing your own damn research. So I'm pretty impressed. Yeah, they geoengineered it to be light sensitive, knowing the night was going to light up. And it acts like marijuana. It goes hermaphroditic, or hermaphroditic, and it doesn't produce the fruit like it should. It kind of stunts its growth and dies. Funny enough. What's up, Miss Beach? How you doing? But yeah, I always like to say Constantine, they had done this before. Exact mark of the beast. They knew exactly cutter incident, so to speak. Um, God, I wish we were on fucking Twitch. I could just talk and talk and talk. Well, I've been telling y'all that these migrants, I mean, look, they shut off the water in most Mexican cities months ago. The water taps are not flowing. And that's just simple as that. We've watched their houses burn um, horribly from Yucatan all I mean, fucking just the world is on fire. And all of a sudden we got all these migrants at the border with fentanyl. They're thirsty. But what we're seeing is what they want you to see. Behind the scenes, they're moving in Chinese nationals in armored transports into these cities and housing them. We're literally being invaded, and they're telling you we're being invaded on the news, but they don't tell you the whole truth, do they? They're moving in UN troops, folks, putting them on the ground. They don't do that years and years out. They've had the commandos and the commanders and this and shit, and 100,000 here and 100,000 there training for this. This is the brute force troops coming in. And we're watching it literally happen. The whole border situation was decided a long time ago with the SPP, Security Prosperity Partnership. George Bush, Adente Fox, and fucking can't remember. I think it was Trudeau. I don't remember for sure. Might have been the guy before. Signed in the North American Union into law, and ever since, to get social services as a citizen, you have to prove 7 different ways you're a citizen. As a immigrant, all you have to do is show a receipt for rent or an electric bill, and you'll receive whatever your income allows. They literally have 2 different sets of rules from the DMV to social services and all of that stuff. It's been written into law already. So there's no conflict at the border for immigrants coming up. Never have been since 2.5 bushes ago. But people, I don't know how they forget so fast. Well, apparently there's a gene that causes most human beings to degenerate their memory actively. So I didn't know that. That's a great brain thing. I heard them say that recently. plethora of planets. Yep. And 3 suns. Yeah, I have a hard time forgetting stuff. Sometimes. I remember Shoemaker Levy leaving scars on Jupiter, literally visible scars and craters, and they still call it a gas giant. I don't know. Everybody forgot our first lady was an Epstein whore. Escort. My bad. And the lady in prison, old Grizzy, she was recruited into Mar-a-Lago. So were most of Epstein's girls. I don't know how they forget these things. I sit here and scratch my ass and scratch my head, and neither one of them help. It's like, fucking, where do these people come from? When they put up the 2 fucking biggest bozos on the planet, on this beach, how are you? Hillary and her cousin Trump. I knew we were in trouble. I was like, oh God, they literally just came out and fucking said, hey, we don't give a fuck about you. Look at this. We're going to put it in 2 clowns. Like, we're in trouble. These people got to be seeing through this. I would tell people that he praised her and fucking praised Obama and then doubled the treason. They'll call me a Democrat. I'm like, oh, fuck. Last I looked, high treason is high treason. And it's a hangable offense. I don't know. Times 2 high treason, they hang you twice, maybe. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's all the same result as far as I'm concerned. Hang them all! Is my fucking motto. You need a new 3-hole. Well, guess what? Your lucky week is here. You know how to send me a pic. Show me what you want. I don't have any 3 holes right now, actually. Delivered. That's a possibility. We gotta get a generator first. That way I can work on the road and we can do lives, stuff like that. But I want to do a week here with Anna. We're going to promote live blowing and shit. The weather's supposed to be getting better tomorrow, so we'll be. I'm pretty sure Mike's going to be here to talk about some flyers and shit, and getting them going, and seeing if we can't work something up this week. But after this week, one way or another, I need to sell that bike. You know, anybody wants to buy a bike? Would be real fucking set if I could sell that bike. I am a Democrat. You know? No, actually. By technical, I would go with conservative. Look, Glen's fucking dying over there. He's fucking shit himself. But to me, definition of a conservative is, I don't give a fuck what you do as long as it don't hurt nobody. I don't think the government should either. Period. Period. That's just the way I feel. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's a nice bike. I put 1,000 miles on it last week. Woo! Driving all over the place on that motherfucker. Yeah. Not last week, 2 weeks ago, a couple weeks ago. It's been parked here for a few days. I only had the tires on it like 3 days before I parked it here. Democrat. You know, it was a Republican senator I worked for in North Carolina. I didn't care which party as long as it was pro-lead. I'll tell you, it is shaft driven. I've had the 750, you know, but, I like the 1100 better. I think it's fun to drive. It's just fun to drive, and I mean like it's speed limit, not fast. It's just fucking fun to drive, man. it is. It's a cruiser, you know. It ain't. I don't race any of my vehicles around too much. But yeah, that thing. It's got all the power you want to let it have. You gotta be careful with it. It's a beast. I really like it. It's so new, man. Everything on is so new. It's like 24 years old. I got here, hit the button. It's like nice. Twin blunt. No, I just keep relighting my cigar. I had a Maxim Yamaha and a Magna, a Honda Magna. Both of them were 750. I had a Suzuki 500 once. I didn't like that much. It had a windshield on it too, which, in my opinion, I took it off. I still didn't like the 500. It felt more like a dirt bike. It was so light compared to the 750s. I mean, you know, you got a little more handle up and shit. Fuck, I like this 1100. Probably needs hot water, though. We need to sell that thing. Well, Brian hasn't got back into town. Is the big deal. Have a good night, Marilyn. And, you know, he's a friend. He said he wanted it. I took it off the market, thinking he was going to be in town a couple weeks ago. He ain't here yet. He'll be in town. But, man, I'm offering that motherfucker up for $4,500 if anybody fucking wants that shit. That's a steal on that bike. What's up, coffee? Well, in a way, yeah, I kind of wanted to blow glass across the country again. Seamus wants to. After this week, I'm not sure how much glass blowing I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be hunting out people to give helium to, which I've been doing that in the fucking Walmart parking lot. Met a couple cats yesterday, giving me a magnet to. So it just becomes the thing to talk about. Well, drive safe, Coffee. Uh, it's kind of manifesting itself. I intended to blow glass here. I just intended to sell the motorcycle, but we didn't get the RV from the motorcycle sales. We got the RV from y'all. Straight up, it just kind of manifested itself. Blew my mind, and I was like, "Well, shit." It took a while for the money to transfer because we tried to do it on PayPal and that didn't work. So we had to open an actual bank account, and it still blows my mind. I dearly appreciate it. We've still got, I don't know, about $300 or $400 in the bank, just in case something happens. That all came from y'all folks. So I'm here finally able to blow some glass. So I'm going to be doing this all week and adding to the pile. Hopefully sell the bike by the end of next week at least. I was hoping to today, but it's raining and there ain't no pulling that thing out, setting it up on the street with no pretty sign or anything today. It's raining. This is the way it goes. So I'm kind of happy I got to work today and see if I still got the dexterity to do that. And I do. It was fun. It does. Well, see, I got a pretty good deal on the RV. As far as I'm concerned, it's a nice big RV. It's bigger than what we were looking at. And it may be a little bit older, but it's got a nice engine and transmission. I put 1,000 miles on that thing already too. It does better than the car, but it's very slow, of course. Oh yeah, I'm inspired. I'm not worried about it myself. I know. I'm not too worried about it. It's one thing I've got to remind myself all the time. It's not my time scale that this is happening on. There ain't no question this is happening. There's no question in my mind. The Creator wants this to happen, and I just hold on to that. I'm here now. I'm living the dream. I'm blowing glass in an RV. I'd like to have the mobility, but at this point in time, it really doesn't matter because I'm committed to blowing here at Anna's because I love Anna and she's a good friend of mine, and I'm hoping to bring in some business for her this week too. You know, see if we can't boost rates for us up because she's been there for me over the years. I love Tool. If you make it to the Twitch, we'll probably Twitch tomorrow, and I'm going to put the links up in the morning to my Twitch. But we can listen to anything, and a lot of times we're listening to Tool. I can share screens over there. We can do this wall and all that shit. There's math and everything. Oh, last. Oh yeah. I lost big channel over that debate. I think I won though. Ultimately, BitChute didn't take anything down, but a couple weeks ago, I put down a video about the whole exposure thing with Tucker Carlson, and they struck my shit, and I complained, and they reinstated that video. I've never had them do that, ever. And that same day, Lee's ass got struck, and he couldn't make the videos that whole week. Well, I like to see it over there. It's the same thing, Catfish's Corner. I like it just because the fact I can share screens and we can talk openly over there. Hi, Cammy. How you doing? Yeah, I think that was my 7th channel on YouTube. This is going to be my last one. I'm not making another. Just saying. If they take it down, I'll be on Twitch all the time and BitChute. And BitChute hasn't censored me. And these people don't like me much. Glad to see you in the corner. Although we're leaving here soon. Anna's done at 8. I'm going to get done. I got to crank off my bottles and such. Holly wants some cookies. We got the RV parked about 2 blocks away. We were sitting out in Evergreen for the last couple of days, just biding our time, waiting till Anna come into work. She works, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So got it set up today. I'll be working a full day tomorrow. We'll definitely be finishing this and another full one. Because these guys usually take me 2 days to do, but I'm going to be able to finish this one and another one tomorrow. So I like working on this big kiln. So I'm really happy to be here. Somebody named that was John again. Look at that bike. Look at that bike.
Like you're in a fog.
Yeah, I'll bring some window cleaner tomorrow. It's probably tape residue. because I usually have the protective lens, which I don't even have here. I think it might be in the basement though. I may have the lens tomorrow for y'all. I'm not sure. Okay. We're climbing down. I'm gonna kill my tanks. Be right back. That was quick. Boy, it feels good to work again. It feels real good to work again. Can't wait till tomorrow. I'm already set up. I'm already set up. Have a good one, Spicy. Hope to see you tomorrow in the corner. We'll be blowing all week. I'm probably twitching it more than half of the week. Just because you can guarantee I'm going to speak my fucking mind about everything over there. And I can't hear it. I just can't. I'm not allowed. And I know my limits. And I'm not ready to deal with that. So we'll Twitch tomorrow. I'll be putting up the links in the community section. Keep an eye out for it. Just click the link. I'll make sure it keeps working. So hopefully y'all find your way over. It's a lot better than this format. You can share screens and play any fucking music we want. They don't. Over here, they cut your feed. Over there, they just kind of edit it out. But that's cool. We get a jam, and then the playback has it edited. So it's better that way. But we'll have it going all day. Like I said, I'll be here starting around noon, 1 o'clock, somewhere like that. Anna gets in at about noon. So. Cool, Spicy. You have a good night too. Stay safe. I'm getting my shit ready to travel. I got a couple of block walk and it's raining. Good thing I brought my leather. Good night, Nick.
Honey.
Tip through the tulips. Hey there. I'm shutting down. I've already got the gases down. I'm ready to mobilize. Want to see what I got going on?
Yeah. Nice.
Got wings in it and some torpedoes. I got the second coat. That's an insert. Gonna go into the second coat. I got that too. It's all full of it. The second coat's got little rings and torpedoes. It's a lime green and Sky Blue. Oh, yeah. This was sitting on top. I didn't talk to it. It's a little red. It was broken. Want me to fix it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was gonna do that, but I
As
didn't.
straight as you can. I know you will. Your kid's fucking.
Yeah.
He's a special kind of breed.
Anyway, I like your kiln. Well, this one's. I actually probably prefer working like that. Actually, I've worked out of ones like this before.
You can look up right at the front door open.
Well, I'm coming with you.
Hell yeah.
I don't want to hold you up. Good night, y'all. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna leave this right here.